Pleasant morning, everyone. Please join us in the singing of the Philippine national anthem to be followed by the invocation.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, tewas ang sinangalan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyang ka ng magiting, sa mandulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng pagaw, ay hinatang tula, kawin sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iindig, ang bituin at karoon niya kailan pa may di magdidinig. Luman ang araw ng warhabing pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pagkay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Give thanks with a grateful heart. Give thanks to the Holy. Give thanks because He's given Jesus Christ, His Son. Give thanks with a grateful heart. Give thanks to the Holy One. Give thanks because He's given Jesus Christ, His Son. And now let the weak say, I am strong. Let the poor say, I am rich because of what the Lord has done for us. And now let the weak say, I am strong. Let the poor say, I am rich because of what the Lord has done for us. Give thanks. We give thanks. We give
Magandang umaga, magandang agham sa lahat. Welcome to our Philippine Research Development and Innovation Conference. We would like to warmly recognize all of our participants, our esteemed guests and speakers, our DOST officials, our friends from the academe, private industries, and of course, our researchers. We would also like to welcome all of our participants who are with us in our Facebook Live. Thank you for joining us today in this activity. Your virtual presence speaks a lot, and we are excited to present to you the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research Development's completed projects, programs, and technologies of 2020. I am Ed Serhelia from DOST-PCIEERD, and I will be your host for today. So I can see that there are a lot of attendees here in Zoom. Sa ngayon, we are about 400 and dumadami pa tayo. So doon po sa mga hindi makakapasok sa ating Zoom due to the limited number of maximum participants, you may still watch and ask questions through our Facebook Live. So now, before we formally begin, let me go over a few reminders to guide us on how to interact with today's session. So each presentation would be a 5-minute pre-recorded video of the PCIEERD funded projects, programs, and technologies. All your questions will be addressed live at the end of each segment. Should you have any questions or clarifications, you may type it in the chat box or Q&A section to raise your concern. This meeting is recorded and may be used for documentation and posting on our social media accounts. So without any more delaying, let us hear from the outstanding engineer who led and worked on numerous game-changing programs and projects in the field of land surveying, remote sensing and geographic information system, environmental monitoring, and disaster risk and management. One of the notable projects he led is the Disaster Risk Assessment, Exposure and Mitigation Light, Ranging and Detection Technology, or DREAM LiDAR. This project addressed and helped mitigate the effects of flooding disasters in the country by producing accurate national terrain elevation maps and training highly skilled LiDAR and flood mapping experts all over the country. The initiatives of DREAM LiDAR were essential to the country's resource monitoring and management. It has also provided valuable contributions among various government agencies in its decision-making processes for policy formulation. So to welcome us today and share with us a highlight to DOST-PCIEERD's completed projects of 2020, please give a warm round of virtual applause to the Executive Director of DOST-PCIEERD, Dr. Enrico C. Paringit.
Thank you very much, Eds. And I'd like to, of course, greet everyone a pleasant good morning, especially to our esteemed guests in this Philippine Research, Development, and Innovation Conference. I think this is one of the first of its kind in our brief history here at PCIEERD. Of course, I'd like to give special thanks to our leaders at DOST, the DOST Secretary Fortunato de la Peña, our Undersecretary for Research and Development, Dr. Rowena Cristina L. Guevara, the Executive Directors of the different DOST agencies and institutes, including, of course, our partners in the regions, the regional offices led by, of course, the regional directors. All have been staunch partners in our in our innovation journey. We'd also like, of course, to send special thanks to our project leaders from the various higher education institutes and their, of course, leaders, no, their presidents, their heads of the research institutions, for your also active participation in the R&D ecosystem. We also, of course, want to greet our friends from the media, fellow researchers and workers in government, the representatives of the national government agencies and local government units, esteemed researchers, and industry stakeholders. Of course, this includes the technology business incubator managers and entrepreneurs across the country, fellow colleagues and our viewers who are with us today to celebrate the milestone of the PCIEERD supported and completed projects. It's a 100 strong that we are presenting today. A pleasant good morning to everyone. Truly, this is a proud moment for us here at DOST-PCIEERD, as we are overjoyed and extremely proud of the Philippine first massive public presentation of research, development, and innovation projects in the sectors that we support. And that is on industries, energy, and emerging technologies. All completed projects that will be presented in these next 2 days were funded by PCIEERD. you could actually consider this to be a sort of a graduation, no, of all our projects. For the past 10 years, DOST-PCIEERD had funded a total of 2,546 projects across the different regions, which amounted to more than 17.5 billion, no? 15 billion of which were allocated for R&D projects, while the remaining 2.5 billion is for the support sector, which includes, of course, human resource development, policy development, and technology transfer. Of the 2,546 projects that were supported, actually 2,000, a little bit more than 2,000, 2,555 were R&D projects, and 491 were under that support sector. The type 5 sectors that we have supported in the last decade are shown on your screen, and those are on space technology, food, disaster, process, materials, with a total budget of 9.9 billion. And you also see on the same table those that are located at the bottom. So, but it's not really. We believe that this trend might shift, no, in the coming years with the resetting of priorities that we have. If you create an intersection essentially of the different core platform technologies that are currently being talked about in the S&T field, as well as those against, no, the application sectors or applications or sectors that are out there, you will see how connected they are, how intersected they are, how related they are, and you also see the level of concentrations of this of our efforts, no, on which sectors are most of our technologies being applied. And it makes sense to actually look at this because we also want to look for challenges as well as opportunities that are in these sectors. So as you can see, there are still areas, no, or sectors which we do not have that cannot relate to any one of the core platform technologies, but actually would have that potential. Certainly, there's a lot of room for us to have our ideas fully realized, and maybe your idea can fit into these opportunities. As I've mentioned, this is sort of a commencement exercise for our researchers, no? The batch of 2020, if you will. 2020 will be best remembered, of course, as a year of astounding challenges. No? But despite that, we were able to pivot and deliver innovations, of course, for the Filipino people. Of course, this includes 100 completed projects. In fact, some of them were COVID related, and during that period, also we were able to take in proposals, evaluate and approve 100 new projects, no, and we're also quite overwhelmed with 796 proposals which we received. That was received and processed accordingly. And we have formed several partnerships with higher educational institutions, national government agencies, and even international organizations for the support of joint research projects. Please consider this event also as our humble contribution to the celebration of the National Innovation Day, which is actually marked yesterday. Republic Act 11293, or the Philippine Innovation Act, actually calls for or declares the celebration of the National Innovation Day to promote public awareness and national support for innovation, and to highlight, of course, the milestones in innovation of government and private sector. At PCIEERD, no, this 3-day event will highlight all PCIEERD supported R&D and support completed projects related, of course, to industry, energy, and emerging technology. Truly, time passes by at warp speed, and now the Filipino people will be reaping the fruits of researchers' hard work and determination. We initiated this event, of course, to keep the public abreast about the development and the breakthroughs and discoveries of our cutting-edge solutions, no, that will help us usher in the next wave of growth and prosperity. Because we believe that it is through science and technology that we can wiggle out, no, of this crisis and succeed in the new normal. Indeed, science and technology plays an important role in our society. later you will see the full roster of completed projects in blazing speed, no, in terms of presentation, because there are 100 of them, and we want to make sure that all of them are presented, no, to the public. In any case, all of these materials that you will be viewing in the next few hours and tomorrow will also be made available for later viewing at your convenience. This can be anywhere, you know, these projects can be anywhere from ready-to-eat retort foods to spray-dried powdered dextran, to halal chicken and chicken byproducts, to applications for applications like severe weather amphibious navigator using local abaca, among others. We are doing this to rally our Filipinos in patronizing our own locally developed innovations. With greater technology adoption, we can enhance the citizens' experience and vigorously advance science, technology, and innovation in the Philippines. Of the 100 completed projects, 15 are actually ready for technology transfer and commercialization, and 16 of them are ready for deployment to national government agencies. And for 41, there's a need to follow up to conduct follow-up researches, and then 21 are actually can be utilized for crafting key policies, and 7 under development of facilities, technology business incubators, and capacity building. The majority of the projects completed were under the Grants in Aid program of PCIEERD, 31% were under GIA, 6 under Technicom, and 4 under the joint projects with external funders. We're glad that in terms of gender parity, 93 of the projects were male, but projects were led by male, and 60 were led by female. As I mentioned, this can actually serve as a valedictory address of all of the projects, no, of all of the researchers, and so we consider this event to be a watershed moment for Philippine R&D and innovation. This event concentrates all of the research accomplishments that are summited into one event. May other researchers, aspiring and current, no, take the cue of what has been done and be inspired in bringing your ideas to reality. May adopters, licensors, and prospectors of in the business take an interest in moving this technology forward, so that the public can have greater access to what these technologies can bring, no? And to the public, this kindly give these technologies a try, no? Give them a chance and shine a light on them, so that together we can achieve a truly innovative nation. Most of us, let us make this science and technology innovation as part of our national conversations. As your leading partner in enabling innovations, PCIEERD will continue to champion and support research projects and capacity building activities that will help us achieve growth, social progress, and environmental development. We hope that that through this meaningful event, we can inspire more innovators, scientists, researchers, engineers, entrepreneurs, and policymakers to engage with us in bringing science closer to many Filipinos. Thank you very much po, and my biggest congratulations to March and April is supposed to be our graduation months, and I could really feel that spirit of commencement taking place in this event. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you, Dr. Eric, for giving a warm welcome to our guests and participants. Before we move on, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our DOST Secretary, Secretary Fortunato T. de la Peña. Hello po, good morning, Secboy.
Good morning to all of you.
All right. Thank you po. Now to continue with our opening program, we are privileged to hear from the Undersecretary for Research and Development of DOST, who is also a professor at the Electrical and Electronics Engineering Institute, specializing in speech and audio signal processing, time frequency analysis and synthesis, and artificial intelligence. As Undersecretary for R&D, she supervises the 3 DOST sectoral councils the 7 DOST Research and Development Institutes, the National Research Council of the Philippines, and the Technology Application and Promotion Institute. Further, she oversees the management of the DOST R&D funds, bilateral and multilateral linkages, and the DOST Special Projects Division, which provides technical and administrative support to DOST in the management of DOST Grants in Aid program, and she also leads the DOST Science for Change program. Prior to her appointment as Undersecretary, she served as Executive Director of DOST-PCIEERD from July 2012 to 2015. She was the youngest and first female dean of the UP College of Engineering and was Executive Director of the UP National Engineering Center from 2004 to 2010. She received her BS and MS in electrical engineering degrees from University of the Philippines Diliman and her doctorate degree from the University of Michigan. She has been the recipient of several awards in engineering and education, including the 2010 Metrobank Outstanding Teachers of the Philippines. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, a warm virtual applause to Dr. Rowena Cristina L. Guevara.
Esteemed members of the Senate and Congress, Secretary Fortunato T. de la Peña, Executive Director Eric Paringit, our Technology Business Incubator managers and entrepreneurs, our partners from the academe, colleagues from the Department of Science and Technology and other government agencies, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen, magandang agham po sa inyong lahat. On behalf of the Department of Science and Technology, I would like to open the first Philippine Research, Development, and Innovation Conference. Today, we will present to you the latest batch of completed R&D projects that were supported by the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development, or PCIEERD, in CY 2020. We are grateful to the dedicated researchers for finishing strong and coming up with game-changing innovations amidst the pandemic. The Global Innovation Index shows that our innovation level is steadily increasing. In fact, in 2020 GII report, the Philippines significantly increased its ranking from number 100 in 2014 to number 50 in just 6 years. It is our first time to be included in the group of innovation achievers due to our remarkable performance. This, despite the relatively low inputs given to science, technology, and innovation initiatives in our country. Our good GII ranking was also confirmed by the UNCTAD 2021 Technology and Innovation Report, where the Philippines is second to India as an overperformer. The Philippines' actual ranking in Frontier Technology Readiness Index is 57 places higher than an estimated index ranking based on per capita income. A report from the World Bank showed that most developing economies in the East Asia Pacific region, including the Philippines, have poor performance in terms of adopting new technologies and discovering new ones. Only a small percentage of companies in the Philippines, Cambodia, and Malaysia have invested and are engaged in research and development. It is in this light that we are having this innovation conference. We hope that through this event, we can raise awareness about the different projects that the DOST embarked on. We're also hopeful that you will continue your engagement with us in further sustaining the bridges of collaboration by adopting or licensing these technologies. As a primary government agency responsible for the coordination of science and technology-related projects in the country, the DOST fully supports the 2021 PRDIC. We look forward to its future iterations to reach our key stakeholders and the general public, letting them know how we make change happen through research and development. We encourage everyone to continue crafting and implementing research programs and projects that will spell a difference in the lives of Filipino. Thank you and congratulations to DOST-PCIEERD on this significant milestone. Magandang agham po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Usec Geb, for your welcoming and encouraging message for our key stakeholders and the general public, and letting them know how we make change happen in the Philippines through research and development. We are also fortunate to have with us today our DOST Secretary, Secretary Fortunato T. de la Peña, who will give his message. Let us give him a virtual round of applause.
Warmest greetings to everyone. The Department of Science and Technology extends its warmest congratulations to our group of brilliant and reliable Filipino researchers who successfully completed the research projects under PCIEERD amid the unprecedented challenges unleashed by the pandemic. We greatly appreciate the remarkable level of dedication and commitment that you have displayed given our strenuous condition. We commend each one of you for the amazing work you have done to achieve your targeted goals. Science, technology, and innovation, or STI, are essential to economic development and social progress. Yet the funds we get for research and development, despite its increasing amount every year, runs pale compared to our ASEAN neighbors, as it only comprises 0.16% of our GDP compared to Vietnam, which is now at 0.44%, and Singapore, which is at 2% of GDP on R&D. We hope that through the Philippine Research, Development, and Innovation Conference, we can rally our people to support research and development as we showcase how we make science work for the people. As the leading department in scientific advancements and technological innovation, DOST commits to supporting research and development and making it understandable and accessible to a greater number of Filipinos. We will remain committed in supporting the different research and development activities in the country and ensure that it reaches its intended beneficiaries through technology commercialization and information dissemination. As we celebrate the success of the 150 completed research projects, we hope that our audience today will fully support the outputs of these projects, which is the product of the blood, sweat, tears, and ingenuity of our Filipino researchers. We look forward to greater achievements of our researchers and hope that they come up with more pioneering innovations in industry, energy, and emerging technology sectors. Hats off to all of you, and thank you for your strong commitment and dedication to public service.
Thank you very much, Secretary Fortunato de la Peña, for your message. So moving right along and to dive in the meat of this event, here are the PCIEERD's completed projects under the sector of industry.
The Food and Nutrition Research Institute of the Department of Science and Technology presents the development of food reference materials for nutrition labeling for use of local testing laboratories. Phase 2, Establishment of ISO 17034, 2016 Quality Management System and Development of Fish Reference Materials for Proximate, Minerals, and Cholesterol Analyses. The proper application of reference materials provides the best information on or confidence in the quality of a chemical measurement. However, Limitation on finances, insufficient and or inapplicable supply and difficulty in procurement hold back most of the testing laboratories and industries to use reference material in their routine analysis. The Food and Nutrition Research Institute recognized the need for an accessible, applicable and affordable yet reliable and credible reference material producer in the country to support the demand of globalization of analytical result. With the funding from the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, Emerging Technology Research, and Development, the Food and Nutrition Research Institute formed the project on development of food reference materials for nutrition labeling for use of local testing laboratories. The project is headed by Leah DeHay with Jolly Climico, Jennifer Campuet and Prudencio Adona serving as project staff. The project has a budget of 4,999,829 pesos and 60 centavos. The target of the project is for FNRI to obtain accreditation for ISO 17034, 2016. Based on experience, there are 5 phases in the accreditation process. Phase 1 is preparation. Phase 2 is establishment. Phase 3 is implementation. Phase 4 is pre-assessment and Phase 5 is the accreditation. Phase 1 was conducted last 2018 while Phase 2 was conducted last 2019. While preparing documents based on ISO 17034 requirements, the laboratory also conducted interlaboratory comparison on the development of fish reference material for proximate, minerals and cholesterol to prepare records following the requirements of the standard. As the second phase of the project, the laboratory established its quality management system for implementation on the third phase. The objectives of the project include the development of lyophilized fish muscle reference material and the establishment of the FNRI ISO IEC 17034, 2016 quality management system in preparation for accreditation. The project was able to accomplish the 4 Ps. These are products, partnership, publication and people service. The quality manual was finalized and signed by the FNRI RMP head and FNRI director on November 28, 2019 for implementation on the succeeding phase. The project has also produced lyophilized fish muscle reference material based on interlaboratory comparison. The FNRI RMP has collaborated with 18 laboratories for establishment of property values. It has also collaborated with the DOST-1 lab and APFAN for proficiency testing provision. The FNRI Proficiency Testing Laboratories journal entitled Establishment of Proficiency Testing Programs in the Philippines was published to Accreditation and Quality Assurance Journal on February 2019. The FNRI Proficiency Testing Laboratory has served 71 PINES participants coming from both international and local testing laboratories. It has also trained at least 5 personnel for reference material production and operation. In spite of the numerous accomplishments of the team, the limited available statistician that is willing to learn the relevant statistical guidelines related to ISO 17034 remained a challenge. In that case, the project staff studied the statistics provided in ISO Guide 35. Guidance for Characterization and Assessment of Homogeneity and Stability and is now serving as the technical manager for the quality management system. In conclusion, fish muscle reference material was successfully developed for use by testing laboratories as internal quality control test material and for method validation purposes. It is highly recommended that accreditation to ISO 17034, 2017 be sought by the Institute to strengthen its qualification in providing quality yet affordable reference materials. The project team would like to thank Philippine Council for Industry, Energy and Emerging Technology Research and Development of the DOST for giving us the opportunity to carry out this project and for continuously supporting our endeavors towards our accreditation.
A pleasant day to everyone. In behalf of our Retort team at Packaging Technology Division of Industrial Technology Development Institute, we would like to thank PCIEERD and DOST for all the support provided in our project, Development of Effective Distribution System of RTE relief foods to mitigate magnitude of distress of calamity survivors and service providers. Our project started through the directives of DOST to conduct distribution of RTE relief foods, the RTE chicken ariscaldo, and smoked fish rice meal, which we developed from our previous projects. These projects were proposed and then approved by Fisher with budget of 2.6 million in year 1 and 8 million in year 2. Allow me to go back why we conceptualized the project. Our RTA retort puts received positive feedback from our previous projects, which include development and field testing. We also believe that Pag-asa has already improved their facility and enhanced their capability in predicting typhoons and other related information they are providing like amount of rainfall. The SWD is also open to new ideas and variety of relief foods. And with all of this, the group thought if it is possible to distribute relief foods to areas forecasted typhoon to land, distribution will be prior to onset of calamity and not the conventional distribution wherein DSWD provide relief foods after the calamity. Our objective is to develop an effective distribution system for RTE retort foods to mitigate the magnitude of distress for calamity survivors and providers of services. It is how RTE retort foods can be successfully deployed and distributed as relief foods. Project is to commercially produce RTE relief foods and then conduct distribution to the community where typhoon is forecasted to land. And lastly, to assess the effectiveness of early distribution of relief foods. For our accomplishment presented based on 6 Ps, our trademark Pack of Hope was approved by IPOPIL. We were also able to apply utility models for RTE chicken ariscaldo and RTE smoked fish rice meal. For products, since one of our objectives is to commercially produce RTE retort foods, the project was able to purchase 160,000 pouches of RTE chicken ariscaldo to our technology adapter. PTD was also able to produce 6,240 pouches RTE chicken ariscaldo and 31,128 pouches RTE smoked fish rice meal. These products were deployed to different regions mentioned in the table for people services. Calamity survivors of Typhoon Ompong in CAR and Region 5 were provided with RTE relief foods in 2018. In 2019, RTE relief foods were distributed to regions affected by typhoons Jenny, Kiel, Tisoy, and Ursula. Nabigyan din po ang mga kababayan natin na naapektuhan ng pagsabog ng Bulkang Taal sa Regions 4A at malakas na lindol sa Regions 11 and 12. In 2020, the project also provided RTE relief foods to our medical frontliners and men in uniform during the pandemic. For places and partnership, a total of 10 terms of reference and 1 conformer were signed with DSWD, DILG, and DOST in the regions. These are just to show our partnership with CAR, Regions 1, 2, 3, 4A, and 4B. Our other partnership with regions in Visayas and Mindanao. During our project implementation, 2 companies also signed licensing agreement to adopt the technology for RTE chicken ariscaldo. So aside from our 6Ps, our products were featured in different programs such as I Believe, ITDI Tech Nego Show, Shensikat, and Pinoy MD. Having those accomplishments is never been easy. We encountered difficulties and issues in the deployment of RTE relief foods, and even in retrieving accomplished survey questionnaire from the regions to be able to assess the effectiveness of distribution. But all these were resolved through proper communication among the DSWD, DILG, DOST, and PTD, and by understanding the process and proper planning. PCIEERD played an important motivating and coordinating role in implementing our project. Assistance and constructive recommendations were provided to fulfill our objectives. Based on the result gathered from the study, an early distribution of RTE relief foods to areas where typhoon is expected to land was effective. in terms of addressing or mitigating the distress or worries of those that are expected to experience the calamity. The project was also to determine the challenges and problems during the stockpiling, deployment, and distribution of RTE relief goods. The ILG through LGU, which is responsible in disaster preparedness, and DSWD in disaster response, are the channels that can implement an effective distribution, like early deployment of RTE chicken ariscaldo as first stage relief food and RTE smoked fish rice meal as second stage relief food to calamity survivors. The success of product development is not just by producing a tangible item, but by actual application of the product for its intended purpose. The study was able to prove the needed for RTE relief foods like chicken ariscaldo and smoked fish rice meal as part of the DSWD's and LGU's food packs during calamities. This ends my presentation, and again, we would like to thank everyone who's been part of our journey in implementing this project.
Establishment of halal assurance system for some selected bakery products is one of the many projects under the Halal SAT program for the development of the Philippine halal industry in accordance with the Republic Act 10817 or the Philippine Halal Export Development and Promotion Act of 2016. This was implemented by the Food Processing Division of ITDI, an agency under the DOST. It is implemented in July 2018 to December 2020. The project is implemented by Ms. Lourdes S. Motevergen, a supervising SRS of ITDI FPD. The project team is composed of the following: Norly Aidesani, Charles Palia, Charito Villaluz, Patrick Solarda, Omar Abubakar, and Jomar Mama. Through this project, a dedicated halal bakery facility at the Food Processing Division will be set up to provide R&D premises for prototyping, market testing, and training. R&D personnel will be appropriately trained on halal S&T to ensure that halal requirements will be adhered to in sourcing and selection of material, processing, packaging, storage, and distribution of halal products. Required food and non-food materials which are manufactured, stored, packaged, and delivered in conformity with halal requirements will be identified, and a list of permissible food and non-food materials will be prepared. HAS provides a systematic approach to ensure and preserve halal integrity of products throughout the supply chain. The halal assurance system in the processing of selected bakery products will be established. The objectives of the project are to establish a dedicated processing laboratory area at FPD for prototyping and conducting of research and development, to benchmark best practices to enhance product development of halal products, to develop a dedicated personnel on halal S&T and regulations through seminars and trainings, to verify training methods for inspection or analysis in determining halal compliance of bakery products, to provide halal compliant bakery technologies by conducting halal food R&D, to prepare exhaustive list of permissible and non-permissible food and non-food materials for halal bakery products, to develop science-based and effective halal assurance and guidance manual, and to ensure that the products comply with standards. One of the accomplishments of the project is the establishment of halal R&D facility for prototyping, training, and market testing. The following picture shows the opening for the inauguration of the halal R&D facility. The entrance of the halal food R&D facility. Inside premises of the halal food R&D facility. Different seminars and trainings was conducted, like the lead auditor halal training of the OEC staff, and different workshops and trainings abroad and locally. We also established cooperation with different local companies in international halal centers. We also partnered with Nestle, the forefront of halal R&D in the world. We also have established a comprehensive halal assurance systems for bakery products, particularly loaf bread and pandesal. HAS is a requirement for halal certification. HAS covers various aspects of the company operations such as SOP, production, marketing, and management. This is an example of the overall production process for the procurement of raw materials to packaging and storage. This slide shows the raw materials for bread production, which should be all halal certified. A sample process flow of the making of bread, pandesal, and loaf bread. We are also available to develop an halal internal audit checklist and other requirements of documents. Non-conformances record reports, control measure and corrective action. We also develop a list of halal certified compliant food and non-food materials for halal manufacture of bakery products, such as certified suppliers for flours, additives, eggs, equipment, and packaging materials. One of the main problems encountered for the project is the COVID-19 pandemic, in which the transfer of bakery technologies to the identified cooperators in Mindanao were halted. Companies in Metro Manila and nearby provinces were also identified and contacted, and virtual seminars and trainings on HAS will be made instead. A video containing the production process and other documents have been made and will be distributed to the cooperative bakeries instead. In conclusion, halal calls for integrity from farm to plate. HAS also covers all aspects in the production chain, a comprehensive tool system. It also preserves the halal integrity of the production. DOST can assist you in the analysis of your products, in training of your staff on HAS, in the preparation of HAS for your company. You can avail of our services to boost the integrity of your product. Looking forward, we are continuously conducting trainings on halal assurance system through DOST and PTTC. We will prepare a generic HAS for cottage bakery operations, such as a generic HAS for small to medium operations. We are currently helping several interested companies in the development of their HAS manual. We will also distribute and develop halal-compliant production technologies of pandesal and loaf bread to MSMEs. We will also draft a recommended code of practice for the production of halal pandesal and loaf bread. Thank you for watching and listening to this video.
Having your samples tested can be such a hassle. Moving from one laboratory to another to complete the necessary testing and calibration requirements. There is always a way to have a convenient laboratory testing and calibration experience. The Department of Science and Technology presents One Lab.
Good day, everyone. My name is Rosemary Salazar from DOST Region 9. Our project, Enhancing One Lab for Global Competitiveness, was implemented for 4 years, from 2017 to 2020, with a total funding support of 490 million pesos from DOST-GIA. One Lab was handled by a project management team led by yours truly and by Dr. Annabel Briones, the Director of Industrial Technology Development Institute, as project leaders. We were strongly supported by the regional directors of DOST-3, DOST Calabarzon, DOST-6, and DOST-11, who acted as the cluster chairs for North Luzon, South Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Ladies and gentlemen, our One Lab project.
The project was conceptualized when the President instructed DOST in 2012 to initiate the harmonization of testing laboratories in the country. This brought about the establishment of a laboratory network known as One Lab. The purpose of the project was to meet extensive customer requirements with satisfaction, ensure that its processes were at par with international standards, compliant with good governance requirements, through a robust and secured IT system, to sustain an engaged and integrated network of competent, proficient, and internationally recognized laboratories, and to secure the operation of the said network. From the simple concept of harmonizing DOST laboratories, One Lab has grown into a coalescence of 54 network members, which include 16 DOST RSTLs, 7 RDIs, 23 non-DOST labs, and 8 international laboratories. Our international presence covers not only the ASEAN region, but also includes Australia and the United Arab Emirates. With the funding support provided by the project, halal verification laboratories were set up in DOST Calabarzon, DOST-11, DOST-12, and MOST BARM. Both DOST Calabarzon and DOST-11 halal verification laboratories are ISO IEC 17025-2017 accredited. The accreditation specifies the general requirements for the competence of testing and calibration laboratories. In addition, One Lab facilitated the establishment of the Raw and Natural Rubber Laboratory of DOST-9. This laboratory also acquired the same ISO accreditation in 2018, making it the first and only ISO-accredited testing facility for raw and natural rubber in the Philippines. One of the major accomplishments that we are proud of is the acquisition of the trademark registration of One Lab and its logo. We were also able to craft a security policy related to the IT systems developed by the team. As a result of the entire One Lab team's effort, the following were achieved in its 2017 to 2020 project run. 606,635 samples were catered, which involved 886,566 tests and calibrations. 366,793 customers were served. 38,846 new customers were served. A total of 99,361 firms were served, resulting in the collection of 559,872,116 pesos and 27 cents as fees. Through One Lab, a Unified Laboratory Information System or ULIMS was developed and deployed to all DOST laboratories. The Unified Laboratory Information Management System was enhanced, which resulted to an improved system called the Enhanced Unified Laboratory Information Management System or EULIMS. EULIMS has different modules such as laboratory, referral, cashiering, sample tagging, and inventory and equipment supply. A top management module was also developed for higher-ups to monitor DOST laboratories. Another innovation called the One Lab portal can be publicly accessed through web.onelab.ph, which shows relevant information about One Lab and its members. The website also features a customer portal that provides detailed instructions for test and calibration requirements. To ensure collaboration and harmonization, the project has conducted annual forums and activities with all network members and invited speakers to discuss topics relevant to DOST laboratory operations. In 2019, One Lab proudly conducted its first Best Practice Day event, a competition where DOST laboratories presented their experiences and best practices. This was the only DOST GIA-funded project that initiated such an event and served as a platform for possible benchmarking among the members. In recognition of its innovative platform in delivering laboratory services to its customers, One Lab received the Benita and Catalina Yap Foundation or BCYF Innovation Award in 2017 under the government category. In the same year, the project received the Government Best Practice recognition from the Development Academy of the Philippines for its referral system. One Lab and its referral system was presented during the 6th International Best Practice Competition 2018 in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. In this event, One Lab was recognized as one of the top 10 with best practices among the 33 presenters from about 15 countries. With One Lab, customers are assured of timely, easily accessible, convenient, and available services.
This is One Lab, a platform with a relentless pursuit to find practical and friendly solutions to continuous innovation. The success of this project was made possible because of the unstinted support of DOST regional directors, the institute directors, our laboratory personnel, the PCIEERD team, and the DOST top management. My personal thank you to each and every one of you. Mabuhay and have a nice day.
market is no longer confined to food-related products alone, but has already expanded into other industrial sectors, such as cosmetics and personal care. DOST-STII established a research and development laboratory for halal cosmetics and toiletries, which greatly emphasizes the use of halal ingredients, hygienic manufacturing, and processing facilities. Currently, research and development of cosmetics and personal care products such as lipstick, lip balm, toothpaste, shampoo, and soap are conducted, which embodied with the guidelines only permissible to Sharia law, bolstering wholesomeness, hygiene, health, quality, and safety.
PSIERD is acknowledged for funding this research, pilot-scale production of spray-dried dextran and high-fructose syrup using wholesale ITDI fermentation technology from November 2017 to November 2020.
All right. Thank you so much for our first set of presenters under the industry section. Now we will be moving to our question and answer portion. May I call on our first presenters, Ms. Leia Dahay, Ms. Grace Noceja, Ms. Lourdes Montevirgen, Ms. Rosemary Salazar, and Dr. Rosalinda C. Torres. All right, for those who have questions, kindly type it in our chat box or Q&A section so that our speakers could answer them live today. Also, for those who are tuning in our Facebook page, you can type in your questions in our comment section. Ayan. So, parang ready na ang sumagot ng questions ang ating mga speakers. So, let me give the first question to Miss Grace Noceja. This question is for Dr. Grace Noceja. When it will be available, your project, when it will be available in the supermarket, and what is the cost and process in adopting the technology?
So good morning to everyone. So currently we have two technology adapters for the ready-to-eat chicken ariscaldo. And the other technology adapter is directly supplying their products to DSWD. And but they are also planning to put the product in the mainstream market. And I think also that's also the plan of our other technology adapter. So if you are interested to adopt the technology, you can coordinate with us with our technology service division so we can present you the product and for your questions of how much and what they should do to adopt the technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grace, for answering that question. Again, another question. This one naman po is for Ms. Rosemary Salazar. Ayan. How can interested customers know the available testing and calibration service or services of OneLab and the nearest laboratories where they can submit their samples?
Good morning po, and thank you for that question. Meron po tayong website, yung na-flash kanina. Initially, doon po nila makikita yung mga information about the members of the laboratories, the contact numbers, the services offered, as well as for, especially for DOST, nakapost po yung ating mga presyo. Except for the private laboratories, they don't wanna post the price or the cost of their services. So we allow them. Nandun po sa ating OneLab website po.
Thank you, Ms. Rosemary. Again, available daw po ito sa ating OneLab website. All right. The next question, let me see. We have a question here in our Q&A tab. I guess this is addressed to Ms. Lourdes Montevirgen. From Sir Emmanuel Llano. Congratulations po for the Halal Group. I understand you're already engaging with the industry. Is this already available in the market?
Hindi pa po. Bali, we are still in the process of training some mga industry partners namin.
All right. Thank you po, ma'am, for answering that question. All right, here, another question po. This one naman is for Ms. Leah Dahay. The question is, are there other available food reference materials at FNRI aside from the lyophilized fish mussel? What is the cost of FNRI reference materials?
So we have our list of our available reference material at our website in RM portal. So nandun po yung lahat ng available naming reference material. It covers wheat flour, corn-based snack foods, and then we have processed meat and other food matrices. So nandun po lahat yon sa aming search nyo lang po yung Food and Nutrition Research Institute Proficiency Testing Portal or Reference Materials Portal. So makikita na po ito. Thank you po.
Thank you, Ms. Leah, for answering that question. All right. So for the last question, since we have a limited time because we have a lot of presentations for today, we will be asking this last question for Dr. Rosalinda C. Torres. Can we use or develop halal assurance system to other cosmetics and toiletries products? If yes, how can we get a copy of the manual?
Yes, we can adapt our halal assurance management system that were developed that's developed our project. But right now we cannot give it to you because we have to copyright it first, no, prior to giving it to our stakeholders.
All right. Thank you po, Dr. Rosalinda, for answering that
It will
question.
be possible for this position.
All right. Thank you po. Thank you for answering that questions. I hope that answers all the questions for our first set of our speakers. If you still have questions, you can type it in our question and answer section. Our speakers will try to answer them while we are still here in Zoom. Also, for those who are in Facebook, kindly type in your questions in the comment section. We will answer that live here in Zoom. All right. Thank you to our speakers. We will be moving to the next presentations. So again, for the next presentations for the industry, we will be continuing the presentations in this video.
PCIEERD is acknowledged for funding this research, pilot-scale production of spray-dried dextran and high-fructose syrup using wholesale ITDI fermentation technology from November 2017 to November 2020. It was implemented in IFTS EBD ITDI DOST. The staff include Ian Castro, RJ Rivera, Dr. Norberto Ambagan, Rosella Gomez, and YD Balderrama, with a budget less than $5 million. The study was conceptualized to revive a shelf technology developed by DOST-TDI in the mid-1980s, wherein isolates capable of producing an exopolysaccharide called dextran and fructose can be used in the industry as thickener and sweetener respectively. The isolate was deposited in the Natural Science Research Institute for safekeeping. The main purpose is to produce both products locally and to utilize them commercially. At present, no industry is available in the Philippines that makes dextran and high fructose syrup. The objective of the study is to produce food products from spray-dried dextran and high fructose syrup formulations, specifically to utilize previously established parameters for enzymatic production of dextran and fructose as benchmark for wholesale fermentation, to undertake molecular characterization of isolates, to scale up production to 100-liter pilot level, to produce spray-dried powder from harvested dextran, to produce high fructose syrup from collected fermentation broth, to compare process feasibility of the proposed wholesale fermentation technology with the conventional enzymatic production of dextran and high fructose syrup, to use spray-dried dextran and high fructose syrup in food applications. 6 piece components include a publication and a poster presentation at the 11th International Meeting of ASEAN Network of Research Centers on October 16 to 18, 2019 at Sherka, UPLB. 2 halal food products with spray-dried dextran, namely halal soft bread and super thick vanilla gelato ice cream. Ready-to-drink calamansi juice with 30% high fructose syrup substitution. Partnerships with Coco Plus, Marisa's Foods, and ULS Bake Shop were formed. A training was conducted under the coconut water utilization in Mindanao. EBD ITDI DOST may maintain the dextran producing isolates for distribution to interested parties. For challenges, the isolates deposited in NSRI was not retrieved. Around 200 dextran producing isolates were screened, and 38 of them were identified. Weissella confusa Siberia was chosen for production based on yield and safety. For 100-liter fermentation, the transport of coconut water from San Pablo City to Bicutan may have compromised its quality, or the design of the fermenter may not be enough for efficient pasteurization. The newly isolated microorganism has worked its intended purpose, production of dextran and high fructose syrup from coconut water. Dextran was confirmed to be free of microorganism after spray drying. Recovered alcohol can be reused for succeeding precipitation. Application to 3 different products is very promising. Favorable responses from consumers using 9-point hedonic scale rating were gathered. Preparation of dextran, other than spray drying, may be explored to reduce processing costs. Application to different products needs to be explored. Thank you very much.
Good day. For this 2021 Philippine Research Development Innovation Conference, we are going to present the output of the project titled Competency Building on Halal HACCP and its Prerequisite Programs for Personnel of Food Service and Manufacturing Industries under the DOST Halal Science and Technology Program. The cooperating agencies for this project include the UP Diliman College of Home Economics, DOST Regional Offices, 11, Calabarzon, Region 3, NCR, the Industrial Technology Development Institute of DOST, and the Philippine Sea Games Organizational Committee of Usec. The budget for this particular project is about 4 million, and the team included myself, Dr. Maria Patricia V. Asanza, Dr. Anthony Sales of Region 11, and the research team including Ms. Madriaga and Ms. Temario. When the Philippines obliged to host the 2019 SEA Games as alternate host country, it was clear that amongst the issues that it needed to address was the provision of halal foods for Muslims who would be attending the said sports event. Even before the Games, other Muslim member countries of the SEA Games were already expressing concern related to shortages of halal food for the event's Muslim state players. The project, for its general objective, intended to build knowledge practice competency on halal HACCP and its prerequisite program to identify food manufacturing personnel and handlers from food service and manufacturing institution who will be involved in halal manufacture, preparation, and provision in the then forthcoming 2019 Southeast Asian Games for nationwide dissemination. Specifically, development of training package with halal HACCP experts for the training of trainers were needed. Competency building of food management personnel and handlers from food service and manufacturing institution who will be involved in the 2000 SEA Games was also required. And lastly, on-site monitoring and auditing of food production, preparation, and service to compliance to halal HACCP and its prerequisite programs, standards, and guidelines during the SEA Games to be monitored. The approach taken by the project to eventually have a best practice for hosting sports event with halal HACCP food safety framework was done through using the 2019 SEA Games as case study, a framework to achieve knowledge practice competency in halal HACCP food safety system through succession of trainings, the TOT and the TOI, and the writing of the best practice manuscript using consolidated knowledge and expertise established during the 2019 SEA Games, which could generally be applied to any future sports events hosting. So what is shown here is the TOT, the TOI, the audit and monitoring of the accommodation sites and the sports event sites, where knowledge and experiences were extracted to develop a halal HACCP best practices manuscript. As a preliminary step, a general needs assessment to address underlying issues, and a consultation was done involving FISGOC, or the Philippine Sea Games Organizational Committee, as the official organizing committee for the 2019 SEA Games, and the secondary holders, the LGU and private industry partners. This is to identify needs or gaps, and what was articulated in this meeting was the support that they needed was a training on halal HACCP and support in audit in game sites and accommodation sites. The training of trainers was conducted with the assistance of 2 experts, an international subject matter expert in the person of Professor Dr. Haji Rafik Saleh on halal HACCP, and a local expert in the person of Professor Maglayang to provide local color in the training. A mock audit was conducted also after the training of trainers. As a final step for training of trainers, a general competency post-assessment of the participant to check basic and proficient competency rating that improved from 9.7 to 68% of the participants. Likewise, examination for certification for the trained auditors was given, and 100% of the 31 trained personnel was recorded. This trained personnel with certification was asked to write locally developed training packages for the training of industry. The modules included halal awareness, food program for halal caterers, fundamentals of Sharia in halal assurance system, food safety assurance plan in halal certification, and halal compliance critical control point. Using the locally developed training modules, a training of industry personnel was conducted. 41 participants were included in the training of industry that included personnel of the FISGOC and industry partners coming from catering and manufacturing industries who would be involved in the ASEAN Games. The certified trained personnel went to the various accommodation and dining sites, 16 of which were visited by the personnel and evaluated in terms of compliance to the halal HACCP training that was given. Likewise, the trained personnel also went to the various game sites that included the bowling, volleyball, esports, and the like to evaluate whether the halal HACCP training was being implemented on those sites as provided during the training of industry. The final deliverable for the project is a manuscript entitled A Best Practice Approach to Halal HACCP Food Safety Compliance in Sports Event. This material or manuscript is already copyrighted. It is a consolidation of knowledge and experiences established during the conduct of the TOT, the TOI, and the monitoring of activities during the SEA Games 2019. What were the challenges that we encountered during the conduct of the project? Recruitment of national and international halal experts in time for the training of personnel for the 2019 SEA Games. Recruitment of regional-wide participants to become the trainers for the country. Limited time for the overall project preparation, difficulty in obtaining access to game sites and accommodation sites to validate compliance of the industry who were trained in the TOI as evaluated by the trained personnel in the TOT. Logistics and arrangement problems related to the training as well as the validation of learnings of the trained trainers. What can we say as a closing remark to this project? It is the hope of the project that all deliverables in terms of personnel, our certified trainers, our trained industry partners, and the materials be used. These are the document as the teaching modules, inclusive of the best practice manuscript, be used when dealing with the halal HACCP as a topic in the conduct of any sports event and other related activities. It is the hope that this material is also shared to our ASEAN neighbors when they conduct their own ASEAN Games. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. This project is entitled Development, Standardization, and Characterization Studies of Tupig, Bibingka, and Bukayo, or Tubibo, of Region 1 Native Delicacies. This project was conducted from 2018 to 2020, funded by DOST-PCIEERD and awarded to Pangasinan State University, amounting to 984,800,000 pesos. I am Veronica C. Austria, the project leader, and I work with the following researchers: Dr. Raquel C. Pambid, Dr. Wilma M. Guevara, and Mr. Cyril John A. Domingo. The Ilocos region is known with beautiful sceneries from white sand beaches, islands, and waterfalls to its unique and mouth-watering selection of kakanin. However, in the traditional practice, the famous Pangasinan Tubibo, Tupig, Bibingka, and Bukayo makers do not follow specific measurements which could lead to inconsistent taste, texture, and sweetness of the finished product. Aside from that, these native delicacies are poorly packaged and has a short shelf life. These rice-based products are wrapped in banana leaves and old newspapers as secondary packaging and have no sealed wrapper. And these are often sold to local stores and are consumed as ready to eat and without further cooking, which make them more susceptible to microbial growth. In addition to that, the high water content of rice cakes make them a favorable environment for spoilage microorganisms, resulting to quality concerns of the product. In fact, vendors said that rice cakes would only last up to 3 days. Hence, this project was conducted to optimize the process and formulation of the Pangasinan native delicacies, the tubibo. It also aimed to upgrade its packaging. The standardization of these products can potentially improve the livelihood or income of locals who would venture in the business by increasing market potential and satisfying consumer demands. For the accomplishments, a publication entitled Playing with the Senses, application of box bin can design to optimize the bukayo formulation, was published in Food Research Journal last July 2019. The said publication also won second runner-up for the Outstanding Creative Research in Likha on the 2019 Regional Invention Contest and Exhibits last October 2019. The team also conducted a training entitled Modernizing the Preparation of Pangasinan-Style Tupig, Bibingka, Bukayo, or Tubibo last July 14 to 15, 2020. Attended by the micro, small, and medium enterprises in the region. And a training module was also developed. The team was also invited by a YouTube channel of Dream Agri as resource speakers for a webinar discussing the result of the projects. The process and composition of making purple rice cakes or tupig was filed to the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines for utility model registration last November 2020. Lastly, there are 3 micro, small, and medium enterprises and 1 LGU who signified their intent in the adoption of Tubibo. The PSU DOST Food Innovation Center researchers wishes to share to the participants and other institutions who wanted to submit proposals about native delicacies of the region to support local history revival through food innovation by modernizing technologies of native delicacies. Thank you and good day.
I'm Engineer Rufino Barcala Jr. from the Industrial Technology Development Institute, ITDI, DOST, and today I'll be presenting the DOST-PCIEERD TIA-funded project entitled Establishment of Spray Drying Technology and Equipment from the Regional Food Innovation Centers, Batch 2. This is an offshoot project of the rollout of DOST-developed food processing equipment to the regions, providing advanced food processing equipment where they can conduct R&D and come up with different product prototypes. The total budget for this project is more than 16.8 million, and this is headed by Dr. Norberto G. Ambagan together with other engineers and project support staff. The project aimed to establish spray drying technology and equipment to the 8 partnered regional FICs, namely CAR, Regions 1, 3, 4A, 5, 7, 8, and 12, while 1 is installed in FIC Main, which is located in DOST-ITDI, Bicutan. The objective of the project is to acquire, test, and install spray drying units to the regional FICs, develop equipment operation and training module, train regional staffs on the operation and maintenance of the equipment, and lastly, to conduct spray drying technology seminars to food processors, academic researchers, and prospective adopters in the regions. During the first stage of project implementation, we were able to encounter several problems such as failure in feedings, delay in the delivery of the units, some components of the spray dryer were easily worn out and did not work properly during the initial testing. In the case of regional FICs, Some were not ready to receive the unit because the building is not yet completed. But we were able to get through with all these hurdles eventually. At the end of the project, we were able to accomplish 100% of our deliverables. FIC main staff were trained in the operation and maintenance of spray dryer by China counterpart. 8 units of spray dryer were developed in the regional FICs, while 1 remained at FIC main in ITDI. We were able to transfer spray drying technology to the partner regional FICs, and this includes the training of their staff using various materials available in the regions. At least 24 people trained in spray drying technology. This includes operation, maintenance, and simple troubleshooting. We will also develop training manual on spray drying that can be used as reference by trained staff in the event they miss some important details on the operation and maintenance of the unit. This manual will also be submitted for copyright registration. We were able to produce 7 product prototypes named Calamansi, Pineapple, Bignay, Passion fruit, turmeric, coconut, chicken egg, and Carabao's milk. In December 2020, we conducted an industry forum on spray drying technology attended by industry representatives, researchers, and people from academia. In conclusion, the project was able to address the unavailability of the spray dryer to partnered regions of the Batch 2 FICs. With this advancement in food processing, this will enable the regional FICs to maximize the delivery of innovative solutions to the food industry sector in their respective areas. Through DOST-PCIEERD funding, project like this is possible. So I encourage participants, institutions, to keep on submitting their innovative proposals in order to help in the development and advancement of our local industry.
The project entitled Strengthening the DOST Regional Metrology Laboratory Services was implemented in 2 phases. Phase 1 is from 2012 to 2016, and the second phase is from 2017 to 2019. The Regional Metrology Lab of DOST-STII finds its origin from the establishment of the Regional Metal Testing Center in 1997. Then it was improved to DOST-STII managed Regional Metals Testing Center in 2011. Then further in 2012, it was converted into DOST-STII Regional Metrology Lab or DOST-STII Metrology Instrumentation Laboratory. Until in 2017, it received its second funding from the RML Phase 2 project. Now, I'm going to discuss the Phase 1. This project was implemented by the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technologies Research and Development, or PCIEERD. It was then Engineer Wilbert Balingit, who is the project leader. This is the total budget for the 5-year period, 125,278,983. These are the objectives. Placements are 1, expand and upgrade DOST RML facilities and services. At the end of the project, there were 3 RMLs expanded, 5 RMLs upgraded, 7 RMLs expanded and at the same time upgraded. For accomplishment number 2 or objective number 2, to enhance manpower capability and competency, in 2013, there were 2 training or related activities conducted. In 2014, 4 trainings attended. And in 2015, 7 trainings and related activities attended. Now, under objective number 3, to provide accurate and reliable services to customers, the number of calibration services steadily increased from 2012 to 2016. With a total increase of 222%. The number of firms served was steadily increased except for the years 2014 and 2015, where there is a slight decrease in the number of firms served. However, towards the end of the project, there was a 149% increase. With respect to the number of clients served, there was a steady increase, and at the end of the project, there is a 301% increase. Accomplishment 4, to forge strong linkages with the stakeholders of the industry. These are the activities undertaken: conducted calibration seminars to LGUs, promotion of RML services through SNT Caravan, radio interviews, and National Science and Technology Week celebration, free calibration services rendered to some SUCs, conducted verification of fuel dispensers training to LGUs, conducted training of RML services to some of private companies. Likewise, conducted technical assistance on verification of NAWI or non-automated weighing instruments. With respect to objective number 5, to increase revenue generation, it can be seen that there is a steady increase in the revenue generation of the RMLs all throughout the project life. So at the end of the project, there was a 345.93% increase in the total fees collected in all the RMLs. To achieve ISO and IEC 17025 accreditation for regional metrology laboratory services, at the end of the project, there were 12 RMLs accredited to PAB under 17025. 2 RMLs have tendered their application, and 1 RML prepared its documents for application to accreditation. There was also a total of 37 approved signatories. So let's proceed with the phase 2 of the project. The project is was still implemented by PCIEERD, and yours truly as the project leader. There was a total budget of 126,700,388 for a period of 3 years, from 2017 to 2019. So these are the 5 objectives of the project. Now, at the end of the project, there were 9 RMLs implemented all the expansion scopes. There are 6 who were able to implement all except for 1, and there is only 1 RML who was able to implement only 2 of the 4 expansion scopes. So to conduct awareness seminars and trainings under objective number 2, on completion of the project, there were in 2017, all RMLs met and exceeded their targets with a group performance of 124%. In 2018, there are 11 out of 16 RMLs who meet their targets with 96%. In 2019, there are 13 out of 16 RMLs who meet their targets for a total group performance of 115%. The average overall performance was 111.67. Now, under objective number 3, to harmonize calibration procedures among RMLs, that is from 2017 to 2019, all of the target procedures, including that of the MRDC, were 100% adopted and implemented. There were a total of 98 number of procedures. However, these procedures was not harmonized. It is the NML who prepared a manual and will be distributed to all RMLs, including MRDC, for the harmonized procedure. Objective number 4, That is to maintain and expand the scope of ISO 17025 accreditation. At the end of the project, there were 14 out of 16 RMLs and MIRDC maintained and expanded their PUB accreditation. 2 out of 16 RMLs on reapplication. That's the performance of the whole group. There were a total of 62 PUB approved signatories. Under objective number 5, to sustain the delivery of accurate and reliable services, the number of calibration services rendered, 2017, 9 out of 15 RMLs, including MIRDC, met and exceeded their targets with a group performance of 109.6%. 2018, there was an improved performance with 12 out of 16 met and exceeded their targets for a total group performance of 117.54%. In 2019, 11 out of 16 RMLs, including MRDC, met and exceeded their targets with a group performance 157.9%. The overall average performance at the end of the project is 128.35%. Under number of clients served, 2017, the RMLs, including MRDC, was able to achieve a 109.81% increase, and that is 12,264, 11,160. 2018, there was a 110.87% increase, with the number of clients reaching 16,448. In 2019, the group performance increased to 102.37% with 20,546 clients. The overall average performance was 107.68. The number of firms served, 2017, the group was able to achieve 99.43% performance rating with 7,177 firms served. 2018, the group was able to achieve a 121.69% performance rating with 10,868 firms served. In 2019, the group performance was only 82.91% with 11,678 firms served. There was a total average performance of 101.34%. Now, under total fees collected, in 2017, there was a 185.9% increase with a 29,599,621.5 fees collected. 2018, the group performance is an increase of 114.07% with a total fees collected of 43,075,400 pesos. In 2019, the performance also increased to 112.64% with a total of fees collected amounting to 53,998,797.61 pesos. Average project performance was 137.54% increase in total fees collected. To sustain the delivery of accurate and reliable services under budget utilization rate, in 2017, the group performance was 88.9%, in 2018, 97.1%, and in 2019, 90.10%. The total group performance for the duration of the project of 92.03%. Under the 6 Ps, there is a potential document for publication, and this is the study report on the calibration services provided by RMLs and MIRDC to industries. Project was able to employ 31 personnel on an annual basis. and under placement partnerships, the expansion of grading of RML and MIRDC services enabled the labs to cope up to the needs of industries, LGUs, and other laboratories. Going forward, 1. Additional permanent positions to the RML and MIRDC, and of course RSTL as a whole, must be provided. The approval of National Metrology Law or its equivalent law, loosen the operation of the RSTL by delimiting the applicable or required accreditation, permits, licenses, and similar requirements. Thank you very much.
Salt is a colorless, transparent, or white crystal that is a result of marriage or union of a sodium ion with a chloride ion. It is one of the most basic and essential molecules on Earth that compose of 40% sodium and 60% chloride by weight. It was derived from evaporation of seawater or direct mining from underground or surface deposits. It is being used for cooking, cleaning, deodorizing, preserving in agriculture and in industry. The Philippines, being a tropical country, is blessed to have distinct hot summer and long coastal shorelines suitable for solar salt production, which utilizes abundant and inexhaustible resources of sun and the sea. Solar heat is utilized for the concentration of seawater in the evaporation ponds. The salt product is crystallized in banigans or salt beds, which are usually lined with broken tiles. The crude salt produced is mostly of low quality and hence do not meet the standards required by industry. Since solar salt contains large amount of various impurities, recrystallization of the crude salt is being done to meet the requirements for salt iodization. Iodine is essential for healthy brain development in the fetus and young child. Iodine deficiency negatively affects the health of women as well as economic productivity and quality of life. Most people need an additional source of iodine as it is found in relatively small amounts in the diet. Iodization is the process of fortifying salt for human consumption with iodine and is an effective strategy to increase iodine intake at the population level. In December 20, 1995, Republic Act 8172, an act promoting salt iodization nationwide and for related purposes, otherwise known as the Asin Law, was enacted. This law promotes a national salt iodization program to eliminate iodine deficiency disorder by the year 2000 and achieve a new breed of healthier, more intelligent, more economically empowered, and globally competitive Filipinos. It stipulated that all salt sold in the market for food and feed shall be iodized to maximize the delivery of iodine as micronutrient to the grassroots of the population. That is why the Industrial Technology Development Institute of the Department of Science and Technology developed a comprehensive program for the development of the technology on salt iodization. To start, here are the raw materials of salt iodization: crude salt, potassium iodate, potable water, equipment or materials, scooper or dipper, plastic for packaging, label, and iodizing machine. Procedure: prepare 5% potassium iodate solution by mixing the potassium iodate with water. Be sure that iodate is completely dissolved, then set aside. Put prepared potassium iodate solution into the solution chamber. Start the machine and continue loading salt into the machine at a steady rate for uniform concentration. Using appropriate iodine testing technique, Check the amount of iodine solution and add solution as necessary. Collect iodized salt at the end of screw mixer. Package product in suitable container. Label the product. Salt is now ready.
Hi everyone, I am Janina M. Guarte, an MS Microbiology student from the Institute of Biology, UP Diliman, and my mentor is Dr. Joyce A. Ibana. DOST-PCIEERD has given me the invaluable experience and privilege of being a grantee of the 2018 Young Innovators Program. Through my approved proposal with a budget of 970,000 pesos, I started my journey of translating my idea into an innovation that can address specific industry problems in the country. My project is entitled Nice for Gut, capitalizing on microbial interactions for improving the shelf life and gut health benefits of Carabao's milk product. We envision a product, Nice for Gut, that will transform Carabao's milk with 4 major benefits. Our innovation is based on our preliminary experiments that utilized a microbial cocktail for processing Carabao's milk into whey and cheese products through the process of lactic acid fermentation. So what are the industry problems that you want to address? First, Carabao's milk products in the Philippines are known to easily spoil and has short shelf life. Second, there is milk wastage as seasonal surplus of Carabao's milk may lead to profit losses due to rancidity and unsold milk. Nice for Gut seeks to offer a solution by providing a quality, high-value product made from Carabao's milk. My project proposal has 2 objectives. First, we aim to process Carabao's milk into cheese using a well-characterized microbial starter culture. Second, we evaluate our cheese for its health benefits to consumers. For my project accomplishments, we successfully produced our Nice for Gut product, a 3-month-old aged cheese processed with the use of a Lactobacillus probiotic starter with known anti-gut pathogen activity. Live lactic acid bacteria were determined to be present in the product in sufficient amounts per gram to assure a favorable impact on a consumer's health upon intake. Nutritional analysis was also conducted on the cheese product. Sensory evaluation with 75 panelists established the product safety and product acceptability of our cheese among consumers. Nice for Gut cheese probiotic starter can survive in the gut after consumption due to its high pH tolerance and bile tolerance. The product can also contribute to gut health with its observed anti-Shigella activity in vitro assays for both the cheese product and pure culture of the starter. Various design labels and packaging for the product were also generated. We have filed a trademark application for our Nice for Gut design to IPOPHIL. UPDTT-BDO has also assisted us by conducting invention disclosure and preliminary prior art search. Until the pandemic is over, we have no definite plans yet for our presentation until we complete our IP documentation with the UP Diliman Technology Transfer and Business Development Office. We are planning to transfer our technology of making aged Carabao's milk cheese to the Philippine Carabao Center. This project has been pitched to Dr. Claro Mingala, the OIC Director of PCC, who signed the letter of intent to collaborate with us. We will also pursue the technology transfer to PCC when the situation is more permissive for us to do so. We are currently submitting a cradle proposal with Malagos Farmhouse for this year 2021. Together with my mentor, we realized that product development came with its own set of challenges that we never encountered before in basic scientific research. We faced challenges on scalability, product standardization, and consumer acceptability. We recognized our weaknesses and collaborated with the people who had experience in those areas where we lacked. Slowly, we began to overcome these problems with the help of our collaborators from the College of Home Economics and Institute of Chemistry. Together, we were able to produce our cheese prototype. For our youth who are carrying seeds of brilliant solutions, the Young Innovators Program will be a great opportunity to apply your theoretical knowledge in research that have potential for commercialization. Proper funding and support from start to end allows for a well-planned and good research study. My YIP journey has been a period of growth for me, not only as a student researcher, but as a youth contributing to bringing positive change in our country. To quote, "Knowledge is in power until it is applied." Indeed, YIP has empowered me to be able to apply my knowledge and develop a product for commercialization. For this enriching journey, I would like to thank PCIEERD Young Innovators Program, my mentors, my collaborators, my friends, my family, and of course God for always giving me these experiences to redirect me to my path of passion and calling. I know that this is just my beginning.
Thank you for the second set of presentation of our completed projects under the industry segment. Again, may I call on our speakers for the Q&A? So we have Dr. Ursula Bigol, Dr. Patricia Asanza, Ms. Veronica Austria, Dr. Norbert Ambagan, represented by Mr. Rufino Barcala Jr., Engineer Romualito Tacbian, Dr. Annabel Briones, Ms. Janina M. Guarte with her mentor, Dr. Joyce Ibanas. And good morning po. We will now be having our question and answer portion. So I guess everyone's video or all the speakers' video are open. Let's start the question and answer portion. So medyo marami tayong question dito sa Q&A. Let's start po with the first question. And this question is for, I believe this is for Dr. Ursula Bigol, from Ms. Nicolas or Mr. Nicolas Karunungan. For the Dextran group, you mentioned that the raw material for the process is coconut water, which you found difficult to acquire. What component of the water is being fermented to dextran? Is there any alternative? For example, some general type of sugar?
Coconut water, because the coconut being used by our partner is organically grown as a primary requirement by Japan. Sucrose is the primary element being converted to glucose and to high fructose syrup. So other than sucrose, coconut water has other minerals and amino acids necessary to sustain the growth of microorganisms. And we would like also to utilize coconut water because this is an agricultural waste and it is always present in bulk amount. So we would like also to utilize this coconut water for conversion into higher valued products.
Thank you, Dr. Ursula, for your answer. I hope that answers your question, Sir Nicolas. All right, moving on to our next question. So this next question is for Ms. Veronica Austria for the project Development, Standardization, and Characterization Studies of Tupig, Bukayo, and Bibingka. So how can interested SMEs avail to BBU training? Is it open for SMEs from other regions? And can this be done through an online platform? And will there be fees?
Yes. We welcome all the interested SMEs. You just send email to us. Thank you.
Thank you po, Dr. Austria. Ayun, we hope that answers the question. So you can send an email daw po to Dr. Austria if you want to avail the 2B boot training. So, all right. For the third question, we have a question here for Dr. Asansa. For Dr. Asansa's project on competency building on halal and its prerequisite programs for personnel of food service and manufacturing industries on the Philippines of SEA Games 2019. The question is, what are the next steps or plans of the project team?
Okay, we are planning to bring the manuscript to ASEAN. Although I am no longer the focal person of the Food Science and Technology Subcommittee for ASEAN, I would endorse the promotion of manuscript for all the countries in ASEAN because that will be useful. Likewise, the manuscript that was developed in the project will also be promoted for local sports event in the Philippines to accommodate the needs of Muslims, our brothers who would need halal food during the events.
All right. Thank you po, Dr. Asansa, for answering that question. All right, let's move. We have a question, another question here from Q&A section from Sir Nicholas again. I guess this is for Miss Janina for the Nice for God program or project. For the Carabao Milk Group, you mentioned that the fermentation process took 3 months to complete. Is this fast enough for you? Are you looking to increase the rate of the process, the growth rate of the lactobacillus strain? And thanks and congrats on the project.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Nicolas. So just to clarify, the 3-month process is the aging process. The actual fermentation process for making the product, it only takes us 1 day actually, less than a day. But for this product, this is an aged Carabao's cheese prototype. So it's aged for 3 months in the refrigerator. So this enables us to produce a product that can be consumed even after a few months. It's not a fresh type of product like quesong puti. So for the next question, looking to increase the rate of the process, growth rate of the lactobacillus strain. So for our starter, our lactobacillus strain, we only standardized it for 2 days. That's its normal growth for its log phase. So I think that's the standard growth period already for our strain.
Thank you, Ms. Janina, for your answer. All right. So yeah, we have a very limited time for the Q&A. I will be asking the last question. And this question po is for Dr. Norbert Ambagan, represented by Mr. Rufino Barcala Jr. So are the spray-dried products already available for licensing or adoption? What are the rates for use of the spray drying equipment?
Yung ating pong spray dryer ay ang cost niya po ay mga nasa 1.2M, 1.2M at yung mga product po ay for licensing pa lang po yung mga na-produce po ng mga product.
All right. Thank you for that, Sir Rufino. All right. So for those questions po, if you still have questions, please keep them coming in our Q&A chat box. Our presenter will be able to answer them in the Q&A section. All right. So before we move on the next segment or the next sector, may I request all of our speakers, the first and second set, to please open your video camera so that we could do a photo opportunity, so we could take group photos. So may I call on again, we have from the first set of speakers, Ms. Leia Dahay, Ms. Michelle Evaristo, Ms. Grace Noceja, Ms. Lourdes Montevirgen, Ms. Rosemary S. Salazar, Dr. Rosalinda Torres, Again, Dr. Ursula Bigol, Dr. Patricia Asansa, Ms. Veronica Austria, Dr. Ambagan, represented by Sir Rufino Barcala, Engineer Takbian, Dr. Annabel Briones, Ms. Janina Guarte with her mentor, Dr. Joyce Ip. So let us open our video camera so that we could take a group photo. Alright, open na ba ang ating video? Yes. Let's see. Miss Leia, hindi pa po ata naka-open ang inyong video. We'll wait for you so we can take the group photo. All right. So, okay. So, for our IT team, I hope you can take the photo. I will count 1, 2, 3 po. All right. At the count of 1, 2, 3, smile. Again, ito pa po. 1, 2, 3. More time, okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. I think nakuha naman ng ating IT team ang ating group photo. Ayan. Thank you again for our first set of presenters. So for questions po ulit, please type it in our question and answer section or on the comment section in our Facebook. That's DOST-PCIEERD, that's the Facebook page. We are also live streaming in our Facebook. So moving on, let's now move forward. So the next presentations that you will see are the PCIEERD's completed projects under the emerging technology sector.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nestor Tiglao, and I'm here to present about our Fast Track project. The title is Open Water Validation and Product Enhancement of Smart Surface, and the implementing agency is the National Engineering Center in UP Diliman, with yours truly as a project leader. And the duration was March 18, 2019 to December 17, 2020, with a budget of 8.8 million. There are currently a lot of interactive boards in the market, but the problem is that they cost a lot and they are not portable. So our smart surface system is a technology that allows us to convert flat surfaces into interactive interfaces, and it's composed of a set of sensors that we put in the corners, and this allows us to detect taps on those surfaces. There's a big market potential for schools, restaurants, and electronics, as well as events industry, to use this kind of technology. So initially in the Fast Track project, we identified events as the target market. And the objective was to improve the prototype of the smart surface and conduct market validation. The specific objectives are outlined here, and it was mainly to improve the hardware, come up with a software, a web app that can be used for the events industry. And then also part of it is to incorporate a startup that would commercialize the technology and validate it with the customers. Now, we have accomplished these objectives, but we pivoted in terms of identifying our market segment. So instead of the events industry, we saw that the technology would have a better or larger impact in the educational sector. And here you see this picture. We were able to validate this with the students from the Philippine School for the Deaf. And as you can see, the progression of the technology from a raw prototype. Now we have an industrially designed prototype with potential users using it. However, we saw that when we looked at the performance, that in the market there are already existing competitors, and these competitors have better features in their product that puts our product at a disadvantage. So that made us decide to, number one, pivot or change the technology by tweaking the sensors, and secondly, to identify a specific market niche. And in this case, we chose the preschool market segment. So the challenges that we encountered included identifying the weaknesses of the technology in terms of accuracy and precision, and how it's impacted or affected by the type of surface as well as the size of the projection. And when we asked the potential customers and users, they preferred a larger projection size and also support for multi-touch. So we took all of this into account to inform how we will proceed with further development. And here's the result of the survey that we conducted and the prototype that we developed as part of this fast track project. Now, my suggestions would be for you and your team to conduct a patent search and a market research early on in the life of the project, so that you'll be able to determine the possibility of being able to patent your technology or your product, and then be able to also identify at least the initial market segment. Secondly, to let your potential customers inform you, and this is the so-called market pool. So a lot of us researchers, we push our technology to the market, so there's a technology push, but we should also get the feedback from potential customers. Number three, we should identify our competitors, because that will affect the commercial viability of our technology. And number four, do not be afraid to fail, to take risks, and once you are able to identify what you need to change and improve on, to be able to forge on and improve the technology, so that the goal, your original goal of what you want to provide to the society or to your potential customers can be achieved. So in short, we should not be so fixated on just one type of technology or approach. We should be open to innovation, so that we can achieve our ultimate goal. Thank you very much.
Good day to all. Today I'm going to present the marine nanocoat, an anti-corrosion, anti-barnacle, and anti-UV for ship application. Our project is entitled Product Testing and Market Validation of Marine Nanocoat for Anti-Corrosion, Anti-Barnacle, Anti-UV Coating for Ship Application. I'm the project leader. I'm Dr. Gil Donato Santos. Implementing agency is De La Salle University. Our cooperating agencies is Blue Sea Energy Technology Incorporated. And our source of fund is DOST-PCIEERD with a total budget of 4.7 million. It all started with a shipping industry problem. The water pollution that caused ships to get early for maintenance due to corrosion and barnacle attachment. The challenge is to develop an economical and environmental friendly coating that can withstand a highly corrosive environment and at the same time protect marine species. Hence, the marine nanocoat was developed. We submitted the fast track proposal to DOST-PCIEERD RITTD in 2018 and was for technical evaluation, and by January of 2019 we started the one-year project. The project aimed to synthesize a nanocomposite material that is characterized by its material composition and run through a series of tests for its anti-corrosion, anti-barnacle, and anti-UV properties. Under the Fast Track program, iNano was tasked with researching and adjusting the coating for industry specification. Budget granted was allocated for raw materials, equipment, personnel, testing fees, subscription, cash program. Project team is composed of me. We have a technical lead, Ms. Normie Jean Sahor, our material scientist, Mark Torrichiba and Martin Fernandez, our market validation officer, Ms. Gillian Santos, and a biologist, Ms. Raquel Concepcion. Our industry partner is Mr. Andy Menjola of Blue Sea Tech Corporation and Mr. Paul Santos of Bonanza Shipping Company. Our rationale. Biofouling is responsible for the increase in the water resistance of ships, leading to 60% more drag, 10% speed reduction, and 40% increase in fuel consumption. The global shipping industry costs associated with the biofouling prevention, vessel maintenance, and fuel consumption are estimated to be $200 billion annually. The current solutions in the market are different maritime coatings for anti-fouling and anti-corrosion, which is sold separately. Using multiple coatings and paints together brings about longer maintenance time due to multiple layers. The coatings currently on the market have relatively limited lifespan with most of them being toxic to marine life. To address this problem, a nanotechnology-based approach was taken. The attempt had the aim of tuning these different properties and increasing coating lifespan and reducing its toxicity. Our product, Marine Nanocoat, is a coating that has anti-corrosion, anti-UV, and anti-barnacle properties. It reduces maintenance costs by being applied to a ship's hull in an alternative to multiple layers of protecting paint. It leads to faster maintenance of ships and subsequently lower downtime. It increases fuel efficiency during voyages due to its anti-fouling properties. Our objective is to fabricate the material and the production process and coating. To characterize the coating by testing the strength, physical, and chemical properties, conduct physicochemical tests, toxicity, coating degradation, market validation, and business plan development. Our accomplishment, we have a patent applied, and products, we have an initial batch of Marine Nanocoat and a purchase order. For people, we have 1 permanent faculty member, 1 PhD student, and 4 MS students. For places and partnership, we have a promotion of the Marine Nanocoat, 1 industry partner, and an ongoing incubation at Animal Labs. Our awards, second prize for the 7th DTech Fair Best Exhibit Competition. Our technical challenges. Issue 1 is how to validate if the Marine Nanocoat exhibit the features claimed. The project team has conducted various testing in the lab and the shipyard to get a better understanding of the composition of the coating, as well as to verify if it exhibits anti-corrosive and anti-barnacle properties. Issue 2 is how to ensure the coating developed is repeatable and scalable. The project team has conducted multiple trials both at the lab and in the field to ensure better results. How to ensure that work resumes smoothly even during the pandemic. The project team complied with the rules of the university with regard to lab work schedules. Meeting with DPO and Animo Labs were conducted online. And issue 4 is how to strengthen the collaboration with the industry partner. The project team communicates with the industry partner regarding the development of the product and the schedule of product testing in the shipyard. The way forward is we want to scale up our current production process, to acquire a patent, to acquire certification, produce policies, and further do market validation in comparison with competitors. For my colleagues who would like to submit a fast-track proposal, meet and discuss with the industry regarding their problem, estimate the time of completion from start to finish, prepare the laboratory and the actual site of product testing, and learn how to become an entrepreneur. Thank you, DOST-PCIEERD, RITTD, Ms. Russell Pili, Engineer Edward Apigo, and Engineer Daniel Malapitan. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, it's my pleasure to share to you our project entitled Enhancement, Field Validation, and Market Readiness of Unit-Based Nanobio Sensor for the detection of E. coli, E. coli 15787, and Salmonella enterica in water feed and farm produced, implemented at TPLD Barita with the cooperation of Michigan State University and the Technology Transfer Business Development Office of UPLD, funded by DOST-PCIEERD, monitored by RITTD PCIEERD, with a budget of more than $8 million for 2 years and 8 months of extension. This project will not be feasible without assistance of several people, 4 project staff from our institute, and with the advice of Dr. Lucilia and also Glenn Navicados of PTBDO. And the full-time project staff are chemists and chemical engineers, and also assisted by laboratory technicians. And we also have to acknowledge our shared monitors. Ms. Villanueva during year 1 and Engineer Zamora during year 2. Why this research project? Well, we all know that bad bacteria leads to health and socioeconomic problems. And in 2017, WHO reported that more than 1 billion cases of diarrheal infection causes disability worldwide. And fatality was more than 500,000 children. And also in the Philippines, around 150,000 cases, with 10,000 children dying out of infection of Salmonella and toxic E. coli, contributing at more than 90% of all the cases. And this project also responds to the call for sustainable development goals. Number 3, good health and well-being, and 6, clean water and sanitation. For the industry, have solutions for this one. Of course, the main method of detection is the microbiological way, but it is time consuming and problems of product happens. Also, there are newer methods like immunological detection, but it's quite costly and specificity and sensitivity is quite poor and takes more time also. Molecular detection is very accurate, but it will require expensive equipment and processing and reagent preparations require highly skilled analysts. So this technology would like to make it faster and also more accurate with the help of nanotechnology using magnetic nanoparticles and then specific DNA probes or oligonucleotides, which would specifically hybridize the target DNA, and separation is made possible magnetically. And then after that, also with the help of the biogenerated capture probe, it would only be the one be attached to the spin-printed carbon electrode, which upon electrochemical measurement, the data would show that how it would be accurately identified. So this is a rundown of our objectives, and these objectives almost we completed most of them, except the certification and some of the IP protection and also the validation experiments brought about by the pandemic. But anyway, for 6Ps, for the patent or IP, we have the prior art search, invention disclosure, and also the quick census trademark, and we also applied for patent for E. coli probe, and the Salmonella probe is also being drafted. Now also we have copyrightable materials like the standard operating procedure and the complex and boosters. And for the products, we have the detection and capture probes for E. coli and Salmonella, and the protocols and prototypes of the DNA nanobio sensor, and also the business model, data cell protections. And also we assisted students, 5 students, 3 of them are graduate students, and 3 graduated. And also some of the exhibitions we participated into, and also we partnered with several institutions and water providers, feed providers, or manufacturers, and also analytical service laboratories. We're also able to draft one journal paper for publication, and also presented 2 oral papers with presidents who are in international conference. The policy is a bit more. To summarize, our team's and milestones are we were able to design DNA probes for the pathogens of interest. We did extensive in-house validation, a proof of concept for our technology with high accuracy and sensitivity, and we did a preliminary field and independent laboratory testing on real samples. And for the commercialization, we did customer discovery. We also initiated collaboration with various companies and laboratories. For commercialization, we also drafted the quick look and formulated the business model canvas, value proposition canvas, and financial projections. And we processed IP protection applications for patents and trademarks. And we also obtained some awards, best technical papers, and best poster papers for finalists in one of the tech transfer domain. Now, the competitive advantages are shown in here, and then basically detection time is shorter, sensitivity is also less, more sensitive with less cells. Then also portability is possible because it's battery operated, and also the equipment is less costly. For the challenges, cost procurement, so we need to be careful in preparing our PPMPs, DVs, and consistent follow-ups. And the pandemics also backed down our experiments and suspended some of our field validation. So we also requested for project extension, which is granted, like we showed you, but still it was not adequate. Now, IP arrangement with the Michigan State University needs constant communication through virtual and real, and again, the costly certification protocols. Just try to publish using the AOAC protocols, and we'll just focus on local certification and verifying agency. So what needs to be done? It's patenting, and then also application for certification, and then continued R&D for improved technology and development probes for other pathogens, so that our vision to be available in water, feed, and farm businesses, and also developing other in-innovative sensors will be feasible. Perhaps in a 5-year or 4-year time, we'll be able to do some mass production. But thank you very much for your kind attention. And I'd like to acknowledge again to share UST, RITTD, MSU, and then PLB Biotech video for this one. We'd like also to encourage those to continue applying for such projects. Thank you very much.
Good day. I will be presenting our project entitled Establishment of an Additive Manufacturing Research Laboratory. 4 years ago, I was sent to the United States for a 6-month additive manufacturing training at Case Western Reserve University with Professor Gilberto Advincula. One notable accomplishment from that training was the publication of this paper, which has already been cited over 500 times since 2018. This shows my presentation during Fisheries Governing Council last March 2018, and this was taken during the inauguration last April 2019. The facility is composed of several subunits, wet lab, characterization lab, prototyping lab, and makerspace. 3D printing or additive manufacturing is demonstrated in this slide. This technology is diffuse deposition modeling, which is similar to the principle of a glue gun, wherein you have a molten material being extruded from a nozzle, and then the material is created layer by layer. 3D printing is now being adopted by the industry, for example, in construction, dentistry, medicine, electronics, automotive, aerospace, and many others, where complex designs are required with short lead time and small lot sizes. There is a need for the Philippines to establish research programs regarding 3D printing. The objectives is to provide a facility to characterize materials, develop new polymer materials for 3D printing, provide a facility for rapid prototyping, provide a facility to design and analyze parts, develop new technologies, provide a venue where faculty and students can share and create ideas, and provide a facility to 3D print polymer parts. This slide shows the summary of our accomplishments. The second, these are the 6 P's, and the second column shows the target accomplishments that we set with the DOST, and these are the actual. These last column are the actual accomplishments of the laboratory. Let me go into detail. For the publications, so instead of 6 P's, we have 12 P's of AMREL. So for the publications, we published 11 papers in different scientific peer-reviewed and Scopus index journals. For the places, one notable accomplishment is the 11 million grant we obtained from CHED for the establishment of a sustainability center. This center was conceptualized because of the problems that we had in reducing waste and recycling wastes in our laboratory. People services, we were able to reach out to many people, high schools, professionals, college students. Products, we partnered with hospitals in solving their problems. In this case, hospital bed coupling and others. For the patents, we submitted 2 applications, one for utility model and another for industrial design. For the policy, we included additive manufacturing in the BS Industrial Engineering curriculum. Public service, as I mentioned, we have reached out to over 3,000 frontliners, wherein we produced face shields and ear guards. And for trainings, we also partnered with the Rizal Technological University, Pangasinan State University, DOST, DOST-PCIEERD, and other institutions here in Bataan. We promoted science and technology by training high school and college students and teachers. We participated in relevant organizations. In my case, I'm a member of the Advanced Manufacturing Center Steering Committee. I'm a member of BPSTC 88 Additive Manufacturing, and I'm the convener of the Working Group 3, Testing Methods and Quality Specifications, and have also been recently accepted as a member of the global ISO TC261 on additive manufacturing. We have several projects on the protection of the environment, a total of 18, recycling and other initiatives. We developed partnerships with local and international institutions and represented in several international and local conferences. The research laboratory has now transitioned into a research center and will continually engage the community to conduct multi, inter, and transdisciplinary research and development activities related to additive manufacturing. We'd like to thank the DOST, officials and staff, Professor Advincula, BPSU officials, and the local community. Thank you for listening.
Greetings. I'll be talking about the preserved DOST-funded IDP project titled Establishment of the University of San Carlos Laboratory of Computational Functional Materials, Nanoscience and Nanotechnology, LCFMNN. The budget is around 6,707,904. Our PCIEERD DOST contact and sponsors are Engineer Hermi Bacara, who was the BSP coordinator on our initial contact, and Dr. C.P. David, who was the DOST secretary at that time, and also our contact, and who approached the project. This lab was proposed and granted during my long-term BALIC scientist, and hence assumed the project as a project leader. The idea is to establish a world-class computational laboratory for advancing knowledge boundary, pushing technology limits through computational experiments. This lab is under the Theoretical and Computational Sciences and Engineering Group at the Department of Physics, headed by Dr. Roland A. Soto. Advances in R&D of new materials for various modern applications will rely heavily on the computational aided device design, CAD, and computational aided screening with artificial intelligence, that is AI-CAS, for desired material properties and device characteristics. With this laboratory, research group nationwide could be guided in the research before embarking on the costly actual material synthesis and device fabrication process, which tend to be a trial and error process. This lab could train graduate students at the forefront of software engineering, scientific visualization and real-time movies, computational materials, nano-device designs, and energy harvesting device R&D. This lab could also become a outsourcing service center on computational material science and device design. The objectives are to be a national hub for quantum transport simulation of charge, exciton, and spin to support R&D of new materials and devices, to set up high-performance computing facilities capable of massively parallel processing, large-scale simulations, and real-time movie rendering, basically to imitate or simulate real experiment, to train researchers on computational techniques and software tools that could assist in novel materials and nano-device R&D, and frankly, to assist them in their professional career afterwards, to host researchers and students from collaborating laboratories, to formulate numerical algorithm for massively parallel simulation for high-performance functional materials and nano-device design, to apply patents on novel nano-device designs, proprietary numerical algorithms, and other information technology breakthroughs produced at the lab. On accomplishment, we have here a list of the members' publications. Listed are the topic of research publication in international research journal, namely the Journal of Physics Communication, Physical B, and a citable archival which can be accessed through this webpage. We also have American Institute of Physics, AIP conference proceeding, which was published in late December. We have established ongoing activities at the lab in terms of PhD and MS project. Some of these are related to photosynthesis and photosynthetic devices, the device physics using Monte Carlo code, quantum transport across paramagnetic quantum well, spin pumping transport based on spin civic peak for energy harvesting and spin batteries, and also development of Coda-Putran massively parallelism techniques. In terms of personal training, we have developed advanced basic course material, non-equilibrium quantum transport physics, statistical field theory, and field theory of condensed matter physics. We also guide MS student and vice PhD student, 3 MS students and 3 PhD students. In terms of physics, we are developing a center for theoretical condensed matter physics at Cebu Normal University to serve as a purely theoretical support for advanced computing at LCFMNN at UC. We are guiding PhD students from CNU and other universities. We are seeking collaboration nationwide and international research institutions. The challenges we have is the lack of new enrollment for graduate students, as you see, This is partly because of free public universities are steering away new students. Moreover, our PhD student does not work full-time on the research. They should be employed by UC as a research assistant through faculty research grant. In conclusion, the device physics of new and emerging novel materials is highly complex and not very well understood, and therefore has to be fully studied using both theoretical and powerful computer simulations to avoid costly trial and error experiments. A way forward for our lab is that USC has ongoing university-wide research proposal to pursue DOST on functional materials, nanoscience, and nanotechnology. And the lab needs to advertise the attractive and fruitful pursuits of computational R&D to brilliant young minds through the lab websites, posters, and so forth, to attract new graduate students on pursued DOST scholarship and research assistantship. Moreover, pursued DOST shall increase subsidizing the private research universities in terms of research funding and graduate student scholarships to counteract free public universities. We continue to pursue the establishment of CTCMP at CNU, and this has been informally started on our recent publication, and this is accessible to this website. Well, let me present some inspiring pictures of the inaugurations of the lab. This was published by Michael Angelo Francisco on March 10, 2020. Thank you for listening.
Welcome to the CLSU Nanotechnology R&D facility. This project, entitled Acquisition of Laboratory Equipment in Support of the Facility for Nanotechnology R&D in CLSU. DOST-PCIEERD funded 7.3 million pesos on the project entitled Acquisition of Laboratory Equipment in Support of the Facility for Nanotechnology R&D in CLSU. The facility focuses on providing new technologies and innovations that gear towards the advancement of agrofishery sector. This project is led by yours truly, together with our Vice President for Research and Extension, Dr. P.L. Kula. As defined, nanotechnology is a multi-interdisciplinary science with application in a wide area of fields such as biology, material science, chemistry, physics, and electronics. Its widespread commercial adoption is fast-growing as the applications have huge importance in our daily lives, such as the improvement of existing industrial processes, materials, and application by scaling them down to the nanoscale, harnessing the unique quantum and surface properties that matter exhibit. As such, the CLSU is bent in contributing significantly to modernize the agriculture and fishery sector as prescribed in the Republic Act 8435 to enhance their profitability and prepare the seed sectors for the challenges of globalization through an adequate focus on national delivery of necessary support service with nanotechnology application. Initially, the university has ventured on undertaking research on nanotechnology with the procured high-tech equipment through the aid of various funding agencies and collaborations with established nanotechnology R&D institutions. To date, CLSU was able to generate fund support amounting to 50.8 million, wherein 5 million is for the establishment of nanotech R&D facility from DE-BAR, with a counterpart funding of 3.5 million from CLSU for the procurement of basic equipment needed, 30 million from the DBM, 5 million from the DOST-PCIEERD for the purchase of equipment, and 7.3 million under the completed PCIEERD funded project. Nanotechnology may be a young field and the facility in itself is also new. Nevertheless, it was able to breed R&D breakthrough and gradually but significantly contributing in the milestones of nanotechnology. In CLSU, through the facility, we were able to develop the following nanotechnology products for inclusion and business incubation. On the other hand, it is gratifying to know that our efforts were not wasted, as can be seen through the awards and recognition that the nanotechnology team have received. We would also like to give credit to our partners and collaborators because aside from the fact that they are helping us again attain our visions and goals, they also contribute to help us grow in the nanotechnology field. The following are major partners and collaborators: international universities from Thailand, namely the Thammasat University, Meiju University in Chiang Mai, and Kasitrat University. Also in the issues is Pampanga State Agricultural University, DEMZO in La Union, Mariano Marcos State University in Batak, Mindanao State University in General Santos, University of Mindanao. For government institutions, we have PCIEERD, PCIEERD, PhilRISE, and PhilMIC. The nanotechnology R&D facility, equipped with the appropriate laboratory equipment, is an important avenue to strengthen the linkage between instruction, teaching, research, and extension endeavor of CLSU, as it benefits the stakeholder, specifically the farmers, fisher folks, extension workers, students, and other researchers. Moreover, it opened for a well-appreciated linkage with the government institution such as the Material Science Division of ITDI DOST and the DOST-PCIEERD, who are willing to collaborate with the university in nanotechnology R&D endeavors. Furthermore, much can be shared with the SUSs and other agricultural research institutions in the region in terms of shared facility, capacity building, and collaborative R&D. The facility will serve as a common ground to all stakeholders that can be brought together in an effort to collectively respond to the challenge of vigorously pursuing nanotechnology R&D in the country. Lastly, the CLSU Nanotechnology R&D open for service laboratory. We welcome you all to our CLSU R&D facility. Thank you and good day.
Okay, good day to everyone. My name is Van Owen Cisaldo, and I'm going to make this introduction of the UP Cebu Cybersecurity Research and Extension Center. Now, here's a project overview. The UP Cebu Cybersecurity Center was a project proposed last February 2016, and it was approved and funded by DOST-PCIEERD through HRIDD last February 2018 and ended last February 2020. The budget was around 4.975 million for equipment and training. The cybersecurity laboratory was intended for collaborative research and extension programs to make cybersecurity education more relevant to the non-technical users. Of course, in addition to providing research work to improve the cybersecurity body of knowledge. The motivation was capability enhancement to help UP Cebu. Initially, was to help UP Cebu strengthen its security posture. Later on, branched out to collaborative research, computer security, data privacy, and community education. The team was composed of the following. We are led by the project leader, Dr. Robert Rojas, who is from the Department of Computer Science in UP Cebu. And the members are yours truly, Van Owen, Belly, Francis, Joran, Irene. These are the members of the UP Cebu Information Technology Center. Collaborators and beneficiaries are the following. We have faculty and students, cybersecurity researchers, not just in UP Cebu, but all over the region, because this is a collaborative facility. Government offices, industry, and of course, the country, Philippines. Objectives, number one, was to create a solid platform for cybersecurity research. Now, we needed a venue, we needed space to really help us do research or improve our skills. So the laboratory was essential because by then we could play with a lot of hardware and a lot of software configurations that could help us push the envelope in the field. Number two, develop cybersecurity courses for the Department of Computer Science. Now, the DCS of UP Cebu is a center of excellence in computing by CHED, and it would make sense if we implemented or enhanced the curriculum to include security, even at the very basics, when students start to learn about computers. Develop training curriculum for end users, non-tech users, for their protection. Now, we all know that at some point, the human factor is always the riskiest factor when we deal with security. So we wanted to build a curriculum to make security understandable, computer security understandable to the common non-technical users, to put themselves and their companies in a better position to, of course, fend off security attacks. Number 4, contribute to producing security-ready workforce. Now, this is related to objective number 2. Once your students are already immersed with security down from the very basics, then we might have a chance to have people who will be ready to run upon graduation and be solid contributors to the industry. So what can we do in the lab? Now we have a cyber range in the lab. We attempted to put a cyber range, but it's still going on. Now there were a lot of frameworks that we tried, but yeah, we're still looking at the best possible configuration. We also tried putting in the capture the flag systems. That's working. Of course, collaboration would be appreciated for those who are interested. Network simulations, we can toy around with virtual network designs, try out security scenarios, and of course, plan out possible solutions to network security issues. Tech training, we use virtualized environment to simulate or create vulnerable computers that students and users can use to train. Non-tech training can be conducted teacher-led training using the laboratory facilities, conduct seminars for non-technical individuals and groups. Now, key technologies are virtualization systems, security information and event management systems, microcomputers, IoT, and machine learning. Actual accomplishment of the laboratory was set up. It can be used now by researchers, not just from UP Cebu, also all over the region. We've been able to establish best practice baseline based on ITIL, ISO, IT governance frameworks like COVID-5, and we started implementing this in our own IT operations to validate with actual operational data. Trainings. We have had trainings for faculty members of the computer science department. We also had trainings for certification from TIA, Security Plus, Network Plus, and all other security certifications. And of course, we plan to have more. All right. We also held conferences co-sponsored by industry partners. And we've also been able to do training materials that can be used and reused, not just by UP Cebu and other institutions would like to look at it. So products, we have our own campus notification system, and we also have our job queue system and research candidate. We have a use for Raspberry Pi or similar micro form factor computers to check packets from malicious network requests. Challenges were the capabilities, of course. We were optimistic initially to have the cybersecurity center, but when everything came into play, it was a very huge field. So we really needed to find a niche. And so we found it by pushing onto the secure programming practices and, of course, secure usage of computer systems for the non-tech users. And of course, establishing a network was very, very challenging. But of course, there are a lot of people who would want to help out. We just have to reach out and see how we can provide support, how they can provide support. That's the usual networking stuff. So moving forward, we would want to have a malware analysis lab. This we ran short of time, and we hope that we can still have more support from the DOST shared for this in the future. Yep. And expand the collaborator network. Definitely, we cannot do this alone. We need academic support, industry support, and of course, government support. So thank you so much. That's the University of the Philippines Cybersecurity Research and Extension Center.
A pleasant day to everyone. It is such an honor to be here today with you all. We want to welcome all of you to the 2021 Philippine Research, Development, and Innovation Conference. I am Manelo Due with my fellow proponents Christoph Escuna and Arvin Flores, along with our research mentor Mrs. Lolita G. Bautista. We are from Angeles City Science High School, and we are the proponents of the research project entitled Paper 1, the utilization of biowax extracts on non-wood materials for water-resistant paper production.
Our project was a simple idea, one among several others, which was submitted as an entry to the 2019 Young Innovators Program, enabling the youth to innovate for the public's benefit. It is common knowledge that paper production has been a major contributor to the depletion of trees caused by continuous deforestation, which leads to many deadlier calamities. Not to mention that the process utilizes hazardous chemicals to achieve specific properties, these being textile strength and water resistance. As a solution, we used organic materials such as abaca fibers as a substitute to the paper derived from trees, as well as taro leaf extracts to achieve the desirable properties of paper without chemical reagents. By doing this, we created a much more efficient and improved paper, which causes no threat to people and the environment whatsoever.
We performed different methods in experimentation that were supervised by the Department of Science and Technology, Forest Products Research and Development Institute, as well as the University of the Philippines, Los Baños Chemistry Department in making the paper and applying the bioax. The knowledge that we've gathered from the highly respected professionals we have encountered were of great value, as their suggestions really served as helpful guidelines all throughout our experimentation. Afterwards, we conducted various testings to test the properties of the paper, which yielded successful results. The results showed that the tensile strength, burst strength, water resistancy, and other properties of the coated abaca paper is much better than the uncoated ones.
Now, onto our list of our achievements and accomplishments.
Our region to the National NSRC has a project code of PST SDO 7+7!
Aside from becoming one of the grantees under the 2019 Young Innovators Program, we also have our fair share of other accomplishments, such as becoming the 2019 Division Science and Technology Fair champion in Angeles City, and becoming the champion of the 2019 Regional Science and Technology Fair in Region 3. But we must not forget about the hurdles we had to get over to get where we are now. Technical difficulties, misunderstandings, time constraints, and the pandemic. We faced them with courage and faith, knowing that everything would turn out well because we had each other's backs. Currently, our paper is in the process of publication. Our project is also in collaboration with the Department of Science and Technology, Forest Products Research and Development Institute in making more innovative changes in our PESA bills, like replacing the use of chemicals for organic materials.
Moving forward, we'll participate in various research competitions such as the Global Youth Science and Technology Fair in Hong Kong and the International Science Project Competition headed by the INTOC Global to share our discoveries.
We were given the chance to make a difference, and we stood up to the challenge. Research is indeed difficult, but there are always institutions that will help you make your visions come to life. It requires patience, hard work, and a few sleepless nights, but it will all be worth it in the end.
We are looking forward to the next batch of innovators that will impact the field of research. We did it, and so can you. Once again, we are the proponents of Team Paper 1, the utilization of biomass extracts on non-wood material for water-resistant paper production.
Papel ng sambayanan, nilikha for everyone.
I see you tomorrow. See you, Jay Monet!
Cheers to all things research.
Cheers. All things research.
What a lovely day it is that we have for today. As we go further, allow us to welcome each and every one of you to the 2021 Philippine Research, Development, and Innovation Conference. I am William Pangilinan.
I am Alan Chuponko.
And I'm Inigo Cruz.
And we are the proponents from Angeles City Science High School of the research project entitled One Wheel, Automated Hybrid Powered Wheelchair Made of Bamboo. Our project was just an idea totally made from our imaginations. But with the mix of research, teamwork, and perseverance, not only did we succeed with the project, but as researchers as well.
Yes, it's a lot of hard work, time, and of course money. But experiences and bonds we made along the way are the treasures we found while creating our very own One Wheel.
According to the census of 2010, 1.57% of the Philippines are disabled. 5.8 million Filipinos require a wheelchair. Unfortunately, 800,000 cannot even afford one. Most wheelchairs use metals in their productions. According to nibusiness.co.uk, metals production businesses produce hazardous waste. But thankfully, our country is very rich in biomass resources that can be an alternative to other composite materials, such as our very own bamboo.
Speaking of bamboo, it is the main material we use for this project, specifically Bambusa brumiana, also known as kawayan tiniip. But why bamboo? Because it has high tensile strength, it is very lightweight and very abundant here in the Philippines, and it makes it a lot cheaper.
We tested the engineered bamboo before using it as a safe and qualified material for the wheelchair's framework. For the foundation, we use pressurized nails for the durability, while for the front and back legs, we use nuts and bolts for the wheels.
While our armrest is made out of a whole bamboo comb, we maximized the use of it, so we added a compartment for the user's convenience.
After manufacturing the mainframe, we installed the hardware and machinery that power the wheelchair, such as the electric wheel motors, hybrid solar-powered system, and the programming.
After that, we proceeded to conduct multiple standardized tests for the safety and efficiency of our wheelchair.
We performed the test mainly in Bahay Pag-ibig and resulted with astounding remarks. It is truly an honor to give birth to the first bamboo wheelchair of the Philippines. Nevertheless, whatever has happened in the past and however the future may be, the goals and values we started with are still within the people who we became. After all the hardships, tensions, significant hurdles, and consecutive hitches snagging us back, we linger with the thought that success is temporary, but the legacy remains without end. Having the opportunity to compete and be a part of the Young Innovators program has been one of the best things we've experienced. Without expecting anything as an achievement, we went through any obstacle as if it was just another day for us. And we suddenly had a chance to compete nationally, bringing the pride we never thought we'd had the chance to achieve and embrace.
We are continually grateful for the chances and experiences we've had. The opportunities and achievements are just an extra mile we've thought we'd never reach. We still have the same mindset as we started with, to keep on going and to never look back, to look forward and continue living in the present.
Once again, I am William Pangilinan. I am Alan Chuponco.
And I'm Inigo Cruz.
We are one team.
We aim for one dream.
We are One Wheel.
Hello, I'm Nat Hermosa. I'm the leader of the project entitled Angular Gaussian Shift, an optical phenomena for ultra-thin film thickness measurement. I'm from the National Institute of Physics, University of the Philippines, Diliman, and the budget of my project was 13.7 million, stretched in 3 years. The project is about determining thin film thickness in the order of 100th of a wavelength of light using a fundamental optical phenomena. If you imagine a hair, it's 100 microns thick, you slice it into 10,000 times pieces, what you get is the precision that we want in this experiment. The optical phenomena is a correction to the law of reflection. First, it is called the angular Gaussian shift, first described in 2009. The correction depends on the material, the wavelength of the beam, the divergence of the beam, and its mode structure. We exploit these properties to produce or to measure the thin film thickness. With a budget granted by DOST-PCIEERD, we were able to acquire state-of-the-art equipment to do the experiments. As you can see in this plot below, we were able to go and measure 8 nanometer thickness thin film. Not only that, but we were able to devise techniques to determine thin film thicknesses that are not so thin. For example, we were able to measure the thickness of a silicon dioxide and silicon, 102 nanometer thickness, and we were able to measure and judge which if graphene would have its own thickness, and lastly, we're able to simultaneously determine the thickness and the index of refraction of a material for those materials that are novel. With this, we were able to produce 7 ISI papers. We were able to attend or present 7 papers in international conferences and about 18 papers in local conferences. We have applied through the TTBBO of Ipadilaman a patent for our technique. It's a very early stage of the process as we were delayed by the pandemic. Another patent application is also underway based on the project. We have partnered with the departments fabricating thin films at the University of the Philippines to test our methods. I am proud to say that the project was able to graduate 1 PhD student and 5 MS Physics students and help several undergraduate students do their undergraduate theses. One major roadblock is a procurement process that keeps on dragging the project, especially at the initial stage. Once the equipment were all acquired, the experiment ran smoothly. The project would not have been successful without a lot of help from the project management team of the PCIEERD. I really appreciate their thorough handling of our project and the many ways they have steered it so that it will be a success. I put my faith and trust to the project management team. Thank you.
So good morning. We are here to report on the results of our project entitled Self-Healing Materials based on ferrocene and cyclodextrin sub-assembly towards the formulation of coatings. My name is Gilbert Yu, the principal investigator of this project, the one shown in orange. And with me are research assistants Andrea Matulak, Joseph Lumba, John Vincent Tumaneng, Jude Reyes, and Emil Valdomino, all of whom have helped me in this project at some time. This is a 1.5-year project with a budget of around 5 million under the auspices of PCIEERD. Now, this project is a preliminary investigation on the design of self-healing materials. We want to develop responsive, intrinsic, which means within the molecule approaches to damage management that allows for multiple self-healing and repair for wide scope applications. There are several approaches to self-healing mechanisms. Among them involve volume fillers as capsules, chemically reactive species, and heat-assisted repair mechanisms. But the one that we wanted to focus on involved interaction between ferrocene and cyclodextrin components to drive self-assembly. Unlike microcapsules, this process is reversible. Unlike those that have reactive components, these involve intermolecular forces, which should not interfere with the rest of the components. And finally, this mechanism allows us to work under room temperature conditions. Now, the objective of the work include the following. Letter A, to synthesize ferrocene and cyclodextrin terminated supramolecular structures. Letter B, to explore their self-assembly capabilities and their corresponding properties. And letter C, to utilize results of this study to design and improve upon the development of self-healing components for possible use in paints and coatings. Here is what we have achieved so far. As far as publications are concerned, We have 2 ISI papers, and we hope to have more, which focuses on studies of these materials as nanoparticles, and also they're in self-assembly investigation under various instrumentation techniques. We have also participated both in international and local chemistry conferences. We were able to synthesize 15 new compounds and are now exploring ways for their possible several applications. We are also targeting possible collaboration with ChemRes, a Filipino chemical firm based here in Manila, and also further collaboration with our natural partner, DOST-PCIEERD. The project also helped the host university in developing its research capabilities. Now, in summary, this project allowed us to synthesize new compounds that can be of potential use for sensors, self-assembly materials, and OLED components. It has also permitted us to explore self-assembly capabilities using ferrocene and cyclodextrin components that we can use to create self-healing materials. Finally, elemental sensing was also briefly explored using androgen-containing components. Now, as with any projects, there were several challenges encountered. Unfamiliarity with procedures, both internal and external, is one. Delays and red tape within your institution might also come to you as a shock. Breakdown of equipment and lack of access might also plague you. Not to mention the current pandemic, which have restricted access to laboratory facilities and unexpected scientific results. But as scientists, we have to persevere and make adjustments. After all, science is about doing and figuring out what is wrong and improving upon it. And PCIEERD, together with its management team, is here to help us. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much to our presenters for the 2020 completed projects under the Emerging Technology segment. Again, may I call on our speakers for our question and answer portion. May I request to open your videos po, Dr. Nestor Tiglao, Dr. Gil Nonato S. Santos, Dr. Francisco Elegado, Dr. John Ryan Dison, Dr. Felix Berto Buot, Dr. Juvie Monserrate, Sir Van Owen Cesaldo, the Team Paper 1 with their mentor, Ms. Lolita Bautista, Team 1 Wheel with their mentor, Ms. Lolita Bautista also, Dr. Nathaniel Hermosa II, and Dr. Gilbert Yu. Ayan. So again, for your questions po, kindly type it in our question and answer Q&A or in our chat box. Please mention to whom your question is referred to. All right, so let's start po. We have a question here. The first question is for Dr. Felix Berto Buot. Sir, you mentioned that your team is seeking collaboration. So what are your requirements for this collaboration and where can they communicate with you? Sir, you're on mute po. Kindly unmute.
Oops.
You're on mute again. You're on mute again, sir.
Oh, I close it again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay na, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. What is needed is really interest in physics, interest in computing, interest in programming. Those are supposed to be strong interests. software engineering, basically, massively parallel programming using, there is what we are trying to develop CUDA Fortran, but you can use Python or something like that. But anyway, we are trying to foster advanced computing, and that would have to be a training in material science, physics, and basically computing. So we need bright students too, dedicated students. What the problem is that some of the students are not funded by the university. So they are basically, some of the monitors are external to the university. So sometimes they don't have, they don't spend full time in the research. We need students who spend full time in the research. In the UAE, sometimes students sleep in the laboratory. But then, as I have experience, a student here doesn't really, sometimes they don't show up, sometimes they show up. But what I'm saying is that there is a difference, but we need real dedicated students. That's basically what it is.
Thank you, sir. So they need a real dedicated students. Where they can contact you po, sir?
Well, say it again.
Where they can contact you for those who want to collaborate.
Oh, I have only. Usually, San Carlos is the official place. I'm just the Balik scientist. But you can contact Dr. Roland Otadoy, who will in turn contact me, whatever, because we are a group. Also, Father Jiso, Bernidos, the Bernidos are also part of it. So you contact any of those or the department itself and the USC department.
All right, sir. Thank you po for that. So we can contact po the USC, University of San Carlos, through Dr. Roland Otadoy. Ayan. Yes. Thank you po, Dr. Buot. All right. So our next question po, we have a question here in our Q&A section or the Q&A chat box from an anonymous attendee. This is for Dr. Sir Owen Cesaldo. Sir, how do you plan to establish the malware analysis laboratory?
Hi, good afternoon. Sir, thank you, sir or ma'am, thank you for that question. As of the moment, we still are on the drawing boards. We have yet to discuss the development of the malware lab because we're still trying to finalize the current things that are going on in the lab. And there's also a transition between who will be managing the lab moving forward. So since parang phase 2 pa yung malware analysis lab, so that's still on the drawing boards. Now, there's an opportunity because if the person who answered that particular question has experience, then we can definitely welcome the help or for collaboration on how to establish that particular target. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sir Owen, for your answer on that question. All right. Our next question po. Let me ask this question for Sir Ryan Pison. Sir, the question is, do you also provide trainings for other institutions in your lab? And may we know the process on how to avail of the training? I think you're on mute po, Sir Kahoy.
Yes, last year we trained some faculty members from Pangasinan State University, and they have now established their own 3D printing research laboratory. And this year we are rolling out an extension project or program for the professionals here in Bataan to learn 3D printing. So if anyone would like to contact with us and probably have a training program with them, they can contact us sa email na lang muna. So it's can I just say it here, jrcdizon at bpsu.edu.ph. So I-type ko na lang sa chat box po.
All right po. Thank you po, sir. So yan, for those who are planning to avail the training, yan, pwede natin contact si Sir Kokoy on his email address. He will provide it in our chat box. Thank you po, Sir Kokoy. All right. Moving on, I have a question here. This is for Sir Gil Santos. Sir Hill, the question is, for nano coating, can it also be applied to bridges or other structures submerged, considering that they have metals exposed?
Yes, we are. It can be also applied for metals that is submerged. That's right. We actually use nano-composite material. There are two variants, so they will have to select if it is hydrophilic or hydrophobic. So we need to know what particular application they want. It can also be anti-UV, so we have different variants. So that's it. If they want to avail of our services, just email us.
All right, sir. Thank you po. Saan po kayo pwedeng i-email? Ano pong inyong email address? So, baka pwede nating ilagay din sa ating chat box para dun sa mga
because of the funding of the DOST-PCIEERD, they also gave us a fund for website development. Just type iNano Lab, iNano, INANO. Then they can check they can already contact us there.
All right, sir. Thank you po. So that's iNano Lab. That's the website. All right. Thank you po, sir. Okay. Moving on to the next question. This is for Team Paper One. Team, what are your future plans or way forward for the developed prototype of your project?
Hello po. For Paper One po, we are our technology is actually in collaboration po with the DOST-STII PRDIC. So when we got the chance to work with them, we actually plan to collaborate on trying to formulate a new base for our Philippine peso bills. We will be using Abaca as our non-wood base, and we will be applying our technology, such as applying the biowax coating on the paper so that our peso bills are to be more water resistant and more efficient. Yun lang po.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Okay, sige. Medyo marami tayong question ngayon. This is for Sir Juvie Monserrate. Sir, how were you able to get additional funding daw po from other funding agency for your laboratory? Dito po ba si Sir Juvie?
Because they found out that there is a potential of nanotechnology basically in agrofishery. Because the trademark. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Nawala kayo.
Hello, sir. Can you hear us po?
Picard. Yes, ma'am. I can hear you. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Hello, sir. Yeah, medyo choppy lang sa aking side.
Okay na. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes po.
Sige. All right. Because the funding agencies such as DBM, Picard, and the rest, as stipulated in my presentation, found out that there is a great potential of nanotechnology applied basically in agrofishery, being the
one of the primary university in agro fishery as well, sa Central Luzon State University. We have a collaborative projects in the university-wide, both three, and we found out that as more funding for nanotechnology.
Yan. All right, sir. Thank you. Medyo choppy lang, sir. We hope you could further explain po your answer sa ating chat box. Yan. Medyo choppy lang ang inyong dating sa aming side. Ayan. Anyways, thank you po, Dr. Juvie. Ayan. So, due to the limited time, I will ask the last question po. So, for some questions na hindi... Yes, sir. You can... Sir, medyo choppy po ang inyong dating sa amin. Baka po pwedeng, we have the chat box po. Hope you could answer the question through our chat box para mas maintindihan din po ng ating mga participants on how did you get the additional funding. Ayun. Thank you po, Sir Juvie. All right. So yun na. Let's go to the last question po since alam ko medyo gutom na din ang iba sa atin bilang lunchtime na. So the last question po is, let me ask this for the Team One Wheel. Guys, since you are minors, so how did your team face the challenges in completing your project during this pandemic? Kasi di ba bawal lumabas sa mga minors. So how did you go over it para makomplete ang inyong project?
Good morning, everyone. Yes po, this pandemic has really been a challenging time for us po as minor researchers po. But of course po, with the help of our parents and our advisor, Ma'am Lolit, we coordinated po through online. And of course po, it actually motivated us more po. It inspired us more po to do more work po this lockdown. And we always go back to our purpose po on why we started this project. So, ayun po. Yun nga, sabi po nga nila, there's no reason for you to stop helping others po. Kaya, that's all po.
All right, sige yan. Salamat sa Team One Wheel for your answer. So for those questions po na hindi natin nasagot due to the limited time, we were not able to accommodate questions po for Dr. Helegado, also for Dr. Tiglao. Hindi natin natanong si Dr. Tiglao. Also question for Dr. Nathaniel and Dr. Yu. For those questions po, if you have questions for them, you may directly type it in the Q&A tab or chat box and they will be able to answer that one po. Ayun. So yeah, I guess that is the end of the set of presenters under the emerging technology sector. All right. So may I just request again all of our participants or our speakers to kindly open their video cameras for our photo opportunity. Kayo po ay mag-group photo. Ayan. Sige, let's wait for the others po to open their video camera. All right. So if everyone is ready po, I will count 1 to 3. To our IT team, let's take the pictures po.
Hindi pa na-disable
Right?
yung start video ko.
Sa video daw po ni Sir Juvie, can we enable po yung kanyang video camera? Alright, okay na po. Naka-open na lahat. Okay, sige. If everyone is ready, let's take a photo. I will count 1, 2, 3 po. At the count of 1, 2, 3, smile. Again, 1, 2, 3, smile. Alright, thank you po. Thank you everyone. Ayan. So I know gutom na din talaga ang iba sa atin since it's already 12:24. So having said that, we will be taking our break for this activity. Please note po that we still have the second part of today's program. So if you wanted to hear and see the completed projects from energy and special concerns sector, please be back after lunch as we will start at 1 p.m. So see you all later po at 1 p.m. Happy lunch!
Thank you.
Thank you.
Being the pioneer and a leading institution to establish a niche in microelectronics integrated circuit design in southern Philippines, MSU IIT's Microelectronics Laboratory is leveling up its endeavor by engaging a system-on-chip integrated circuit design development. Over the years, it has been promoting innovation and awareness in microelectronics IC design in Mindanao by offering courses and trainings that will enhance and provide advanced skills to aspiring IC design and layout engineers in the region. As a result, the Microelectronics Laboratory has been producing more highly skilled engineering graduates to answer to the increasing demand for professionals with strong background and skill set in IC design. The Microelectronics Laboratory has accepted the challenge of the ever-growing demand in IoT devices. It has dedicated its pool of talents and resources to develop its first contribution to the demand. The InLight chip, an energy harvesting chip that aims to extend the battery life of existing IoT devices. It is capable of extracting indoor light energy to recharge a nickel metal hydride battery used for wireless sensor networks applications. This 2-year endeavor is supported and funded by DOST-STII, a program that has the goal to stimulate inclusive economic growth by boosting science and technology research. Building upon the success of the InLight chip, the Microelectronics Laboratory took a major leap towards designing a system-on-chip solution for wireless sensor network applications, which is made possible with its funding agency, the DOST-PCIEERD, the mandated Philippine Council in the implementation of strategies in the industry, energy, and emerging technology, research and development sectors. With its 3.5 years of implementation, the project started a modular approach in designing the system on a chip, which is composed of an energy harvesting unit, a power management unit, and a microcontroller. The modular approach lessens the complexity of the design and ensures an optimized and functional circuit performance. The final year develops a versatile system-on-chip design. The MCU, PMU, and EHU are combined onto a single integrated circuit chip, thus giving birth to the final product of the project, the IIT UC 8K1612 IC chip. The IIT UC 8K1612 chip will be utilized to develop a customized wireless sensor node, which is an IoT device used to monitor environmental conditions such as temperature, humidity, pressure, and light. The wireless sensor node is composed of 3 fully customized circuit boards. The top board houses the PV cell for the light energy harvester and the sensors used based on the desired application. The middle board includes the RF module, which is essential for wireless communication purposes. Lastly, the base is the main board, which highlights the IIT UC 8K1612 chip along with the necessary external components. Located inside the chip are the 3 main circuit blocks: the microcontroller unit, the energy harvester unit, and the power management unit. The overall system works starting with the energy harvester unit. The energy extracted from the PV cell passes through the energy harvester unit to produce a suitable voltage used for charging the power source, which is the Varta V450HR nickel metal hydride rechargeable battery. With the help of the EHU, longer battery life and extended device operation are made possible. Subsequently, the battery is used by the power management unit to generate usable voltage rails of different values through the boost and back boost converters. The boost converter supplies 2.5 volts to the sensors and the transceivers, whereas the back boost converter provides 1.2 volts to the MCU. Lastly, playing the biggest role is the microcontroller unit, which serves as the brain of the WSN. The microcontroller equipped with its peripherals, UART, SPI, and I2C, is used to interface with different sensors and establish communication with different nodes. The MCU can be programmed to fit the needs of the users in terms of, for example, how frequently the sensors can collect data and what type of sensors is needed based on the desired application. Also, the microcontroller can be used as a general-purpose microcontroller that can be utilized by students, teachers, and hobbyists in any application. In the conventional technology, an IC consumes power whether it is or is not in data transmission operation. With the technology used in this project, the IIT-UC 8K1612 only transmits a continuous wave at a short period, which is during data transmission. Now let's go back and take a closer look at how the WSN works. The WSN consists of 3 ultra-low power sensors such as pressure sensor, humidity with temperature sensor, and the ambient light sensor. The IIT-UC 8K1612 chip is pre-programmed to read the data from the sensors. A stackable header is used for access to the sensors and the transceiver boards. The transceiver board is equipped with the Analog Devices ADF7024 transceiver IC with a 433 MHz chip antenna. It allows wireless transmission of sensor data to a gateway. The Raspberry Pi acts as the gateway and is interfaced with another transceiver board to allow wireless reception of data from any node. As the WSN powers up, it automatically reads data from the sensors and transmits the data to the gateway. Once data from any sensor node is received, the gateway is configured to transmit the data to an HTTP server. Multiple nodes can be networked together and placed in various locations of a building to monitor the surrounding environment. This allows data to be displayed in the mobile app. It shows the information on each of the sensor nodes, such as the sensor node's ID, location, battery level, as well as the readings of the available sensors. Here, we can see the temperature, humidity, pressure, and ambient light readings. To scan through the other sensor nodes available, we click on the arrow buttons. Information such as the RSSI, the timestamp of the recent data, and the status of the node, whether active or inactive, is also displayed. Clicking on a sensor reading shows a graph of the historical data of that sensor, along with the timestamp of the data points. If we long press on the graph, an option to clear the data will show. The number of samples that the graph can show can be configured in the settings menu. The refresh rate, which is the interval at which the app will query the server for new data, can also be configured here. The user can also set minimum and maximum threshold values of the sensor readings. Clicking on the Set Limits Values will show a dialog box where the user can input these limits. Once the sensor readings reach the limits, the app can notify the user. Enabling the toggle switch will enable the notification feature when the limits are breached. The value of the sensor reading and the graph will turn red when the maximum limit is breached. It will turn blue if the minimum limit is breached. Even if the app is running in the background, the app will notify the user when the battery of the sensor node is low or when the limits are breached. The mobile app shows seamless remote monitoring of data from the deployed sensor node at any time and anywhere in the world through the internet connectivity. sensor networks can also be used in applications like smart buildings, smart agriculture, smart homes, healthcare, structural monitoring, transportation systems, and many others. Indeed, WSN has a continuously growing range of applications that help improve human lives up to the present day.
Recognizing the critical role of science and technology in economic development and progress, the Balik Scientist Act or Republic Act 11035 was signed into law last June 2018 by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. The law comes at a crucial time as the country embarks on the vision of a prosperous and poverty-free society.
This is actually putting into law a program that has been started by the Department of Science and Technology almost 40 years ago. But we need some legal support so that we can implement it in a better way so that the Balik scientists will have an easier time in terms of coming here to the Philippines and rendering services.
Who is the Balik scientist?
The experience and the expertise of Filipinos who have made their good practice of being scientists abroad, and so that they can share whatever they have in terms of knowledge and wisdom to our own institutions, our own researchers.
My role and responsibility of a Balik scientist is to be not just a teacher or a facilitator, but also a pusher of innovations within the program.
Balik scientists are given support by the government for their stay in the country and are likewise provided with a wide array of benefits to ensure their maximum output.
The best incentives or privileges or benefits are having to be exposed with our farmers.
My greatest privilege would be doing collaborative work with fellow Filipinos.
The DOST, as the leading agency in charge of the Balik Scientist Program, is tasked to facilitate the placement of the Balik Scientist among its priority areas from its sub-agencies. PCARD, PCHRD, PShared, partnering with the DOST are the host institutions, private or public entities, providing the appropriate resources to the Balik scientist in the completion of their research activities and other tasks, as well as counterpart incentives to further entice them.
I think the role of the institution is to give the space or the laboratory needed for the program or the project needed.
Working together, the DOST, the Balik scientists, and the host institutions have proven the importance of collaboration and cooperation, critical of any nation's vision for success.
I am an advocate of Balik Scientist program. Kay being one, I really truly felt that Balik Scientists would be able to help in uplifting the economic growth of the country.
My hopes is to really contribute to the space agency. It's very, very pragmatic, and we will need everybody's help, and also help promulgate the STEM program here in the Philippines.
We really need to encourage other Balik scientists or other scientists abroad to give their time. They need to give back and help the country.
With the enactment of the Balik Scientist Act, the country is looking towards a stronger and more solid science and technology foundation, propelling the nation to further heights. Change has come indeed for science and technology. Science for change. Science for the people.
Hi, I'm JDC Bintiga.
I'm RPC Petrolo.
I'm Patrick A. Ora, and we are from Colegio de Tagupan.
The title of our project is Project Nocturnal. Our project consists of 2 robots, a land robot, and a drone. Magagamit natin itong project na to para sa scouting and fighting, especially at night time.
We want to be part of something bigger than ourselves. Kasi ang mga sundalo, bayani natin yung mga yan. So I think kaming mga engineers, it's our work to help them sa pagpapalaganap ng kapayapaan. That's why I think kailangan nila ng mga robotic scouts. That way, ang mga kasundaluhan natin is makakauwi sa mga pamilya nila ng safe. Yun yung parang motivation namin. Hindi namin nabul yung pera or anything else. What matters most is we save lives.
For all the students who wants to be young aspirants of Young Innovators Program, be confident enough. Huwag kang matakot sa bagay na hindi mo pa nagagawa. As long as gusto mo yun at masaya ka para doon, ay kaya mong gawin ang bagay na yun. Patakbuhin mo lang yung imagination at creativity mo.
I came back to the Philippines as a PCIEERD DOST Balik scientist as a way of giving back to the Filipino people, and I'd like to share my expertise to the local researchers and industrial practitioners in the field of financial innovations and modern financial technologies. Ako si Dr. Rojimar Mamon. Ikaw, kailan ka babalik?
I wanted to go abroad because I wanted a cleaner and greener environment. And I didn't know that that was the main reason that I will be allowed back to the country, because now I'm working with a big company to develop biodegradable plastic for the Philippines. I have completed the research and we are ready to commercialize it.
I am Dr. Mirna Nisperos. I just completed being a Balik scientist.
Bumalik ako sa Pilipinas bilang isang Balik scientist upang ibahagi ang aking mga tutunan at teknolohiya na dinevelop sa ibang bansa para mapag-aralan at ipag-lindol sa ating gusaling tinatayo, lalo na sa mga syudad. Ako si Errol Kinay, isang Balik scientist. Ikaw, kailan ka babalik?
Bumalik ako kasi kulang yung mga katulad ko dito sa Pilipinas. Malaki kasi yung gap when it comes to science manpower. Wala nang laboratory na talaga sa Philippines na nagpo-plasma physics. Ang gagawin namin is magtatayo kami ng iba't ibang na plasma physics laboratory sa Philippines. Ako si Hernando Salapare III, I'm a plasma physicist, 2016 Balik Scientist Award.
Unwanted noise, loud music, and pets barking in the streets. These are noise pollution which hinder good communication, reduce attainment by students, and is proven to have negative impacts on human health. One way to mitigate this problem is through the use of sound-absorbing materials.
According to Arenas and others in 2010, the use of asbestos-based and synthetic fibers led to issues related to global warming and public health concerns, thus increasing the chances of using natural fibers for sound-absorbing materials. At present, biomasses like abaca, bamboo, and water hyacinth, which are abundant in the Philippines, are found to be favorable in sound absorption as per cited by Balot and Ayar in 2006.
Due to the health hazards of the existing acoustic panels in the market, this study will direct the supply biomass resources of the country, offering the first potential Filipino-made acoustic panel. I am Neil David C. Kayanan.
I am Shaira C. Gozun.
And I am Ivan Relam Tongol, presenting our project, Hibla, an alternative sound absorption material.
For the methodology, the fibers were extracted, pre-treated, blended with polyester as a carrier fiber, carded, and needle punched, producing non-woven sound absorption Hibla materials.
This was followed by standardized tests of thermogravimetric analysis, differential thermal analysis, flammability tests, and breaking load intention tests, which were performed to prove Hibla's thermal insulation, fire resistance, and high durability.
To validate the results, ASTM E1050-12, standard test method for impedance and absorption for acoustical materials, was done on the Hibla panels in the Riverbank Acoustical Laboratories in Geneva, Illinois, USA, where all Hibla panels displayed sound absorption coefficients with 0.59 for abaca, 0.58 for bamboo, and 0.82 for water hyacinth, which is close to the control variable fiberglass with 0.96. Due to the thickness of the sample material submitted for testing, all Hibla panels perform best in high frequencies ranging from 500 to 6,300 Hz. From here, we can conclude that Hibla has the properties to be a sound absorption non-woven material that is environment-friendly, cost-efficient, and more affordable.
Based on the prices of the panels, it is proven that producing Hibla in an industrial scale is very feasible. We are humbled and honored to share our idea with the world.
Made from natural and sustainable materials, Hibla will redirect a new frontier in sound absorption.
Truly Filipino, proudly Filipino. Hibla, an alternative sound absorption material.
Ito ay ang latest prototype ng Bagwis Micro Wind Turbine. Sa loob ng box, meron tayong micro wind turbine, mountings, harnesses at iba pang mga accessories. Ang micro wind turbine ay isang device na nagko-convert ng hangin para maging electrical energy o kuryente na pwede natin gamitin upang ipang-charge ng power bank, cellphone at iba pang mga low power devices. Ang Project Bagwis ay tinatawag na diffuser augmented wind turbine dahil meron itong cone-shaped na casing o yung diffuser na ginagawang mas efficient ang pag-convert ng wind power into electrical power na pwedeng bumilis ng 41% ang hangin sa loob ng diffuser case na maaaring patasin ang generated electrical power ng around 181%. Sinabak natin ang Bagwis sa Super Typhoon, matibay at hindi nasira laban sa malalakas na hangin. At pwede pa tayo makapag-charge ng smartphone.
Hi! We are the Tala Hybrid Rocketry Team.
Hi guys, in today's hashtag Learn on TikTok, we're going to talk about rocket science. Although there's a difference between hybrid rocket from other rockets, they're governed by the same fundamental laws of motion by Sir Isaac Newton. The third law of motion, or the law of interaction, states that for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. It explains the generation of thrust by a rocket engine. The hot excess gases flow to the rocket nozzle and is accelerated to the rear of the rocket. When the thrust is greater than the weight, there's a net external force equal to the thrust minus the weight, and the rocket begins to rise. The 10-feet tall Tala hybrid rocket will produce a maximum thrust of 5,700 newtons. It's enough to accelerate the rocket to the speed of sound in a few seconds. And that's the science behind the rocket.
Being the pioneer and a leading institution to establish a niche in microelectronics integrated circuit design in southern Philippines, MCIIT's Microelectronics Laboratory is leveling up its endeavor by engaging a system-on-chip integrated circuit design development. Over the years, it has been promoting innovation and awareness in microelectronics IC design in Mindanao by offering courses and trainings that will enhance and provide advanced skills to aspiring IC design and layout engineers in the region. As a result, the Microelectronics Laboratory has been producing more highly skilled engineering graduates to answer to the increasing demand for professionals with strong background and skill set in IC design. The Microelectronics Laboratory has accepted the challenge of the ever-growing demand in IoT devices. It has dedicated its pool of talents and resources to develop its first contribution to the demand. The Inlight Chip, an energy harvesting chip that aims to extend the battery life of existing IoT devices. It is capable of extracting indoor light energy to recharge a nickel metal hydride battery used for wireless sensor networks applications. This two-year endeavor is supported and funded by DOST-STII, a program that has the goal to stimulate inclusive economic growth by boosting science and technology research. Building upon the success of the Inlight chip, the Microelectronics Laboratory took a major leap towards designing a system-on-chip solution for wireless sensor network applications, which is made possible with its funding agency, the DOST-PCIEERD, the mandated Philippine Council in the implementation of strategies in the industry, energy, and emerging technology, research and development sectors. With its 3.5 years of implementation, the project started a modular approach in designing the system on a chip, which is composed of an energy harvesting unit, a power management unit, and a microcontroller. The modular approach lessens the complexity of the design and ensures an optimized and functional circuit performance. The final year develops a versatile system-on-chip design. The MCU, PMU, and EHU are combined onto a single integrated circuit chip, thus giving birth to the final product of the project, the IIT UC 8K1612 IC chip. The IIT UC 8K1612 chip will be utilized to develop a customized wireless sensor node, which is an IoT device used to monitor environmental conditions such as temperature, humidity, pressure, and light. The wireless sensor node is composed of 3 fully customized circuit boards. The top board houses the PV cell for the light energy harvester and the sensors used based on the desired application. The middle board includes the RF module, which is essential for wireless communication purposes. Lastly, the base is the main board, which highlights the IIT-UC 8K1612 chip along with the necessary external components. Located inside the chip are the three main circuit blocks: the microcontroller unit, the energy harvester unit, and the power management unit. The overall system works starting with the energy harvester unit. The energy extracted from the PV cell passes through the energy harvester unit to produce a suitable voltage used for charging the power source, which is the Varta V450HR nickel metal hydride rechargeable battery. With the help of the EHU, longer battery life and extended device operation are made possible. Subsequently, the battery is used by the power management unit to generate usable voltage rails of different values through the boost and back boost converters. The boost converter supplies 2.5 volts to the sensors and the transceivers, whereas the back boost converter provides 1.2 volts to the MCU. Lastly, playing the biggest role is the microcontroller unit, which serves as the brain of the WSN. The microcontroller equipped with its peripherals, UART, SPI, and I2C, is used to interface with different sensors and establish communication with different nodes. The MCU can be programmed to fit the needs of the users in terms of, for example, how frequently the sensors can collect data and what type of sensors is needed based on the desired application. Also, the microcontroller can be used
Hi everyone, welcome back. Good afternoon. So we hope you had a nice lunch and all are ready for this afternoon's program. Again, I am Ed Rogelio and I will also be your host for this afternoon's session. So now to begin, here are the PSEERD's 2020 completed projects under the energy technologies sector.
Good day, everyone. We're here to present the prototype development of SWAN, the severe weather amphibious navigator using Abaca composites. So the project team is composed of institutions from Region 3, Wesleyan University, Philippines, Holy Angel University, Don Honorio Ventura State University, the ITDI, and the DOST Region 3. So with me, the co-project leaders are Dr. JP Paharillaga and Dr. Edgardo Santos. Yours truly is Dr. Ryan Jandelara from Wesleyan University, Philippines. We have project staff from DOST ITDI, Wesleyan University, and Holy Angel University. And we have science research specialists that composed the team. And of course, we have the consultant, the regional director for DOST Region 3, Dr. Julio Cesar Sicat, and the project manager, Ms. Rachel Habana. This is the pictures of the project team and the duration of the project. So this is our consultant inspecting the project. So basically, the Project SWAN was initiated on March 29, 2016 through the Central Luzon Industry and Energy Research Development Consortium, or the PRDIC, through the guidance of our regional director. So the DOST Region 3 initially funded the design phase of the project. So the aim of the project was to locally design and manufacture an amphibious vehicle capable of carrying 20 passengers or 200 pieces of relief goods from DSWD during calamity or flooding in Central Luzon. The unique feature of our project is that the prototype will be utilizing abaca as an indigenous local organic material in its upper parts of its hull. And this is our project cost when we propose to the DOST. And the project accomplishment so far, the prototype itself is 85% complete. The only lacking materials are the equipment for the navigational operation, but the hull and the deck itself is already in place. And we have undergone multiple testing for our project. And for the hull, we have proven that it's already capable of floating. So this is one of the actual utilization of SWAN project during the aftermath of the Typhoon Ulysses. So it is able to traverse through concrete pavement that is under a flooded road. And this is the actual relief operations in San Simon, Pampanga, wherein we traverse a floodway beside river basin. So this is a road that is already submerged in flood waters. So you can see the prototype was able to cross this floodway crossing. So the 6 Ps are our updates. We have submitted, the ITDI members have submitted the patent application through the DOST TAPI, and another one will be submitted for utility model. We also have intention to publish at least 2 papers in international Scopus and peer-reviewed journal. And also we are in looking into future partnership with the Regional Office for Civil Defense and the LGUs in Pampanga, who will be utilizing our prototype. MMDA had already shown an intention in acquiring a unit of SWAN. People Services, of course, the utilization of the project during relief and calamity operations, and a possible draft for the guidelines and standards for proposals on amphibious vehicles that will be manufactured in the country. So of course, as any other project, we have encountered this following difficulties, but as you can see, the pandemic is the one that affected us most because it took the project to stop March of last year. So in the way forward, we will be licensing our design to qualified fabricators who would like to adopt them and utilize it. And also, in doing so, we will be able to design a business model for the fabrication of the amphibious vehicle for the country and propose a standard for testing amphibious vehicles manufactured in the country. So basically, in submitting project to PCIEERD, it's like building Noah's Ark. You will need to follow every step of the way for your project to be approved and funded. That's it for Projects 1. Have a good day ahead.
Hi, good morning. I would like to thank DOST-PCIEERD for giving us the opportunity for or to present our program. Our program is titled Intellect or Intelligent Electric Transportation Network. I'm Lou Andrew Tria. I'm the program leader for Intellect. So the program is composed of three project components. The first project is advice ad hoc vehicle infrastructure cooperative environment, which is the brains of the system. The second one is the hardware. It's named Emotion, which stands for electric mobility and charging infrastructure operating as a network. The third one is the deployment, the pilot deployment, which is handled by the Cagayan State University. So that's the e-trike deployment study at the Cagayan Regional Government Center. The project started in September 2018 and officially finished last year, December 2020. The total budget for the three projects is for more than 2 years is 30.3 million. So aside from the financial grant, the Department of Energy also donated 20 units of electric tricycle to be tested and to be used for this program. So the project leaders, the second project is led by me. The second project is led by Wilbert Limhock of UP-EEE Institute. And the third project is led by Dr. Art Ibanez of the Cagayan State University. We are also in partnership with DOST-PCIEERD and the Energy Utilization and Management Bureau of the Department of Energy. So our system is a smart network of energy-aware electric vehicles and charging infrastructure. So to be energy-aware, we put some instruments in the driver's side, in the vehicle, on the rider side, and also in the charging infrastructure. All of them are communication or should be able to communicate with each other, okay, through our network, through our wireless network, where we also incorporate our algorithms to minimize the energy consumption of the whole system. So on the driver side, there's instrument on the electric vehicle. We also have a mobile phone with our application, which I will discuss later, which connects with our wireless gateway, our wireless network, okay, to match with the other components of the system. On the rider side, each rider will have their own mobile phone with the mobile app, which can communicate with our wireless gateway. And the third component of the system's charging infrastructure. So our charging infrastructure are also able to communicate with our server. So aside from the fast charging or different modes of charging, our charging station also use storage. So it has batteries, and also it uses renewable energy. In this particular project, we implemented solar so that we can claim that the system is sustainable and it uses clean energy technology. So we implement this system through a platform. So we used
Nasa
a
taas, lab.
community-based
Sa bag na
ride-sharing
red.
system similar to Grab and Uber. It aims to intelligently sync and orchestrate the different components of the system. So that includes the electric vehicles, drivers, riders, and the charging infrastructure. We tested this system in two locations, one in the University of the Philippines Diliman campus in Quezon City, and the other one in Tuguegarao City in their Cagayan Regional Center. We use the e-trikes, 10 in UP Diliman, 10 in Tuguegarao City, to test our system. We limited it first to admin personnel for official purposes. Our mobile app is already available in Google Play Store. I'll just show you some snippets. So it's an e-trike ride hailing system. It lets you book a ride anywhere around UP campus and Tuguegarao City. Similar to Grab, if you have already used such a mobile app, you just have to put your current location, then where you want to go, your destination, then you can just book a ride and our system will look for available drivers. Okay. And moving forward, we have already submitted for funding to DOST our market validation for this system. And currently, we are continuously looking for technology adopters. And this may include tricycle operators, TODAs, uh, local government units, and government agencies. I believe we are in talks with the Department of Science and Technology to implement this system in their national office in Taguig. Okay. That's, I think, all for my presentation. We are open for questions and clarifications if you have any. Thank you very much.
Sustainable wastewater treatment system with nutrient recovery, or the SWAN project, a DOST-PCIEERD funded project numbered 04176 by De La Salle University in collaboration with Maynilad, Malayan Colleges Laguna, and University of the Philippines, Los Baños. The following are the research project members, and the project was implemented from May 2018 to July 2020 at De La Salle University, Manila, and a sewerage treatment facility of Maynilad, with a funding allocation of approximately 5 million pesos. Wastewater could be used as a resource for nutrient recovery, water, and energy, where nutrients such as N and P could be recovered as fertilizer. This was done through the project Next Cities under the UK Philippines Research Partnership and funded by DOST-PCIEERD. However, the challenge of low phosphorus concentration in the sludge of the conventional wastewater treatment in the country prompt us, the researcher, to propose a biological nutrient removal system to recover phosphorus from the sludge and transform it into a strobite-based fertilizer. The general objective of the study is to develop and demonstrate a pilot-scale extractive nutrient recovery facility for waste water utility in the country, encompassing the following SDGs. The following are the specific objectives of the study, which employs multi-criteria analysis, MCA, and evaluating technologies for the upgrade of the existing wastewater treatment, design, fabricate, and install pilot wastewater treatment for the removal of nutrient in a municipal wastewater facility, and monitor and optimize the operating parameter of the wastewater. Several MCDA studies were conducted all throughout the project, both the next cities and SWAN, and these are presented in several conferences and published in the Scopus Index journal. Wastewater characterization were conducted in several wastewater treatment facilities for the site selection and BNR design and fabrication. For both the BNR and NBR system, design was conducted and fabricated using the wastewater characteristic and literature data. For MBR, commercially available membrane module were also utilized. Operation for both BNR system and MBR system proved that the wastewater quality were improved. However, due to the pandemic, the optimization experiment for the BNR system was stopped. Moreover, when we evaluate the sludge produced from the BNR system, the improvement in the phosphorus content of the sludge were shown to be significant. And both studies are presented in a conference abroad and local. Several thesis studies were produced during the conduct of the research, both for undergraduate and a graduate study. Here are the conferences where the output of the project were presented, and these are the book of abstract, and these are the paper publication in a Scopus Index journal. For the product, we were able to apply one utility model for the BNR system and one patent for the MBR system. A partnership with industry and university and capacity building of students and researchers in the field of wastewater treatment were delivered together with the policy recommendation for the DOW 2016-08 effluent study. These are the summary of the output of the project under the 6 P's of PCIEERD, and the future direction of this study is to utilize the two systems for different wastewater and utilize the system as a learning tool for students. Additionally, we can couple the BNR system with the Stubite reactor that we designed from Project Next Cities as the next step for this project. Thank you very much, and we are ready to answer your question.
Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. So this is the multi-platform and cross-sensor water quality monitoring project. I'm Ariel C. Blanco from the UP Training Center for Applied Geodesy and Photogrammetry. The project is about Laguna Lake, a multi-use lake supporting aquaculture industry, providing water supply, enabling transportation of people and goods between communities. This lake is subjected to a lot of pressures, and we have to monitor its water quality. However, monitoring stations are fairly limited, and these are maintained by the Laguna Lake Development Authority. This project is also termed as the Project Tanglao, indicating that we are using satellite remote sensing to shed light on the water quality dynamics of Laguna de Bai. So this is a Mecoteco project in partnership with the National Chenkong University and also, of course, with the Laguna Lake Development Authority. So here we can see the duration of the project, 2 years, and the total funding amounting to around 14 million provided by the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development. So this is the composition of the project team, together with the researchers and the project staff, both from the technical and administrative aspect. The main objective is to develop a long-term, short-term water quality monitoring systems using remote sensing and spatial-temporal statistical analysis. We have water quality data acquisition, cross-sensor satellite image processing, RS-based lake water quality mapping and assessment of lake water land cover and water quality relationship, WebGIS development, capacity building on RS-based water quality monitoring. This is our methodological framework for the first year and for the second year. We look at the pre-processing stages as well as the processing itself of the satellite data and drone data, collection of in-situ water quality data, and of course the systems development, web-based GIS system, and also the publication stage. So for the products, so we have the methodologies and data layers, including the multi-temporal cloud and cloud shadow detection masking, cross-sensor radiometric normalization calibration, bio-optical modeling of water quality using satellite images. This is based on WASI, or the watercolor simulator, wherein we were able to produce this type of layers, like chlorophyll A layers for various periods of the year. In this case, quarterly chlorophyll A layers, suspended particulate matter layers, and from these data layers, we are also able to produce this sort of optical water types, indicating the prevalence of, sediments and chlorophyll and cyanobacteria in certain parts of the lake in various months. Based on these water quality layers, we derive these water quality zones in Laguna Lake and propose new or additional stations for LLDA to monitor. So we also use the Himawari 8, a meteorological satellite system, which produces 10-minute interval images to produce this sort of turbidity maps from these lower resolution images. We also use machine learning, an ensemble of different methodologies to produce accurate chlorophyll A maps for Laguna Lake. We also address concern of Laguna Lake Development Authority on these prevalent hyacinths. And of course, we also have these detailed land cover maps or layers for the watersheds of Laguna Lake. So several publications have been made, so these are listed here, together with the joint publication with NCKU, and we are preparing, or we have submitted manuscripts on the listed copies here. And we have produced or developed the Tangla web portal, together the web-based app collection forms for land cover validation and Laguna Lake and watershed resource monitoring. So in terms of people services, we have conducted a lot of training, as well as conducted LGU caravans and participated in Laguna Lake Forum. So we collaborated again closely with the Laguna Lake Development Authority on water quality monitoring using remote sensing technology. We have recommended to LLDA to integrate remote sensing and citizen science approaches to the agency's lake monitoring workflow. We have these following issues encountered, which are primarily related to severe weather conditions and some equipment failure, but these are being addressed together with the project called Mapable. So as ways forward, so we jointly identified needs and gaps, formalized the partnerships, and we would like, we are sustaining the partnership beyond the project. So that's Project Tanglaw, or the multi-platform and cross-sensor water quality monitoring project. Thank you very much.
This is the Electronics and Communications Laboratory of MSU IIT. Inside are facilities and technologies that allowed us to design and develop communication systems for a wide range of applications. One of which is the system that uses wireless electromagnetic radar for groundwater detection. It is funded by DOST-PCIEERD. The project aims to first, evaluate the ability of electromagnetic waves to detect underground water, estimate its depth and quantity. Second, map areas with possible sources of water.
This invention is about a system that detects underground water sources and objects by using high-powered electromagnetic signals transmitted below the ground and analyzing return signals for characterizations and analysis. In obtaining the amplitude and range information of the target, convolutional neural network deep learning technique was used. The electromagnetic signal processing is done using software-defined radio technology, where this work uses varying and configurable designs in order to read different kinds of target. The invention relates to a technology for detection of ground objects or water table by radiating electromagnetic energy to the ground. This particular method is also applicable to other types of bird media like metal, pipes, and water containers. This work features a remote sensing in real-time application, non-destructive methods in detecting underground water table, pipes, and metal. A Philippine-made product, which is a low-cost. This work resulted to vast applications such as soil quality assessment, sinkholes, underground pipe insulation and metal bars, groundwater characterization.
This program allowed us to practice and apply digital signal processing and RF engineering. These are knowledge and capabilities we gladly shared with our established network of neighboring universities around Mindanao through various training modules and exercises. This activity could be a basis for each of these universities to further their research capabilities in the field of electronics and communications that will eventually yield into more meaningful integration of electronics communication courses. Researchers get to collaborate with industry players to take the research product to another level of commercialization. This mindset has to change. They should think of making their product visible in the market and reach the end user via commercialization. Hence, MSU IIT partners with construction firm in Davao City, Iligan Light and Power Incorporated, Philmico, and Department of Agriculture.
The group was given a chance to travel abroad and present the work in 4 international conferences and publish 12 research output in ISI's Scopus Index publications. COVID pandemic limits the researcher mobility to test only in the areas within Iligan City. Despite the adversity, it has been observed that the final iteration of the system can successfully predict the buried objects. The researchers are already eyeing for partnership of certain construction companies as prospect client. Again, thanks to DOST, or Department of Science and Technology, and I encourage everyone, especially in the academe, to submit proposals.
Greetings! This video presents a brief discussion on the completed project entitled Post-Treatment of Food Processing Wastewater Effluent for Nutrient Removal. A study funded under the Collaborative Research and Development to Leverage Philippine Economy or CRADLE program and was undertaken by the Environment and Biotechnology Division of DOST-TDI from January 2019 to October 2020 at a budget of 2,093,425 pesos. The project is in collaboration with Central Macaroni Corporation or Senmaco Incorporated, an established fruit juice and concentrates processing company headed by Mr. Vincent Causect and DOST-TDI, with engineer Reynaldo Esguerra as project lead. The research collaboration's conception was brought upon by the request of Senmaco Incorporated for research and development assistance to address the new effluent standards set by DENR Administrative Order No. 08 Series of 2016. The presence of excess nutrients in water bodies causes eutrophication that harms aquatic life and poses a public health risk. To address this, the recently adopted DENR Administrative Order No. 08 Series of 2016 requires the removal of nutrients in the form of nitrates and phosphates in wastewater and sets standard concentration limits at 14 ppm and 1 ppm, respectively. These changes in the effluent standards pose greater challenges and needed adjustments for industrial establishments in terms of wastewater discharge compliance. To provide aid to Senmaco Incorporated in overcoming these challenges, the study aimed at developing a post-treatment system designed to removal excess nutrients from their wastewater. To achieve this, the project team characterized the wastewater effluent, conducted treatability studies on industrial wastewater discharge from Senmaco, designed and fabricated post-treatment system based on the volume and characterization of existing effluent, determined the performance of the post-treatment system, and prepared an operation and maintenance manual of the post-treatment system. The main accomplishment of the project is the development of the bubble cap type trickling filter system, a 300-liter post-treatment system capable of providing 75% phosphate removal and 43% nitrate removal. The system provides extended contact between the effluent and the activated sludge attached to ceramic filter media to induce nutrient removal. Personnel from Senmaco was also trained for the operation, monitoring and maintenance of the trickling filter system. All these procedures are included in the prepared copyrighted technology manual for the equipment. Findings from the completed project are also referenced in the drafting of policy recommendations for the discussion and review of the current effluent standard set, and in focus group discussions with concerned sectors. As for the publication, the project is currently awaiting acceptance for poster presentation in the 2021 National Academy of Science and Technology scientific sessions. Finally, DOST-TII is in a continuing partnership with Senmaco, with a new memorandum of agreement signed to provide technical assistance for additional testing of treatment system during the plant's mango production season and for further scaling up of the unit. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the implementation of ECQ together with the travel restrictions has been the largest challenge encountered during the project implementation. Fortunately, upon lifting of the travel restrictions, the project team was able to complete the remaining activities through the help of Senmaco personnel in providing transport for the project team and in helping in completing the installation. The continuing partnership between Senmaco and DOST-TII for future pilot-scale research is a testament on the effectiveness of the CRADLE program as a platform for industries with specific technology needs to find suitable solutions based on science and technology through partnerships and collaborations. This ends our video presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Enhancing the applicability of the vertical halified filter system for private entities, public facilities and small community. Program of the DOST Region 11 and the UIC. Project team exists out of Ms. Ludovina Porticos, project leader, and Ms. Malderas, project researcher. The DOST team exists out of Dr. Anthony Sales, co-project leader, Engineer Liftfoot, expert in constructed wetlands, Engineer Murata, and Engineer Howell Ong as project staff. The project started in 2018 and ended in December 2020, with a budget of approximately 8.4 million peso. During the program, 10 vertical halified filter systems were constructed with a combined surface area of approximately 1,200 square meters. Combined, the filter systems treat approximately 100,000 liters per day. The WhatsApp program was initiated after obtaining positive effluent analysis results from this project at Portibes. It was the first VHFS project of the DOST Region 11. This system is complying with all relevant parameters according to the DAO 2016-8. The VHFS is a low-cost nature-based wastewater treatment technology. It's used to further treat wastewater coming from primary wastewater treatment systems. The main characteristics of the VHFS is the application of halophytes like reeds or paragrasses to naturally treat the wastewater. Furthermore, the VHFS filter bed exists out of 110 cm of different filter media. This creates an effective physical filtration which results into substantial reduction of pollutants in the wastewater. Here you can see the pouring of filter substrates at Maas Slaughterhouse, in which each layer is strategically positioned to serve its best purpose. The WhatsApp program has been initiated to determine the applicability of the VHFS based on the effectiveness, the disposability of soil and plants, the life cycle of the filter, and the socio-economic impact per industry. These industries are meat processing, slaughterhouses, bakeries, sewage treatment, fruit processing, hospitals, poultries, and hotels. Like this 200 square meter vertical halified filter system at the Guevara Hospital. And this 600 square meter vertical halified filter system at the Maas Slaughterhouse, our biggest filter system under the WhatsApp program. It makes crystal clear water out of water coming from a slaughterhouse. Or the 70 square meter vertical halified filter system with forced back aeration at Swiss Deli. And the first project constructed under the WhatsApp at exclusive El-Rouvi poultry farm. This project treats approximately 8 cubic meters of poultry wastewater per day. Other projects constructed under WhatsApp are the Push-Up in Bukana, Penzel's Bakery, and Marabemco, DOFCO, DOST-STII, and finally the Push-Up 10-A. According to the effluent sampling results, the VHFS is applicable for meat processing, food processing, and for bakeries. However, the system seems incapable to comply with all relevant parameters for poultry, slaughterhouses, sewage treatment, and hospitals. Even though the VHFS wasn't able to comply with all the limitations, significant reductions were observed in which the maximum reduction percentages ranged from 93 to 100%. Due to the strict limitations in the Philippines, the VHFS is not compliant. However, it will be compliant in the US, Japan, and in the Netherlands. Nevertheless, during the WhatsApp program, the project team was able to patent the technology, design and construct 10 filter systems, trained 8 individuals for the operation and maintenance, created 11 partnerships in which MOAs were signed, and drafted a policy recommendation report. For our way forward, the WhatsApp team will initiate the introduction of the hybrid VHFS. This enhanced vertical halified filter system will be equipped with a horizontal flow constructed wetland to further remove ammoniacal nitrogen, phosphates, nitrates, and fecal coliform. In 2021, this hybrid VHFS will be deployed in 10 locations for slaughterhouses, animal production, and sewage treatment. However, the first hybrid VHFS has already been deployed in December 2020 for Syntec Agri-Biocorp. After a couple of months, the 700 square meter hybrid VHFS showed astonishing results regarding the removal of total coliform, ammoniacal nitrogen, and phosphates, which were all compliant with the limitations stated in the DAO 2016-8. Therefore, the WhatsApp team will propose the WhatsApp 2.0. This will be done to conduct research on the effectiveness of the hybrid VHFS, further research on the DOST-PCIEERD funded projects, and conduct further study on unknown variables. The Wastewater Treatment System Upgrading Program, a project of the DOST Region 11 and the US.
This project is on endocrine disruptors, antibiotics, heavy metals in Laguna Lake, impacts on food and water security. This project is funded by the Department of Science and Technology, the implementing agency is the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and the collaborating agency is the Laguna Lake Development Authority. The main objectives of this project are to establish the current concentrations as well as temporal and spatial trends of water contaminants, antibiotics, endocrine disruptors, and the heavy metals lead, arsenic, cadmium, chromium, and mercury in Laguna Lake, and to develop, optimize, and validate analytical methodologies for the determination of these organic compounds and heavy metals in water. The key conclusions are as follows. Emerging contaminants such as antibiotics, penicillin G, cephaloxime, and fluoxacillin, and the endocrine disruptors bisphenol A, estrone, estradiol, testosterone, progesterone are now detectable in the lake. Priority heavy metals are in levels below regulatory limits. Mercury and cadmium are not water contaminants of concern in the lake at this time, and the coastal waters in the south side of the lake near Los Baños have higher concentrations of arsenic. High levels were found in Tadlac Lake and in Los Baños groundwaters. For the DOST-STII, this project has to date published 4 scientific articles based on the procedures on sampling, extraction, and analysis of water contaminants. We have produced 2 manuals, and these manuals are accessible at the libraries of UP and the LLDA. The copyrights of these manuals are owned by the implementing agency. This project hosted a number of PC students for their undergraduate and graduate research. We also did trainings on extraction and analysis of the emerging contaminants in the lake water samples. We conducted several trainings on the use of the LCM-SMS, the triple quad for research students, research assistants, and the laboratory staff of the Laguna Lake Development Authority. A policy brief based on the findings of this research was submitted to the Department of Science and Technology and the Laguna Lake Development Authority. The key conclusions and recommendations are as follows. For heavy metals, despite located near densely populated cities of Metro Manila, the heavy metals in Laguna Lake water are within the national and international guideline values. Mercury and cadmium, consistently found below detection limits, are not contaminants of concern at present time. Monitoring over a longer period is needed to determine variations in the concentrations in the lake water, sediment, and tributaries. Findings on high arsenic levels in Tadlac Lake and in Los Baños groundwaters need more investigations. Based on the findings of this research, the following further studies can be done. Movement of arsenic from Los Baños into the lake, speciation of arsenic in the groundwater, in the lake water and sediment, and the effects of the changing climate on the levels of heavy metals in the lake and surrounding inland waters. For emerging contaminants, this is the first investigation on multiple emerging contaminants in Laguna Lake, specifically beta-lactam antibiotics and the endocrine disrupting compounds. The level of contamination in the lake is comparable to similar studies in other global lakes. River waters have higher concentrations. This is due to runoff or direct discharge from point sources. Monitoring in the tributary rivers, especially near discharge points and outflows of wastewater, should be done. For subsequent studies, the following can be done. Environmental fate and behavior studies, including movement of the endocrine disrupting compounds and antibiotics in the lake water, as well as their transformations and degradation products. Antibiotic resistant bacteria and antibiotic resistance genes, risk assessment, effect-directed toxicity studies, and the estrogenic effects of the endocrine disruptors on native fish species. A longer-term study should be done to include more sampling sites in the lake and in the tributaries to determine spatial temporal variations, including the effects of climate change.
Good day, everyone. The Pathogen Host Environment Interactions Research Laboratory of the Institute of Biology, University of the Philippines Diliman would like to present to you the PCIEERD funded project entitled Microbial Source Tracking in Selected Tributaries of Laguna Lake. The MST project, led by Dr. Wendell L. Rivera, is one of the 3 projects under program Synergistic Capacity Advancement in the Management of Laguna Lake, or SCALE. This was implemented in 2017 at the Natural Sciences Research Institute, UP Diliman, and was completed last October 2020. The team was composed of research associates who specialize in microbiology and environmental science. Laguna Lake is a very important freshwater lake in the Philippines because it serves as a multi-use water resource for some of the major cities and provinces in the country. However, due to industrialization, land use, and population growth, the lake's water quality is deteriorating. Wastewater discharged into the lake may contain harmful microorganisms that may cause diseases. To prevent its degradation, identifying the origin of contamination is essential. MST is a set of methodologies that aims to trace the sources of contamination in a given system. MST can utilize a host origin libraries or host-specific markers to identify fecal sources. The general objectives of our project are as follows. First was to optimize, validate, and establish MST methods specific for Laguna Lake and its tributaries. Second, the project aimed to identify dominant sources of microbial pollution and pathogens. Lastly, the project aimed to capacitate the Laguna Lake Development Authority, or LLDA, in advanced methods for water quality testing. Based on fecal bacteria E. coli and Bacteroides, domestic sources, particularly human and sewage origins, are the greatest contributors of contamination in all tributaries studied, followed by swine and cattle fecal contamination to a lesser extent. On the other hand, human and duck fecal contamination are evident contributors to Laguna Lake contamination. Based on the antibiotic resistance profiles generated from E. coli isolated from selected stations and tributaries of Laguna Lake, relatively high prevalence of resistance was observed particularly against ampicillin, sulbactam, and trimethoprim. Highest multiple antibiotic resistance indices were found in chicken fecal samples and in the Pila River, which is intuitive as Pila has numerous poultry farms. Protozoan parasites Cryptosporidium and Giardia, which can pose threats to human health, were detected in selected stations and tributaries of Laguna Lake. The use of Cryptosporidium as an MST marker also revealed contamination coming from different sources such as swine, cattle, rodents, poultry, and humans. Following DOST's guidelines for the 6 P's expected outputs, the project has provided its required deliverables. The project has 3 published articles and 5 manuscripts are currently being prepared. A laboratory manual covering all protocols used in this project is being drafted as well. Under this project, 3 graduate students were mentored and 2 workshops were held. Furthermore, through partnership with LLDA, 1 policy brief has been written and disseminated among the board of directors. One of the main challenges faced by the group towards the end of the project was the cancellation of laboratory work in the university, due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This was resolved by the generous assistance of PCIEERD by giving the project a total of 8 months of extension. MST is indeed a useful tool to detect sources of fecal contamination, but it needs to be translated into policies and regulations to be able to assist in the rehabilitation not just of Laguna Lake but also of other important water bodies. As molecular technologies are continuously improving, the scope of MST can be expanded and it can be enhanced to provide more accurate results. This can be a big opportunity for researchers and students who want to be part of this conservation effort in partnership with DOST-PCIEERD.
aming laboratory ay nagkakandak ng anti-sampling. Inaalam din namin ang water quality ng lawa. Kumukuha kami ng fish and water sample sa lawa. Ito ay dinadala sa aming laboratory para sa analysis.
At pagdating naman po ng mga water samples dito sa aming laboratory, ay amin po itong agad na ina-analyze para sa mga water quality parameters tulad ng ammonia nitrogen, nitric nitrogen, at phosphorus, dissolved oxygen, at heavy metals. Kami rin ay nag-conduct ng method development and validation para sa pag-analyze ng heavy metals tulad ng arsenic, cadmium, chromium, at lead sa mga fish samples tulad ng bangus sa tilapia namin nakuha at nahawak sa Laguna Lake.
So aside from the heavy metals analysis, we also do method development and validation for the organic analysis in our fish samples. Nag-conduct din ang aming team ng household survey upang malaman kung may kakibat na risk ang pagkain ng isda mula sa Laguna Lake.
It is important to study Laguna de Bai because we benefit from it. 25% of Filipinos depend on it for aquaculture and commodity fish such as bangus and tilapia. 50% of commodity fish for Metro Manila comes from it. Our team at the Institute of Environmental Science and Meteorology is studying the impact of human activities on the aquaculture of Laguna de Bai. Specifically, we are determining the trace organics and heavy metals in commodity fish of Laguna de Bai to establish information of health risk, if there is any, on fish intake from commodity fish. This project is in coordination with the Laguna Lake Development Authority.
A pleasant day to everyone. Our project, development of a wastewater filtration system using indigenous materials. The implementing agency is Mariners Polytechnic College's Foundation of Carapman, with our school president, Dr. Marilisa Jimenez Ampuan. The duration of the project started on July 1, 2019 and ended on September 30, 2020. The project leader, yours truly, Lieutenant Eric C. Losenia, PCGA, the research team members, Dr. Esperanza P. Linduna, Mrs. Joyce B. de la Trinidad, Ms. Patria B. Bonillo, our school research director, Mr. Vincent Is Bulawan. Our project was granted with a budget of 1,560,058 pesos. The school counterpart are facilities, utilities, and the use of vehicles. The basis of this study were A. The result of a previous research on environmental coastal management in preserving and sustaining marine protected areas, including fish sanctuaries, mangroves, and corals, with fish landing ports at Calabanga, Sangay, and Tinambak, that there was a need for an effective and efficient environmental coastal management system in preserving and sustaining coastal marine environment. And B. The NPCEERD's goal to conduct relevant and innovative researches that address trends and challenges in both maritime and business industries. Our primary objective is to establish wastewater filtration systems that use indigenous materials to clean waterways in barangays Dinaga, Naga City, and Sibubu, Calabanga. Our corollary objectives were: A. Promote discipline among the residents of barangays Dinaga and Sibubo on solid waste management. B. Promote sustainable fish habitat and sanctuary in the coastal areas along Barangay Sibubo and along Naga City River. Our 6-piece accomplishment on publications, writing of the paper. After the final presentation, we will incorporate suggestions upon approval of the research results, 50%. For patent, products of research for patent application, wastewater filtration system, filter plates, filter mesh, plastic takal shells, and coco peat, 75%. For products, wastewater filtration system in Barangay Dinaga, Naga City, in Barangay Sibubo, Calabanga, Camarines, 100%. People services, established wastewater filtration systems in barangays Dinaga, Naga City, Sibubo, Calabanga, conducted seminar on solid waste management, and conducted dive survey in coastal areas near Barangay Sibubo, 100%. For partnership, strengthen partnership with LGU of Calabanga, City LGU of Naga, Menro of Calabanga, Barangay LGU of Dinaga, Barangay LGU of Sibubo. Established partnership with Senro of Naga, Salbar Salo, BIFAR Region 5, Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary. For policy, complete activities toward policy formulation where A. Presented the MOA, turning over of the project maintenance and management to recipient barangays, to the Sangguniang Bayan of Calabanga and the Naga City Sangguniang Panlungsod Committee on Environment. B. The Sangguniang Bayan of Calabanga had issued resolution number 2021-127 authorizing their mayor to represent the municipality and sign on its behalf in a MOA by and between Impisip Canacman, LGU Calabanga, and Barangay Sibubo relative to the wastewater filtration project at Barangay Sibubo. C. In Naga City, it was initially agreed that the project will be adopted by the Centro in as much as this office is in charge of the maintenance of the Naga River in managing the Salvar Salog volunteers as to upgrade the quality of water in the river. Today, the progress of these activities are being coordinated and monitored. The challenges of this research: 3 strong typhoons in a row that badly hit Bicol region caused damages to the structures and the places where these were constructed. Eruption of Tal volcano last January 2020 caused delay in the laboratory analysis at Lipac Quality Control Center in Batangas. The strict confinement measures implemented to contain the spread of COVID-19, such as extensive restrictions on travel, mass gatherings, closure of schools and non-essential businesses, and stay-at-home orders, caused delay in implementing some of the project activities. For our way forward, number 1, operate sustainable activities. Example, ESCO Basurero Program, dive survey, training on operating and maintaining the filtration system of the project will be done within the scope of the research extension continuum of MPCF Canacman. Number 2, the Naga City Enro and Calabanga Menro will replicate the wastewater filtration system in their other barangays. Naga City and Calabanga as models for other municipalities to adopt the same project, thereby helping Barangay Sibugo to establish a barangay micro-business enterprise on arts and crafts using crushed takal shell. Number 4, more institutional and externally funded researches will be conducted on the use of crushed takal shells as filter medium to control or abate the pollution of air caused by emissions from small vehicle, example, motorcycles. The research team wishes to share. It is only when we share our ideas through conducting a research project that we come to realize how useful, innovative, and even great our ideas are. We can only know the real meaning of research if it becomes part of our daily existence. So, be a researcher in the strictest sense of the word and become a source of a solution rather than a problem of our ever-changing world. We wish to acknowledge the different agencies and offices that supported our team. DOST-PCIEERD, DOST-BCIEERD, DOST-RSTL, DNR-EMB, DFAR, PCGA-SIGAD Bicol, City of Naga, Municipality of Calabanga, Barangay Dinaga, Barangay Sibugo. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for our speakers of the completed projects under the Energy, Technology, and Special Concerns Part 1. So yes, you heard it right. It's a Special Concerns Part 1. So madami po tayong mga completed projects under Special Concerns. That's why we divided it into 2 parts. So now let us move on to our open forum or question and answer portion. So again, may I call on our speakers, Dr. Ryan John Delara, Dr. Liu Andrew Tria, Dr. Arnel Beltran, Dr. Ariel Blanco, Dr. Olga Joy Herasta, Engineer Reynaldo Esguera, Professor Ludivina Porticos, Dr. Maria Pitias Espino, Dr. Wendell Rivera, Dr. Maylene Cayetano, Mr. Eric C. Lucena for our question and answer portion. We also have a question actually here posted for DOST. So maybe we could also call on Sir Eric Paringit para sagutin din itong question na ito. Hi, Sir Eric. Ayan. So I guess everyone's ready for the Q&A. So let me start. Let me start na din dun sa question for DOST. Medyo kanina pa pala itong question na ito. So let's see. Sir Eric po ang ating tatanungin for this question. Sir Eric, this question is from Christopher John Eder. So I hope andito pa siya. Sabi niya, I'm entrepreneur based in Pasig. How DOST is welcoming projects for health, especially these times of pandemic?
Yeah, thank you, Ed. Yeah, Christopher, very timely question. In fact, in my presentation earlier, I mentioned that we had actually supported 33 projects that are related to addressing COVID-19. No? Of course, as we know, there are mainly health-related projects, research projects, mainly like clinical trials, but we're not monitoring or supporting that. It's PCHRD. But for other areas where we face challenges in light of COVID-19, like lockdowns, travel restrictions, health and safety innovations, we're supporting those. No, in fact, we supported the design as well as the implementation of the first specimen collection booths, the thermal scanning for temperature sensing. We also supported the development of the first versions of the frames for the masks. No, so these are actually just a few examples of those that which we have supported, and these have been all supported under what we call the STRAP, or the Science and Technology Research against the pandemic. and we hope to continue supporting a lot of this. I failed to mention we supported 3 ventilator projects, no, that are now actually in various stages of testing, no. So after that testing, they could actually be already subject to a clinical trial. So it's not far off that we will be able to produce the very first, no, sets of Philippine-made ventilators. So these are just a few of those projects. As an entrepreneur, probably we could help you out connect with different innovations that you have seen here, and maybe find ways on how this could actually be scaled up to a level where it could reach uh, public use, no, of course through by making them available in the market. So kindly get in touch with us and tell us which technologies are you interested in engaging. I'm sure we could find ways to work together. Thank you.
Thank you po, Sir Eric. So yan, Christopher, I hope that answers your question. So yes, we move now po sa ating second question. So I see a question here addressed to Dr. Ariel Blanco. The question is, does the maps produced already being used by the beneficiaries or the LGUs? And do we have a centralized site where all the process maps are available and accessible to the public?
Yeah, currently the maps that were produced, and also, for example, there are new maps produced during the time of pandemic when LLDA wasn't able to go to Laguna Lake to sample water or to measure water quality. So we processed the data during those months and provided them to LLDA. In the previous events, so we distributed maps to the LGUs, and the system is working, and it's basically accessible to LLDA at the moment. But it will be made available to wider audience.
Thank you po, Sir Ariel, for answering that question. Ayan. Another question. This is now addressed to Dr. Maylene Cayetano. Doc Maylene, the question is, after the Taal volcano eruption, can we still say that the cultured fishes are still safe to eat?
Hi. Thank you, Ms. Rogelio, for the question, and to the person who asked it. We did monitor the levels of contaminants, elemental contaminants in the Laguna Lake after the Taal eruption, and we didn't find any high or elevated levels of the elemental contaminants from our project. So it is still safe even after the Taal volcano eruption. So there's no need to worry or to raise alarm. Thank you. Back to you, Ms.
Thank you po,
Rogelio.
Dr. Maylene. Yan. So yan, ang sabi ni Doc Maylene, still safe daw po. Yan. All right. So we have a question here from an anonymous attendee. I guess this is for Dr. Olga, if I'm not mistaken. The question is, for remote sensing of groundwater, can we also apply and configure it to detection of river depth at certain sections or river stretch? Can we attach it to a remote controlled vehicle like drones and the like?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So regarding for application po sa river, actually we try it to test near the river bank. We can see in the map how deep is the river, the underground water, parang layers niya. So yun. But regarding, so if we tried it sa river na surface lang, we haven't tried it, but there is one study now currently conducted under the collaborations of robotics laboratory and MSU IIT. We want to integrate it to the drone also, so that we could use it through area to protect the underground object. We tried it already.
Thank you po, Dr. Olga.
Thank you.
Okay. So I actually have seen a lot of questions. However, due to the limited time, I will be asking the last question. So still, for questions po, you could, for our participants, if you still have questions, you could type it in our Q&A. may mga nakita akong nasagot na kanina ni Sir Ryan. So, just keep them coming. Magsasagot sila sa ating question and answer section. So, yeah. The last question po is for Dr. Fitias Espino. Doc, ang tanong niya is, is your result indicate a level that the communities surrounding the lake should be concerned already?
Okay, thank you for the question, but I want to qualify. We have to qualify. Anong concern? Is it about the heavy metals or is it about the organic contaminants? I mean, at least for antibiotics and endocrine disruptors. So based on our research, published na yung at least for the endocrine disruptors, the levels that we are seeing now are comparable to polluted lakes elsewhere in the world. For heavy metals, at least in the 9 regular sampling sites of LLDA, which covers the entire lake, yung heavy metals are below regulatory limits. So comparing that to 10 or 20 years ago, bumaba na yung levels ng heavy metals, at least in the lake. So I'm not sure about the question kung mabahala ba. Of course, the lake has many problems. For the study, at least in the lake, not including the tributary rivers, so the levels are within regulatory limits. I hope I answered the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you po, Dr. Fitias. Ayan, again, before we move on the next part of the presentation, may I request our IT team para kumuha ng ating group photo. Ayan. So again, our speakers, just kindly turn on your videos po, video cameras para sa ating photo. Ayan. So if we are all ready, I will count 1, 2, 3 po, and then we smile. All right. The count of 3, 1, 2, 3, smile. Again, 1, 2, 3, smile. All right. Yan. Thank you po. Thank you to our first set of presenters for this afternoon's session. All right. So now we move on to the second part of the afternoon's session, which is the presentations of the PCIEERD completed projects under Special Concerns Part 2 technology.
Engineer Jasper Castor, Metallurgical Engineer of the Provincial Government of Davao de Oro. On behalf of our project leader, I'm going to present to you the history and outputs of this research project. The project duration is from July 1, 2019 to December 31, 2020. DOST-PCIEERD, implemented by DOST Region 11 with the cooperation of PLGU Davao de Oro. Total project budget amounted to 4.9 million with the following breakdown per year. Project leader is the Regional Director of USD Region 11, Dr. Anthony C. Sales, Session 3. The project staff are Kenneth D. Baroga, PhD, and Engineer Laarmi D. Albacete. The project team members are the following. This is the phase 2 of the project entitled Field Testing of the Integrated Gold-Copper Mineral Processing Pilot Plant in the region's Compostela Valley, which was also funded by DOST-PCIEERD. The following are the highlights of the previous project. For the partnership, a MOA was signed by the project stakeholders to seal its commitment and support for the implementation of the project. Groundbreaking activity was then conducted to commence the construction of the facility. The heart of the facility is the green mining technology developed by the University of the Philippines, Diliman, which is called the CleanGem technology, or the community-led integrated non-cyanide, non-mercury gold extraction method. The management and operation of the facility was then turned over to the beneficiary, the provincial government of Davao de Oro. During its pilot testing, the team conducted parallel tests between the traditional method and CleanGem for the gold extraction of inupuan ore. Gold recovery from CleanGem is lower but its operating time, operating costs, and environmental costs are significantly lower compared to the traditional method. With this result, the Phase 2 project was proposed to increase the gold recovery of the facility and the technology. With the facility in place, support to the operations were needed to test the gold recovery of ores sourced from the different mining areas in Davao de Oro. With that dilemma, the project was proposed and was generously approved by the UST-PCIEERD. Were achieved during the project implementation. Extracted the economically viable minerals in the tailings, proposed value addition of the tailings, located suitable tailings disposal area. For the fourth objective, the team were also able to secure and maintain all relevant permits and certificates required for the pilot plant operations, except for the permit from PRC, which is still ongoing. Target characterization for 9 ores from different bayan were achieved. As in the team also included gold distribution characterization via sieve analysis and diagnostic leach test, which aims to identify other treatment required by the ore to maximize gold recovery. The Diwalwal ore were subjected to the self-test and gold recovery reached 94.6%. Lost time brought about by these challenges, the project personnel scheduled overnight and extended working hours to conduct pilot plant activities and deliver project deliverables. For patents and IPs, a utility model application was submitted entitled Gold Extraction Premixture for the gold concentrates of the green mining technology with the assistance of the DOST-STII. Under products, pilot plant services and laboratory services will be offered following the inclusion of such services to the Provincial Revenue Code of Davao de Oro. Partnership with all project stakeholders were established and expected to be strengthened by the Davao de Oro Governor, JV Tyrone L. Uy, with his initiative to create a board of advisors and multi-partite monitoring team for the facility. The full optimization of the general flux recipe for gold-fair assay is ongoing, and a utility model will be applied for this once completed. Benchmarking activity was conducted by DOST Caraga to the facility to adopt existing best practices of the facility. DOST Caraga is also one of the project implementers of the Clean Gem project. Presently, preparations for the ISO IEC 17025-2017 accreditation of the laboratory are being done along with the continuous research on the optimization of pilot plant operations. This goal is in alignment to DOST-11 and PLGU Davao de Oro's vision of making the facility a national reference laboratory for clean gem and other green mining technologies. Our other way forward activities include the utilization of the technology and the recovery of other precious metals and the expansion of laboratory testing services. Lastly, we would like to express our sincerest gratitude to the UST-PCIEERD for giving us this facility. It will be of great help in our quest for environmental friendly mineral processing methods and efficient utilization of environmental resources in the province of Davao de Oro, the gold capital of the Philippines.
Good day. I'm Jane Reyes to present the project funded by PCIEERD entitled Master of Research and Development Management Project, University of the Philippines, Open University Faculty of Management and Development Studies, Implementer. We have the project team, as you can see here, composed of Mr. Larry Cruz, Ms. Ruth Velus, Ms. Nikki Velasco, Mr. Noel Casuba, and Ms. Mia Pradas. And we were provided with financial assistance amounting to 4,795,582 pesos for 2-year project. Year 1 is curriculum development, and year 2 is on-course material development. The rationale of the project is to elevate and upgrade the diploma in research and development management and propose a Master of Research and Development Management program to provide skills and preparation for effective leadership to those working in S&T projects and programs of the government, academic, and private institutions. It will also help S&T practitioners to better perform their functions and contribute innovations to the country's global competitiveness. We have four objectives. First is to identify the R&D professional development needs of the R&D personnel, practitioners, and managers in the country. Second, review the current graduate program in the R&D management at UP-OU in relation to recent developments in the field and needs of the intended learners. Third, propose a ladderized master's degree in R&D management at UP-OU. And lastly, develop course modules. For each objective, we have the following accomplishment. For objective number 1, we have conducted research on market needs assessment, and we have a paper and pen survey uh, administered to the participants of the training workshop on domain and distinction of research management organized by DOST-PCIEERD in partnership with DA Bar and Philippine Association of Research Managers. And we administered online survey as well as conducted focus group discussion at UP Diliman and DOST Bikutan among personnel of DOST agencies. The research results of our market survey were presented during the PhilArm convention held in Cebu City during its third International Research and Development Extension Management Congress. We also co-sponsored 2 learning events, Symposium on R&D Management, Discipline and Practice, Colloquium on R&D Management, Innovation and Trends held at CCDL Auditorium, UP Open University. For the second objective, we have regular project team meetings for monitoring evaluation and for starting the activities as planned. We conducted course writing write-ups and meetings for the development of the MR and DM curriculum. For objective number 3, the MR&DM curriculum underwent several stages of evaluation from the program level to the faculty or college level, up to the UPO university level, then to the UP system through its AAC, PAC, and Board of Regents. And finally, it was approved during the Board of Regents meeting on November 26, 2020. For objective number 4, we have developed materials, 3 mini episodes of creativity in R&D, anyone, anywhere, and anytime, for offering for non-formal education, as well as to be a supplementary material for the institution of the course, Creativity and Research Management. We also conducted Let's Talk It Over series on research management, creativity, and R&D, co-sponsored with UP Mindanao. We held orientation hands-on workshop for incoming faculty in charge who will be directly teaching the program. And again, we presented the results of the pre-test of the mini episodes on creativity during the 4th International RDE Management Congress of PhilArm, as well as during the National Conference on Open Distance e-Learning, later part of the year 2020. For objective number 4, we have several publications produced. One is the book on reflections from R&D managers, consolidated presentation during the Learning Event Symposium and Colloquium. And it is externally reviewed by a university professor from US. Then we have the article on market study analysis, R&D profiling, published in the Journal of Management Development Studies. We have encountered several problems, including, of course, the pandemic and the natural calamity, as well as the long chain of the evaluation channels and levels that the proposal has to undergo. There is a policy at UPOU that we cannot start the course development until the curriculum is approved by the Board of Regents. But we will not stop on that. So we have solutions to address the problems that we have encountered. So while waiting for the approval, we have attended workshops for the research results presentation. We have produced the mini episodes on creativity. Now, for future plans after the project, we continue promoting the program to the HEIs, DOST and line agencies, and other R&D agencies. and offer not only the creativity module, but also the other modules through non-formal education via model or MOOCs. We plan to conduct research documenting the process that for the first batch of the MRNDM learners, apply the quality assurance system for the MRNDM offering, and study the mode for interceptors or supervisors for the non-thesis field study track. We are starting now with the survival analysis of the diploma MRNDM students starting 1996 enrollees and graduates until 2016. We have preliminary data. For further information on the project, you may contact us in the email addresses posted above. With that, thank you for listening. Have a good day and stay safe, everyone.
The journey in this model started with a question: why do Filipino households prefer living in crowded urban centers such as Metro Manila? We asked ourselves further, how do we correct the unbalanced socioeconomic and spatial development across all regions in the country? We rolled up our sleeves and developed a proposal on modeling settlements development in new growth areas in the Philippines. Our multi-sectoral team in Planadas is composed of researchers from the UP Diliman School of Urban and Regional Planning and School of Statistics. We sought to find out how settlements develop in new growth areas in the Philippines and how can housing supply match demand in these new towns. Can we predict where urban growth will occur next? Our proposed solution is to develop a model that can predict new growth areas and a tool to match housing supply and demand. Our project has 6 objectives. We wanted to review trends in urban development and settlements growth in the Philippines from 1960 to 2015. We sought to identify potential growth areas following an analysis of growth drivers. We wanted to project land and housing requirements in these new growth areas and match demand and supply. Moreover, we wanted to validate this growth model in an urbanizing region in the Philippines. We also wanted to estimate the finance requirements of the total housing demand. Finally, we wanted to train users on the use of this model. We are happy to share what we have achieved. A manuscript has been submitted to the journal Population Space and Place. In addition, nationwide TV presentations have been made by no less than DOST Secretary Fortunato de la Peña, pitching for the model at the Laging Handa PH public briefing, as well as with NEDA Secretary Carl Chua and the other NEDA officials. This model has also been presented in the Lakas ng Siyensya teleradio show. The settlements model was presented in 6 national and international conferences and meetings. The very core of the project is the formulation of the settlements development model for new growth areas in the Philippines. This model has identified the predictors of urban growth, projected the top 20 provinces in 2020, 2030, and 2040, and simulated land use expansion. 690 persons have been trained on the use of the model since February 2020, and 2 graduate-level students have used the project data for their thesis or dissertation. The settlements model has been oriented among the top 20 growth provinces. Central Luzon, through its Regional Development Council, has adopted the model for the Balik Provincial Program. The Central Visayas Regional Development Council has also been oriented on planning pandemic-resilient new growth areas. The good news is Caraga region is planning to use the model in 2021 as well. Two policy briefs have been prepared, and the model supports the Balik Provincial Program and has been mentioned in Executive Order 114 as a possible model or tool in balancing regional development. The settlements model has also been applied in the DOST-STII START program. And just a few days ago, it was presented in the National Academy of Science and Technology, Visayas Regional Scientific Meeting, as a tool to attain balanced regional development. In view of the community quarantine in the Philippines brought about by COVID-19, the training program had to be transformed into a remote learning format. The training program was modified and a platform developed for sharing the contents and for scheduled real-time question and answer sessions with the trainers. We believe that this remote training program had several advantages. It gave us a wider reach. It was customized according to the pace of and schedule of the user. Recorded lectures can be viewed and materials downloaded or used even with limited or weak internet connections. And most important, the mode of training was compliant with government regulations on precautionary measures in preventing the transmission of COVID-19. As a way forward, one of the lessons we have learned is that proposals increase their value when they are relevant to the times and projects are shown to have practical applications. It makes sense to apply for a patent or copyright for any successful project funded by DOST-PCIEERD. Finally, it makes sense to mobilize a team composed of specialists who can jointly provide a solution to an existing development problem using science and technology. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po.
Hello everyone, I'm Eileen John Vicente from the University of the Philippines, Cebu. I am the project leader of the Fire Check Project, Urban Fire Hazard Mapping and Fire Spread Modeling Project. I am here to share with you briefly the accomplishments of the project. Okay, let me begin. Before anything else, allow me to share with you FireCheck's beginning. So FireCheck is an 18-month project which should have ended in November 2019, but we got approval to be extended for another 3 months. So FireCheck finally ended last February 15, 2020. FireCheck, by the way, is a mapping and fire spread modeling project targeted at two highly urbanized cities in Metro Cebu. That is Mandaue City and Lapu-Lapu City, Cebu. A year after the project kickoff, we were able to finalize and review our methodologies and develop the technical components of the project with one lacking ingredient. That is the actual field data. So you see, the project is highly dependent on the participation of our LGU collaborators. So we had several roadblocks and unprecedented events that had stalled the signing of our memorandum of agreement with our LGU partners. This didn't mean that we don't have their support, though. It's just that the LGU counterpart cannot be implemented without the MOA. And this had impeded the collection of field data, which is a major critical activity of the project. Nonetheless, given the risks from the project's dependency on the MOA, the team decided to work on the technical aspects instead. So we reviewed and revised several methods that we will soon implement with our partners. We developed the applications, including scripts that we know that will help us speed up the collection and processing of data. And we also started working on building the fire spread model by studying relevant features to include in the model. getting these features validated as well and getting our algorithm validated. And we constructed also the prototype using some fabricated data. So by the end of the first year, the only missing ingredient to make everything work is the actual field data. And sadly though, our MOA has not yet been signed during this time. So that is why we proposed o plan tayo na lang and asked DOST to fund the data collection activities instead of waiting on the LGU. So we were fortunate to have been granted additional funding on our renewal. So FARCHEC initially had an approved budget of around 9.3 million, and with additional funding in year 2, the project's budget was increased to 11.4 million. For the remaining 6 months, we worked double time to fulfill our promise, and we had successfully collected the data within that period despite many challenges in hiring and retaining our enumerators. We were able to iteratively collect data, process them, and generate the maps and other artifacts while iteratively improving on the technologies that we had previously developed. Eventually, we were able to transfer these artifacts to our partner LGUs, plus our MOA was also signed during this time. We were able to conduct an investment and evacuation planning with our stakeholders to help them identify investments related to fire mitigation in their respective barangays. In the interest of sustainability, we proposed an extension of the project so we can transfer our knowledge to our partners. This means not just the project artifacts such as the hazard maps and software applications, but we would like to also transfer the methods and the techniques in data processing altogether. So we were granted 3 more months to use up the remaining amount from our budget to conduct these technology transfer trainings. In the 3 months that followed, we conducted the transfer of technologies through a series of trainings with personnel from the local government unit and our partner local government unit and the Bureau of Fire Protection. We hope that someday soon they will be able to run the whole fire check process on their own as part of their city planning preparations and to be able to update their fire hazard data. Alright, so there goes the brief chronicle of our FARCHEC experience. Allow me now to present to you what the project was all about and what we had accomplished in 21 months. So FARCHEC revolves around these 5 core outputs: fire hazard maps, fire spread model, neighborhood evacuation plan, risk reduction management or investment plans, and 3D maps of high-risk communities made available in their mobile phones. All these outputs are geared towards one outcome. That is for our LGU partners and the Bureau of Fire Protection to be able to utilize this technology to mitigate the negative outcomes of urban fire. We know how extensive the damage of urban fires can be to families in highly dense communities and to the local government who is responsible for taking care of displaced families in these communities. I am pleased to inform you that we have completed all these deliverables, and I'm proud to share with you what the team had accomplished. All right. So let me just summarize our accomplishments based on DOST's 6 Ps. For publication, we were able to present 3 papers to both international and local occurrence. So these papers were eventually published in the conference respective journal and conference proceedings. For patent, our copyright for 3 of the project's applications are still ongoing, and we have yet to follow up on this with the UP Cebu's ITSO. And then for products, we have also produced the project's target outputs, and these are some of them. Okay, where is that? So we have developed an application that will help collect data about the community. So we named this as the FARCHEC Attribution App. primarily because it collects attribution data from digitized footprints that are made available in the app. So this was the app that was used by the enumerators to collect community profile and household information. We used the survey data to train two models for fire spread simulation. One model uses heat transfer, incorporating the physical properties of the fire, and another model used probabilistic methods in predicting the spread of fire. So the team developed a simulation application incorporating these models that they had created to predict or forecast the possible spread of fire in the community. And that's an example. This is, by the way, a snapshot of the 3D mobile application that we have developed for the Bureau of Fire Protection. So this can be used by our friends at the Bureau of Fire Protection to reckon unfamiliar areas that are susceptible to fire. So the 3D mobile application contains information such as hazard level of the community based on the color, and then building materials, average traffic, location of firefighting facilities such as hydrants, and road network, among others. There. Okay, so here's an example of one of the maps that we have created. This is the fire risk map that we created for Barangay Labogon, Mandawi City, and Barangay Paho, Lapu-Lapu City. So fire hazard is one kind of map that we have developed, but the risk maps would tell us which communities are more vulnerable should a fire start in their community. So this is the fire risk map. We also generated hazard maps for 27 barangays in Mandawi City and 19 fire hazard maps for the mainland barangays of Lapu-Lapu City. In addition, we also created a suitability map for both LGUs to help them identify which areas in the city are suitable for the installation of firefighting facility or related mechanisms based on several factors, including hazard level, traffic, and the risks, among others. This is a snapshot of the web portal that we have developed to make the fire hazard maps available to the public. All right, so those are some of the products that we have produced in the project. All right, okay. So in terms of people, we were able to get 1 MS student and 12 Bachelor of Science student to get involved with the project by producing several small projects for the team. Okay, and we have also involved the local government units and the Bureau of Fire Protection in most of the trainings. Okay, so there. In terms of partnerships, we were able to forge our MOA with the Bureau of Fire Protection with Mandawi City and Lapu-Lapu City. And we have seen that we're looking forward to more collaborations with them in the future for related projects. All right. Okay, and for policies, okay, so we were able to utilize our outputs in the development of community-based evacuation plans. And in fact, one of the evacuation plans had been used as a template for running a community-based fire drill. Okay, and we also conducted an investment planning for the barangays to be able to propose projects along fire disaster mitigation. Okay, what else? Ano pa ba? So there, yeah. So, like I said, we utilized our maps as basis for creating community-based evacuation plans involving not just the Bureau of Fire Protection, but several other key community responders as well, like the barangay and city disaster risk and reduction management teams, community volunteers, the Philippine National Police, and even the City Social Welfare and Development Office. Okay, and this is an example of the fire evacuation plan that we have created for Sitio Orel in Barangay Banilad, Mandawi City, and for Sitio Malibu, Barangay Subang Daku in Mandawi City. Okay, so this is the neighborhood fire evacuation plan. In addition, we also conducted an investment planning workshop together with the barangay captains of each city. So we presented them with all of the information that can help them identify ways and means of mitigating fire in their localities. So we invited Attorney Mark Anthony Gamboa to help us facilitate this training. And as a result, each barangay identified mechanisms and investments that they can include in their barangay DRRM budget, or they can propose in their city budget. So there it is, my friends, that has been far checked in 21 months. Now, moving forward, we hope to be able to share our project to the rest of the developing LGUs across the nation. The way that we can easily transfer this is through the Bureau of Fire Protection. So, BFP has a standing program dubbed as Oplan Ligtas Pamayanan. And with respect to BFP and Oplan Ligtas na Pamayanan, we find that FARCHEC neatly aligns with OLP's 4 pillars of Handang Pamayanan, Bayanihan, Kaagapay, and Lingap programs. So these two projects seem to complement each other in many ways, that it feels like it's the same project altogether. So we at FARCHEC believe that we can potentially be that small spark that can fuel OLP's mission and ultimately be able to share our small success with the rest of the nation. Okay, so
Good day, everyone. The project mapping of active offshore faults for resilient coast, funded by DOST-PCIEERD, is co-implemented by the Marine Science Institute with the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology. It ran for 2 years and 6 months with a budget of slightly less than 5 million. This project was conceptualized because of recent earthquakes generated by unknown faults in the offshore areas. It is expected that there are numerous faults out there, and not knowing where they are and their nature of motions and recurrence intervals, the risk they pose to coastal communities cannot be assessed. So then, this project aimed to identify and map offshore active faults, characterize their motions and recurrence, and evaluate their potential contribution to ground shaking in nearby communities. The study areas are Lingayen Gulf, Manila Bay, and offshore Bataan and the southern offshore of Batangas. To do what we wanted to do, we searched for previously acquired data that can allow us to cover a large area and get a better perspective of how the offshore structures are tied with each other and with the structures onshore. We then purposively set and designed our surveys in areas where we wanted to confirm certain features. This is an example of a high-resolution seismic reflection image that we acquired. It shows displaced features in the middle part of the image, indicating the presence of a fault. Note that this fault is a surface expression, which indicates that it is an active fault. The dataset in Lingayen Gulf revealed the presence of 3 major faults. The fault along the west side of the Gulf is the offshore continuation of the East Zambales Fault. These faults, based on their known magnitudes of displacements and continuity, can generate magnitude 7.3 to magnitude 7.7 earthquakes. Simulation of a magnitude 7.4 earthquake along the offshore extension of the Isambales Fault with an epicenter indicated by the star would generate Phibolt's earthquake intensities between 7 and 8. These are classified as destructive to very destructive. And this would take place along the Bolinao-Labrador side and the entire Lingayen coastal plain. In the Verde Passage, Balayan, and Batangas Bays, numerous lineaments were defined in the NAMRIA multi-beam bathymetric maps. These lineaments were suspected as active faults, and they determined the locations and tracks of our seismic reflection surveys. Seismic profiles acquired across the lineaments confirmed the suspicion that they are faults. Despite the limited penetration beyond the seabed, several episodes of vertical motions with relative magnitudes of less than a meter to more than 5 meters were imaged. For outputs, we had 9 conference presentations given by the research assistants and students. Now there are 4 manuscripts that are in preparation. The project supported 5 graduate students, and we have produced fault and ground shaking scenario maps that can be included by the co-implementing agency Phibolts in their continuing efforts to refine their earthquake risk scenarios. Certainly, given the new data, LGUs can formulate and impose new measures on coastal development and infrastructure, which of course should be in tune with the recalibrated risk associated with earthquakes, which in the end will save lives and investments. Even after the project, the trained project personnel were also able to help in locating a vessel in Batangas Bay which sunk during Typhoon Quinta last 28 October 2020. With the identification and mapping of previously uncharacterized or unidentified faults, which are capable of generating as much as magnitude 7.5 earthquakes, and the numerous submarine and landslide features, there is a need for replication of this type of study all over the country. There is a need for detailed follow-up work where faults and landslide features have been mapped, and there is a need for the creation of a marine geological research program for the country.
Hi everyone, today I'll be sharing to you our Young Innovators Program journey. I am Engineer Hale G. Cruz Jr., mentor, and part of the team biofloat of the Bataan Peninsula State University. So the main background of our project is that 36% of the country's river systems are classified as sources of public water supply based on the Water Environment Partnership in Asia. And the main why and the main focus of this project is that 50 out of 421 rivers in the Philippines are considered biologically dead. And the main objective of this project is to design and develop hybrid solar and wind actuated floating island aerators with fighter remediation for the improvement of Sibacan River in Balanga City, Bataan. Specifically, this project aimed at conducting water quality monitoring based on DNR DAO 34 standards on established locations. Second, to design and develop floating island aerators that is capable to increase dissolved oxygen and improve water quality of the polluted river. Finally, to improve the water quality of the degraded river by integrating granulated media and phytoremediation. So to give you an overview of our YEEP journey, here are some of the photos during the implementation For example, production of granulated filtering media, fieldwork, collection of plants, in situ water quality testing, fabrication and lab scale testing, up to field testing, prototyping, and the actual deployment at Sibacan River, up to the actual field monitoring and water quality testing. Right? So, what are the key results of this project? First is the team were able to optimize the design of the bifloat after conducting lab scale testing and prototype fabrication. And more importantly, based on the lab scale result, it shows improvement on water and sediment quality based on the identified parameters. And the before and after comparison of water quality parameters during the field deployment also showed significant improvement. However, more representative samples are needed to fully analyze the potential of the technology in an actual environment. But during our journey, we have also encountered different challenges. For example, in terms of the 3D printing laboratory operating hours, so because it's only limited from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., it has limited our operation and fabrication. Second is the lack of equipment. So the team, however, asked the help from the Provincial Government Environment and Natural Resources Office or PGNRO for their assistance during field and laboratory testing of water samples. Next is the lack of testing laboratory. So the team, however, had to go to different testing laboratories in Pampanga and Manila for water and sediment quality testing. And finally, the COVID-19 pandemic. So due to the ongoing pandemic and quarantine, the publication was able or was made more difficult. But the team was able to request and was granted for a 6-month extension due to ECQ. Moving forward, here are our action plan. First is the team is planning to submit the research paper in an international conference for possible publication. Second is that the team proposed a collaboration already with Bataan PGNRO, Balanga Senro, and the ALG Bataan for the conduct of extension project and other capacity building activities. In fact, the BPSU Civil Engineering and Mechanical Engineering Department recently launched the Revive the River project, which also aims to integrate the bioflow technology in sustainable water resources management. Second, or next is more on patent and product. So the final design of the biofloat will be filed for patent application through BPSU ITSO. And finally, in terms of policies, a memorandum of agreement between BPSU, DILG, LGUs is currently underway for the implementation of the Revive the River project. What are our tips for the aspiring young innovators? Based on our journey, it is very important to focus on your why. So there should be a valid research problem or societal problem that needs to be addressed. Second, you need to innovate your how. So you need to be more creative and innovative in addressing a research problem. And finally, you need to understand your now what. After funding, look for other opportunities to sustain the project and collaborate with other agencies and institutions. So that's all. Thank you, DOST-PCIEERD, for this awesome opportunity.
Our project is entitled A Dispersive Long-Wave Model for Predicting Coastal Flooding Due to Storm Surges and Surface Waves in Manila Bay. And this was made possible due to the 2.8 million fund provided to us by the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy and Emerging Technology and Development, or PCIEERD, and it started in July 2018 and finished in March 2020. Of course, getting an approval for that fund is not an easy task. It takes a lot of hard works, sacrifices, and patience. So we've got to come up with a well-convincing project proposal, detailed project work plan, and detailed line item budgets. And the journey doesn't stop there. We need to defend our proposal, and this will pass through channels. And the first will be through the technical panel, followed by the governing council, and finally on the executive committee or EXECOM. So when we speak of Typhoon Pedrin in 2011, what comes into your minds, or what do you remember? For me, and probably for many, it reminds me of the storm surge or high waves in Manila's Baywalk or Rojas Boulevard, high waves as tall as the coconut trees, damaged structures along Rojas Boulevard and some other parts of Manila Bay, and a waist-deep flood inundations from Manila Bay, which happened in a 5-star hotel located also along Manila Bay. Collapsed portions of Manila Bay's seawall, and actually when this happened on the 27th day of September 2011, Typhoon Pedrin was actually located northeast of the Philippines. And in fact, Manila wasn't even at the center of the typhoon. And this happened not only because of the intense wind brought about by the typhoon, but also because of the typhoon enhancing the southwest monsoon. But what if this similar typhoon, or even as strong as Typhoon Yolanda, happens over or very near Manila Bay area? Damage could have been worse or similar to what has happened in Central Visayas during the wrath of the Typhoon Yolanda. That's one of the reasons we came up to propose and do this project, and another is that Manila Bay have long been documented for storm surge problem due to its vast shallow bathymetry. And as shown on the slides, some pictures which we took when we conducted the survey in Cavite coastal areas. So from here, it can be seen that some coastal structures such as houses and even resorts have been destroyed because of the actions of winds and waves. Our main objective actually for this study is to develop an accurate coastal oceanographic model to quantify and predict the occurrence of storm surges and wind-driven waves in Manila Bay during the passage of typhoons. We aim to develop a state-of-the-art storm surge model based on the dispersive long wave equations. So nonlinear interactions between the tides, storm surge, and wind-driven waves are simulated to increase the accuracy and reduce the discrepancy between the observed and computed storm surges. The project fund which PCIEERD provided us helped us realize our objectives of producing a reliable storm surge tool which could determine the potential coastal flooding due to storm surge and wind-driven waves in Manila Bay, whose densely populated coastal areas are highly vulnerable. And with the dispersive long-wave model, products or informations like storm surge inundations, significant wave heights, ocean currents, and coastal hydrodynamic force can now be calculated. The project group was also able to publish a paper in the Journal of Ocean Technology, and the group also conducted a training workshop on the development and use of the newly developed model. And this project also paved way to us to establish partnerships and linkages with other agencies we work with, such as the National Mapping and Resource Information Authority or NAMRIA, the Mines and Geosciences Bureau, and the local government units through the Municipal Disaster Risk Reduction Management Office of the coastal municipalities around Manila Bay. And this project would not have been realized without the joint efforts of the people behind it, headed by Dr. Cynthia Celebre and Dr. Paul Rivera as our project officer. And some advice or quote rather for those aiming to propose projects to PCIEERD, and something for you to reflect on. A dream written down with a date becomes a goal, and a goal broken down into steps becomes a plan, and a plan backed by action makes your dreams come true, by Greg Ritt. And for those whose proposals are already approved, so for every project approved, treat it as God's special project to become a better, responsible stewards of His creations. With that, thank you and God bless us all and all our endeavors.
We are glad to present to you today our recently culminated project, design review, design finalization, and production assessment of a locally fabricated optical aerosol monitor. This project gave way to the pre-commercialization of Rome, the first Filipino-made air quality monitor. This project ran for almost 2 years, from January 2nd, 2019 to September 1st, 2020. Our project's objectives were 1. To produce a commercial version of the prototype optical aerosol monitor that has a smaller footprint, lower power requirement, and more environmentally rugged construction. 2. To calibrate the commercially viable unit to a desired performance specification in real-world applications. 3. To investigate and test the marketability of the optical aerosol monitor using two relevant business models. And 4. To create a network of potential clients through product demonstrations advertising. We were able to create a pre-commercial prototype that is able to generate a PM2.5 readings through mass concentration measurement using laser light scattering and imaging. We were also able to integrate temperature and humidity measurements, similar to commercial monitors. In fact, our monitor functions the same way as foreign commercially available monitors. Our monitor could be used 24/7 in either indoor or outdoor setups and could be monitored remotely through an app. We were able to calibrate our units with the National Standard on Air Quality Monitoring through the help of the DENR, NCR's Environmental Management Bureau. Our units showed high correlation ranging from 88% to 93% compared to our reference devices. Our team has garnered an initial list of interest from different businesses, government agencies, NGOs, and even international organizations during the project period. We were able to launch digital media campaigns that could increase awareness of Filipinos on air pollution. Rome has also worked on its patent through the help of the DOST, TAPI, and UPTTBDO. Our project was successful despite the effects of the ongoing pandemic. While much of the project's outputs were defaulted, we were able to create solutions to continue our operations. We were able to conduct post-project engagements, especially on checking investors' interest in pursuing a succeeding commercialization support. We are looking forward to conduct continuous collocation, create a mock-up air quality network parallel to the government monitors, and apply for fast track with our ITTD. Our tips for aspiring scientists: while you craft your research proposal, let's not only think on how much an emerging technology could impact the industry, but also consider how it would be good for our society. Rome will continue to be one with the DOST in promoting Filipino science.
Iba na talaga ang panahon ngayon. Ngunit, kahit ano pa man ang mangyari, kahit ano pang pagsubok ang darating, nandito pa rin kami, mga ngalaga sa hangin natin.
Thank you to our presenters under the part 2 of the Special Concerns Technology segment. So now we will be having our question and answer portion. May I call on again our speakers, Dr. Anthony Sales, represented by Engineer Jasper Castor, Dr. Jane Reyes, Professor Carmeli Chavez, Professor Eileen Vicente, Dr. Fernando Siringan, represented by Mr. Paul Flores, the team BioFloat with their mentors, Engineer Gil Cruz and Engineer Dan Martinez. May I also call on Ms. Maria Cristina Uson, Dr. Len Harold Lim, Dr. Liu, and Drew Tria. Ayan. Okay. So if everyone's ready, we will now be entertaining questions. So I actually saw a question earlier sa ating Q&A section. Some of those have been answered. Pero let me give the first question for Professor Carmeli. I know this has been answered already po in the Zoom, pero for the sake of those who are listening with us in Facebook, hope you could answer again this question. So how can they apply for the remote training program?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Ederlyn, for the kind introduction. The remote training program for the use of the settlements model is remote. That means that it can be tailored according to the schedule and pace of the participants. Now, the target participants are 80% are from the government sector, the public sector. These are national government agencies and local government units because we know that planning is essentially a public function. However, we also welcome participants from the private sector, no? Planning firms, design firms, and so on, who are interested in identifying growth areas or, using the tools supported by DOST-PCIEERD to identify where the next growth areas will be and how to plan them accordingly. So we have closed the project, but we can reopen the training based on requests. So we hope to roll them out further by batch. So if you can email me your interest, I'll be happy to share with you the training design as well as advice on when the next cycle, the next program will be, no, to reopen it. Kasi para siyang Coursera parang it's already uploaded and we can just reopen the Canvas learning management system anytime, and it's going to be hosted by an institution, no? Oh, thank you.
Thank you po, Prof. Carmeli. So yun, they can reopen daw sa gustong mga mag-avail. All right. So let me ask naman po the second question to the project of Dr. Anthony Sales, represented by Engineer Castor. So the question is the plant now ready to accept ores for processing in a commercial scale? And what is the actual processing time for a 5-ton ore from crushing to the actual gold beads?
So thank you for that question. So our mineral processing services and laboratory services are not yet commercialized since we are still waiting for the approval of those services to the provincial revenue code, since we cannot yet receive samples for processing and receive and payment for those services unless those services are enrolled to the provincial revenue code of the provincial government of Davao de Oro. So for the processing time is for the whole from ore to gold is around 2 days. So that would be an answer for the question.
All right. Thank you po, Engineer Jasper, for answering that question. Okay. Let me move on to the next question. This is for Team BioFloat. Since you mentioned, sir, kanina yung tips for the young innovators, how will you encourage naman the younger or next generation to pursue research and development?
Thank you, Miss Eds. So I think one of the tips that we can share to our younger researchers is for them to find their right mentors in the academe, because I think that's one of the highlights of the Young Innovators program. It's really a mentorship program between the researchers in the academe and the aspiring young researchers. So the second tip would be for them to focus on the pressing needs and problems in their community or in their locality. So that's one of the tips that we can share to our young students.
Thank you po, Sir Hale, for that answer. We have a question here. This is actually addressed to Engineer or Dr. Liu Tria. Hi, Dr. Liu. The question is, for that emotion project, is the system manually updated by the drivers, or do the e-vehicles have means of detecting the number of passengers?
For now, it's not automatic. So we did not put any sensor then on the on the vehicle to detect the number of passengers. It's manually inputted. Baka may ma-offend for the weight eh.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you pa for answering that question. I have another question here. Let's see. This question is for Sir Len of ROM. So when can the ROM or ROM units be available in the market? You're on mute, sir.
Sorry about that. So the last part that we're trying to look at before we actually launch it to the market is the certification, because devices like these are they're often tied to certification processes that would give confidence to the users. So this is particular to aerosol monitoring equipment, and if we have that last part, it's basically, we can launch it to the market anytime. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do that in the latter part of our project, so we're looking into having that opportunity next time if we get funding.
All right. Thank you po, Dr. Len, for that answer. I have a general question here. I would like to ask this question po doon sa mga hindi ko pa natatanong. Nasa question and answer portion natin to, or question and answer section kanina sa chat box. The question is, given the challenges from the pandemic, how did you manage to accomplish the projects and technologies in 2020? So let me start by asking the opinion or the answer from Professor Eileen.
Yeah. Fortunately, our fire check ended February 2020, just before lockdown. So, if anything, the only activity that we have yet to conduct is really outside of the fire check, but our engagement with the LGU to continue our transfer of technology. So, yun lang. Sinuwerte lang tapos.
Alright, thank you po, Professor Eileen. So yun, oo nga, sinwerte sila ma'am sa kanilang project na tapos before mag-start yung ating lockdown. Alright, the same question. I would like to ask the same question to Ma'am Christina Uson.
Actually, as with us, parang ganun din lang. Parang nag-start yung ECQ parang in time din na malapit na rin kaming matapos. So, most probably yung naging parang buti na lang with the communication technology right now, yung mga through Yahoo Messenger, through the messengers and also through Zoom, we are able to conduct our meetings to finalize the project. So, yun na.
Thank you po, Ma'am Uson, for that. How about Dr. Jane? Sa inyong project po, may mga na-experience ba kayong challenges during the pandemic, and how did you face it?
Yes, the ultimate output is the approval of the MRNDM curriculum. And because of the volcanic ash as well as the pandemic situation, the Board of Regents, all the meetings have been held to prioritize immediate and urgent needs. So curriculum development is set aside. So it took us the whole of 2020 to have the program as one of the item in the agenda.
Thank you po, Dr. Jane. Follow-up question, may nagtanong, how they can avail daw po of the new curriculum?
Yeah. We will we will post in the chat box the link to access the online book, as well as if you are interested or your colleagues are interested for the Master in R&D Management.
Ayan. Thank you po, Dr. Jane. Ayan, sa mga gustong mag-avail, Dr. Jane will post the link sa ating chat box. Ayan. So, mayroon pa ata akong hindi natatanong, si Sir Paul Flores, ang representative ni Dr. Siringan. Sir, meron ba kayong mga challenges during the pandemic? And how did you face it? Or paano nyo naka-accomplish yung project during the pandemic?
Sa amin, ang project nag-end nung March 2020. So, nung time na yon nagpaplano dapat kami magsagawa pa ng last namin na fieldwork. Kaso nag-issue ng lockdown, na-cancel na lang. So, ayun, yun yung nangyari sa amin. Pero regardless sa na-cancel na fieldwork na yun, na-accomplish pa rin naman namin lahat ng deliverables.
Okay. Yan, magandang at least na-accomplish natin lahat kahit na naabutan tayo ng pandemic. Ayun. All right. So I guess that's it for our question and answer portion. Let us take a group photo po ulit. So again, pa-open po ng video cameras ng ating mga speakers so that our IT team could take our group photo. Ayan. So to our IT team, I'll count 1, 2, 3 po ulit. Okay, game 1, 2, 3, smile. Again, 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan. Thank you po. Thank you to our presenters for the second part of the special concerns sector. Ayan. So for those questions po na hindi namin na-entertain due to the limited time, ayan, habang nandito tayo sa Zoom, pwede pa rin sagutin yan ng ating mga speakers. So, pwede pa kayong magtanong sa ating Q&A. Alright. So, again, thank you everyone. So, that's a wrap for the first day of the Philippine Research Development and Innovation Conference. So, tomorrow is another day for the second set of the completed projects of 2020. So to cap off our program today, let us hear from the officer in charge of the Office of the Deputy Director of PCIEERD, Engineer Nina Lisa Escorial, to officially close the first day of the program.
Hello, good afternoon. Am I audible, X?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you po.
Okay, to our dearest project leaders, our resource persons for today, distinguished representatives from the national government agencies and local government units, our esteemed researchers, TBI managers, entrepreneurs, our industry stakeholders and media partners, fellow colleagues, and to all our guests and participants, isang makaagham na araw po para sa ating lahat. And on behalf of the DOST-PCIEERD, we would like to thank all our participants in today's online conference. Our deepest thanks and respect to all of you, especially to our resource speakers, for underscoring the importance of research, development, and innovation to address the myriads of concerns in our society. Research propels us to move forward and dramatically change the way we live and work. It uncovers trends and patterns from the past to make the unknown known, fill in a gap in knowledge, so that we can create new strategic moves and develop novel innovations. For Global Innovation Index 2020, the Philippines jumped 4 notches to rank 50th out of the 131 economies on annual list that measures their performance in innovation, becoming one of the 4 Asian countries with the most significant progress. We are eyeing to improve the country's rank and score by constantly promoting research and development in the country, engaging more Filipinos to adopt our cutting-edge technologies, producing large numbers of trained workforce through our capability programs, providing more grant opportunities that will help our startups and industry partners, as well as creating and implementing effective policies that will benefit humanity. We saw your excellent presentations a while ago and very exciting. And the way it was presented, talagang makikita mo na the outputs are really very important for us Filipinos. Spurring innovations, the industry, energy, and emerging technologies, PCIEERD commits to continuously support these notable projects and initiatives that will address climate change, food scarcity, traffic congestion, pollution, power and water shortages, among others. And we will look forward to building agile teams who can break down the silos and make change happen through game-changing innovations. With this also, we would like to encourage everyone to submit and be part of this elite team of researchers and submit to us a proposal as we open it on May 3 until June 3, 2021. More information on this call, you can view it through our website. And just make sure that the proposals to be submitted must demonstrate the advancement of science and technology and is aligned to the government's economic policy directions. And of course, it should be aligned with the DOST-PCIEERD priority programs. If you have any questions or concerns regarding these things, please feel free to send us an email or message us through our social media channels. Thank you, and again, congratulations to all. Wishing that peace, prosperity, and stability prevail in our country. Keep safe, everyone, and good afternoon.
Thank you po for your closing message, Ma'am Nina. Again, we would like to thank everyone, and we wish also to remind you to answer the feedback form that is posted in our Zoom chat box. So your feedback matters as it will help us improve our future events to serve you better. Note that your certificate will only be sent once the feedback form has been submitted. Other things to look forward tomorrow is the Philippine Startup Incubators Award. So yeah, indeed, today has been a fruitful and insightful day. So again, this is Eds. Always remember that innovation with collaboration is the key in making a better nation. Stay safe, everyone, and magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.